The undead servants themselves and their attacks were crushed in the light, seemingly powerless to resist. This kind of attack reminded Lin Moyu of an extremely rare avenue, the avenue of gravity. This great way is extremely rare, and those who practice it rarely comprehend it. Even in today's world, this great way does not exist. Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel excited. It would be a pleasant surprise if I could find the gravity avenue here. Thinking this in his heart, Lin Moyu was not too sure. It is not certain whether it is the avenue of gravity. In case the opponent uses some special technological means to achieve an attack similar to the avenue of gravity, then my idea will be in vain. The key is that he did not feel the power of the Tao, but no matter what, he had to try it to know. The other two fortresses seemed not to be outdone, and they also launched attacks on the undead servants. They themselves are a mixture of reality and illusion, and the same is true of their attacks, seemingly real and illusory. The attack spread in a hemispherical shape, instantly covering a large area, and the entire area became like a dream. The body of the undead servant became half real and half virtual, and then shattered into pieces with a bang. Some of the fragments are in the real world, while others are nowhere to be found. A large number of undead servants were smashed to pieces by the attack, but the undead servant's resurrection ability was still useful. They continued to resurrect and attack the fortress. As the attacks approached the fortress, they became illusory and collapsed on their own halfway. This attack is half real and half fake, almost breaking through the boundary between the real and the fake. Let Lin Yu talk about this discovery. Before, the Di-Ting beast could directly break through the boundary between reality and illusion and directly influence the real world from the illusion world. Unexpectedly, these two fortresses can also do it, but they do it in the opposite way, affecting the virtual world from the real world. Its attack is to split the undead servants, and directly send part of them into the virtual world, so that the undead servants are divided into real and virtual, and then they collapse on their own. Undead servants can exist alone in the real world or in the virtual world, but they cannot exist partly in the real world and partly in the virtual world. Two different worlds with different rules would cause the undead servants to become confused and unable to exist. This kind of attack is truly terrifying. Even a realm master can be killed if he's not careful. But Lin Moyu also discovered its shortcomings. The attack range was too short. The maximum attack distance is only a few hundred miles, less than 1,000 miles. In a battle of this level, at such a short distance, if you want to dodge, you won't be hit at all. Not only fortresses, but circular warships also have the same problem. Their attack range is also very short, and the range covered by the light is less than 1,000 miles. When Lin Moyu discovered this, the undead servants also discovered this problem. They were in tune with each other and quickly adjusted their tactics to distance themselves. The sword in his hand changed from a sword to a sharp sword. Countless giant swords appeared in the void. The undead servants all drive the Great Way of Sword, and the Great Way of Gold covers it, forming golden swords. With the indestructibility of the Great Way of Sword and the sharpness of the Great Way of Gold, the power of these swords will be extremely strong. The undead servants attacked at the same time, and thousands of swords were fired in an instant. The circular battleship was immediately suppressed, and the light quickly shrank under the bombardment of the golden sword. Guan Mang wanted to flatten the golden sword, but the effect was not ideal. The power of the golden swords was too strong and there were too many of them, resulting in reverse suppression. A similar situation occurred at the virtual and real fortress on the other side. The fortress's attack could not drive the golden sword into the virtual world, so it had to dismember the golden sword. The golden sword carried the attack and slammed into the warships and fortresses. The golden light was dazzling, and the battleships and fortresses were blown back, but they were not damaged and remained intact. The defense is very strong. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. The golden sword combined two great ways, and its power was already quite amazing, even if the origin Dao well blocked it many times. Facing such intensive attacks, the opponent was not damaged at all, which shows that the material is very high grade. The attacks of the undead servants did not stop, and the golden swords rained down densely. The battleships and fortresses were attacked, and the originally solidified space became loose, so the space avenue could be used again. The undead servants tore open the space and surrounded them from all directions, and the golden sword also started to attack from all directions. The warships and fortresses were surrounded and constantly under attack, with nowhere to escape. In the void came a dense roar like hammering iron. Their attack had stopped long ago, and the light disappeared completely, leaving only the sound of dialing. But no matter how the golden sword attacked, they did not move at all. The scene became weird. The warships and fortresses had no power to fight back, and they were helpless against the attacks of the undead servants. Lin Moyu moved his mind and released another 100,000 undead servants. These undead servants attacked the remaining mechas, fighter planes, and the slightly weaker battleship fortresses without mercy. Zero, please give me flowers, Zero. The space was constantly being torn apart, and the undead servants used the avenue of space to appear and disappear mysteriously, launching powerful attacks. The technological army was quickly defeated, with heavy casualties. Some warships wanted to escape by using space jumps, but the undead servants were one step ahead and directly blocked the space where the warships were. Under the backlash of space energy, the battleship was blown to pieces on the spot. The battleship may be able to match the Taoist Master in terms of combat power, but its ability to respond flexibly is far behind that of the Taoist Master. Especially when facing an opponent like the undead servants, whose tactics are changeable and whose avenues can be switched at will, it can be said that they have no chance of resistance. Stop, human cultivator, let's talk. Finally, that mechanical voice came again. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "What to talk about?" The mechanical voice said, "Let your people stop first." Lin Moyu shook his head. "You were the one who wanted to start, and you were the one who wanted to stop. You stopped just like that. How embarrassing for me." The mechanical voice said, "I apologize for what happened just now. I'm sorry. Please stop first." "Thank you." Although the voice was still calm, the tone was obviously much better. Lin Moyu also gave him face, and with a thought, the undead servant stopped. However, the space is still blocked to prevent them from escaping. Lin Moyu said, "Okay, we can talk now. What do you want to talk about?" Suddenly, the spherical battleship and the virtual and real fortress burst into light at the same time. The space was thrown into chaos in an instant, and a huge crack appeared. Even the undead servants manipulating the avenue of space cannot close this crack. The spherical battleship and the virtual and real fortress rushed into the crack at the same time and disappeared. They escaped. Lin Moyu's mouth twitched, his face was full of excitement, he was actually deceived. His eyes gradually turned cold. Over the years, he had fought with many people, but there was no one who had deceived him like this and succeeded in deceiving him. One of the reasons why I was fooled was that the calm mechanical voice made me unable to judge clearly for a moment. The second is that he thought he had the upper hand, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't care about these second-level technological creations at all. The products of technology can be mass-produced, and so can clones. Obviously, the other party does not care about the losses. What the other party really cares about is the spherical battleship and the real and virtual fortress. The technological world of the Tianyu Great Spiritual Realm and the Tianzhou Great Spiritual Realm appears to be a fight to the death, but in reality it is not so. Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll play with you guys for a bit. The undead servants took action and cleared out all the mechas, fighter planes, warships, and fortresses that could not escape, leaving none behind. Lin Moyu also looked at his own karma. He knew that he had formed a karma with the technological world. If he wanted to break the karma, he might need to have a real fight. If things go wrong, either you die or I die. Sometimes, hatred is just that simple. Lin Moyu originally had no intention of provoking them. He just wanted to get this gate. Even if the other party attacks me, I will only fight back in the most basic way. But now, the nature of things has changed. But there is no rush for this matter, as this gate is not important right now. The gate requires tremendous energy, and you have to find a way to replenish it. With a wave of his hand, he brought the door into the soul world, and then injected his soul power into it. Lin Moyu's soul power is endless. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, he doesn't need to worry about running out of soul power on May Day. With the infusion of soul power, the gate glowed slightly, and 3 halos appeared at the bottom, 2 of which were shining and solid, meaning that the gate had been replenished with 20% of its energy. The 3rd halo just appeared. It was very illusory. When the 3rd halo also flashed and solidified, 30% of the energy was replenished. Soul force was continuously injected, but the 3rd halo showed almost no change. Lin Moyu was not surprised. The Lord of Hell used the power of the Great Tao, accumulated over many years, to replenish the gate with 30% of its energy. The spiritual power I have is not even a drop in the bucket. Hundreds of undead servants appeared around him, and Lin Moyu ordered them to inject power into the gate. The undead servants obey orders and inject their own power into them. The 3rd halo glowed faintly, and seemed a little brighter than before, but that was all. The power of 100 undead servants must be greater than that of the previous Lord of Hell. Unexpectedly, it's still so slow. It still doesn't matter. If 100 undead servants are not enough, then thousands or tens of thousands. If that's still not enough, then millions, tens of millions, or even billions or tens of billions will do. What Lin Moyu wants now is to replenish energy for the gate as soon as possible and open the gate. The rest is trivial. In the soul world, the number of undead servants increased, exceeding hundreds of millions in a blink of an eye. Hundreds of millions of undead servants replenished energy for the gate at the same time, and the power of the Taoist master hit the gate like a tsunami. The 3rd halo finally began to change, becoming brighter and brighter. But at this speed, it will still take a lot of time to make it completely shiny and solid. Lin Moyu vaguely felt that something was wrong. With more undead servants, the speed of replenishing energy was indeed faster, but it did not increase proportionally. From 100 undead servants to now hundreds of millions of undead servants, the difference is 1,000,000 times, but the speed of replenishing energy is at most 10 times faster. But at the current speed, it will take thousands or tens of thousands of years for the 3rd halo to solidify. Lin Moyu knew that he was not slow anymore, and was much faster than the Lord of Hell. But my time is limited, and this speed is still not enough. Lin Moyu continued to try and increase the number again, and the number of undead servants increased directly to tens of billions. The solidification speed was a little faster, but it was only doubled on the previous basis, which was equivalent to 20 times the initial speed. At this speed, it will still take thousands of years. Shortening from 10,000 years to 5,000 years made no difference to Lin Moyu. He realized that simply increasing the number would reduce the effect. Even if all of his trillions of undead servants were deployed, the effect might not be doubled again. Isn't quantity the key? So what's the key? Lin Moyu thought for a while, and suddenly remembered that the gate had been wandering in the fog of the world. During the wandering process, he accumulated 2 halos. Judging from the speed of accumulation alone, it seems to be faster than his tens of billions of Guangling servants. And what is there in the fog of the world? It is the power of the Tao in all its forms. With a flash of inspiration, he issued new orders again, and the undead servants used different powers of the avenue. For a time, the various avenues of the soul world were brilliant and colorful. The 3rd halo became brighter, and the speed of energy replenishment increased again, increasing tenfold from the original level. This time, the speed has increased 200 times compared to the initial speed, and the time it takes for the halo to solidify has been compressed to less than 1,000 years. Lin Moyu smiled. So that's how it is. He began to understand what kind of energy the gate needed. The bigger the better. Of course, huge energy is the foundation. On top of the foundation, there must be more and more. It has a demand for all kinds of power, regardless of its nature. The more types of power there are, the better the effect. The undead servants manipulate almost all the power of the Great Way in the universe and supply it to the gate. The speed at which the gate replenishes energy increases hundreds of times. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and Tinko called out, "Xiao Shu." The little tree appeared in front of Lin Moyu with a faint light. "Master, what do you want?" Lin Moyu said, "Use your power to replenish the energy of this gate." "Good." Without saying a word, the little tree stretched out a branch and placed it on the gate. With a humming sound, the third halo quickly solidified, and its speed increased by more than 10 times than before. At this speed, the main aura can be completely solidified in less than 100 years. 01210520 Felu 160160180. By then, this gate can also be opened to the initial stage. But this is not what Lin Moyu wants. His requirements are not low. There are many people in the origin continent who need Shedian Stone and Immortal Jade. Comparing the two, the Shedian Stone is more important. The Immortal Jade may be replaced by other magic weapons, but the Shedian Stone cannot. According to the Lord of Hell, he only obtained a piece of Shedian Stone and a piece of Immortal Jade at that time. The human emperor obtained more than the Lord of Hell, which shows that the gains will be different at different stages when the gate is opened. Therefore, the best outcome that Lin Moyu expected was naturally to open the door completely. If you can't achieve a full opening, at least you should complete a high-level opening like the human emperor. Only in this way can he be more confident of obtaining enough Shedian stones. In addition to the Shedian stone, he also wanted to explore the world behind the gate. When he learned that the opening of the gate had to be divided into various stages, he had a feeling that if he wanted to find out what the world behind the gate was like, he must open it fully. Therefore, only the third halo that was solidified within 100 years can be considered a barely satisfactory 1.8, and is far from perfect. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and the power of the skeleton hell was drawn up. Undead servants can use all the great ways in the universe. There are only a few forces that they cannot drive, and the skeleton hell is one of them. The skeleton hell does not belong to any avenue. It is an independent area and the place of reincarnation of the universe. It is filled with energy that is completely opposite to that of the universe. There is life in the world, and death is contained in life. The Hell of Bones represents death, but death also contains life. The power of the skeleton hell was mobilized and transformed into flames that were injected into the gate. The condensation speed of the third halo increased again, and it took less than 5,000 years to condense. Lin Moyu smiled even more and was in a good mood. "First, I need to condense the third halo and obtain the qualification to open the door, and then I can think of other things. You can't get fat in one bite." Lin Moyu first ensures the minimum needs and then pursues higher goals. Lin Moyu thought very clearly that he had to aim high, but he had to prepare for the worst. The battle in the void has completely ended. Lin Moyu took out the remaining power of cause and effect and pulled out a silk thread. The power from the Lord of Cause and Effect is extremely pure, and it is used to activate one's own cause and effect. A faint light that only he could see stretched out towards the mist of the world in the distance. This is the cause and effect between him and the two previous technological worlds, and he can no longer tell which one it is. But it doesn't matter. Lin Moyu plans to pick one at random and go to the door to settle the account that he had just been cheated of. Release Wasan and use him as a mount, with a line of fire, moving in the direction indicated by cause and effect. The fog of the world dissipated in the firelight, and the other party was able to find the location of the gate. Lin Moyu guessed that the two worlds were not too far apart. But nearly a month after Wasan flew out, Lin Moyu realized that his judgment was wrong and that world was very far away. With his current speed, it would not take him long to cross the entire origin continent. He had no idea how much distance he had covered in a month. At the same time, a question also arises: how did the other party find the door from such a distance? Apparently, the technological world still has methods that we are not aware of. 041 month later, Lin Moyu felt something was wrong, as if he was being targeted. In fact, he had this feeling before, but it was very weak and he didn't pay too much attention to it. Now the feeling of being targeted is getting stronger and clearer. Is this a detection method used by the technological world? Lin Moyu guessed in his heart. In the world of the previous life, the level of science and technology was not advanced, and the most advanced weapon at that time was the nuclear bomb. But the power of a nuclear bomb can be said to be not even at the level of a supergod. Even so, the technology at that time was already capable of exploring the entire world. Even large tracts of starry sky outside the world can be monitored, and probes have even been launched towards more distant starry sky. The difficulty of detection is relatively much lower. This would explain how the other party could find the gate and fight for it from such a long distance away. The real world is not as clearly defined as the virtual world. The virtual world has the Great Spirit Realm and the Vacuum Zone, but the real world does not have that. This also makes it difficult to determine the locations of each world. The feeling of being watched reached its peak, and Lin Moyu finally discovered who was watching him. It was something much smaller than the first speck of dust. 1,000,000 of these things added together would only be as big as a speck of dust. It was so small that it was invisible to the naked eye, and Moyu only discovered its existence with the eye of his soul. If it were another Taoist master, he might not be able to discover it even if he used the soul eye. Such an extremely tiny object, which does not emit light itself and is almost non-existent, can be used for surveillance. It has to be said that the technological world always has some aspects that surpass those of practitioners. It is conceivable that if these things appeared in a certain cultivation world, the people in that cultivation world would not know at all that they were being monitored. Lin Moyu has developed a slight interest in the products of the technological world, mobilizing the power of the universe with a light tap of his fingers. A small piece of space collapsed, and the monitors in the space collapsed instantly. Then they tried some other methods and confirmed that although these things were numerous, they were not strong and could be easily destroyed. The density of surveillance cameras is getting higher and higher. Lin Moyu discovered that these surveillance cameras are spreading in all directions at an alarming speed. If it weren't for the obstruction of the world fog, its speed would be even faster, or even not much slower than its own. After flying for several days, a giant instrument appeared in sight. Lin Moyu instinctively used the word instrument, which he hadn't used for a long time, because the thing in front of him was too sci-fi. In the science fiction movies of the previous life, similar things would appear. The diameter of this instrument is over 100,000 meters. The front end is like a huge jet, and the back is like a chain. The chain is extremely huge, and there are a large number of devices working inside, and a large number of indicator lights are flashing. Small dots for surveillance were constantly ejected from the ejector and flew in all directions. When Lin Moyu saw the instrument, he was basically certain that he had come to the world belonging to the Tianzhou Great Spiritual Realm. There are no practitioners or clones in this instrument, only some robots working here. Lin Moyu gradually approached, and the instrument made a buzzing sound, like a giant beast that had been sleeping for countless years awakening. A strong light appeared on the nearly 100,000-meter-long chain, and a large number of hatches opened, with 10 devices similar to cannon muzzles extending out. Then, Lin Moyu frowned, the space he was in became chaotic, and the space was being compressed rapidly. Without waiting for Lin Moyu to give the order, Huasan reacted immediately. The natal fire gushed out, causing an explosion in the chaotic space, which then shattered. It directly breaks up the space in an extremely rough way, and the broken space naturally cannot be compressed. After a wave of attacks, a large number of fighter planes flew out from the instrument. These fighter planes were very small, with a diameter of no more than half a meter, but the power they emitted was not weak. As soon as they came out, they rushed towards Lin Moyu and attacked directly without any hesitation. "Burn it!" Lin Moyu didn't care and gave orders casually. The flames spewed out by Fire 3 were even more intense, evolving into a sea of fire. The fighter planes were burned to ashes before they could even rush over. Huasan, who has become a resurrected being, is already at his peak state and is a bona fide master of the origin of Tao. The void twisted, and 5 giant warships suddenly appeared. A large number of fighter planes flew out from the giant battleship, and at the same time the giant battleship launched an attack on Fire 3. The combat capability of the giant battleship is no worse than that of the Taoist master, especially in terms of attack power. The intensive attack suppressed the sea of fire. A large number of fighter planes also rushed across the sea of fire 497 and swooped down. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and 100,000 undead servants rushed out. The terrifying attacks intertwined into a net, clearing the fighter plane in an instant. The undead servants also teleported to the vicinity of the giant battleship, blocking the space and strangling it. In just a few minutes, 5 giant warships were smashed to pieces. They had fought each other at the gate before, except for the spherical battleships, which were like garbage to Lin Moyu. The undead servants worked together to dismantle the garbage very quickly. Then the undead servants rushed towards the instrument, and the weapons in the instrument began to fight back frantically. One attack after another fell on the undead servants, but to no avail. The undead servants rushed into the instrument with unstoppable force. Suddenly, the instrument burst into a roar and bursts of strong light. Lin Moyu heard a long alarm, and then the entire instrument exploded. The horrific explosion caused the space to collapse, and the undead servants were blown away in the explosion. They all suffered some injuries, but they were not serious and recovered quickly. It exploded. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. Once this big guy was invaded, it would self-destruct. It seemed that this was the setting. I know nothing about my own technological world, and Ruhu is not here now. With a thought in his mind, Lin Moyu took out a corpse. That was the corpse of a previous clone, and Lin Moyu stayed there because he wanted to rely on the law of cause and effect. Now that I think about it, maybe it will be useful. The undead flame is ignited, and the summoning begins. I forgot this at the beginning. Although clones are not living beings in the traditional sense, they are still living things and have souls. As long as it is a living thing, you can try to summon it, and maybe it will work. The immortal flame is burning fiercely, and the clone's soul is being reassembled. It is possible to be resurrected, but I wonder if the resurrected clone can retain his memories from his previous life, and whose orders he should obey. Lin Moyu was a little curious about whose orders the resurrected clone would obey. The clone is not very strong, he is only at the Dao Zun realm and has not even entered the Dao realm. However, the mecha he controls can possess the combat power of the Dao realm, and is far superior to the average Dao realm. This is the result of the combination of cultivation and technology. The clone was resurrected in the immortal flame and knelt respectfully in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said, "Introduce yourself." The clone answered truthfully, "I am the clone of Master Peng Jing, number." The answer is just one sentence, simple and concise. However, some information was also revealed. Peng Jing should be a cultivator in that world and has a large number of clones. The number of this clone is already in the tens of millions, which means that there are at least tens of millions of clones, or even more. And he still calls Peng Jing adult, which means that the clones will still be affected by the mother. Lin Moyu asked, "What world are you from? What is Jing's cultivation level? How many clones like you are there?" The clone replied, "I am from the Tianqing world. Lord Peng Jing's cultivation is at the 3rd level of the Soul Dao realm. Lord Peng Biao has a total of 100 million clones. The clone of the 3rd-class soul in the Dao Dao realm is the Dao Zun 3 realms, missing a whole major realm. It seems like a big gap, but the number is indeed terrifying. A mother body has 100 million clones. If the mother body is stronger and the number is larger, it would be terrifying." Lin Moyu asked, "How is Peng Jing's cultivation in your world?" The clone shook his head, "I don't know." Lin Moyu asked a few more questions but didn't get accurate answers. The information known about clones is limited. They were obviously restricted when they were cloned, so many things are not clear. However, Lin Moyu also learned that clones like him were only qualified to operate mechas, and those clones who entered the fortress were stronger than him. Especially the powerful fortress that appeared at the end, which was a mixture of reality and illusion. He called it the illusionary Starry Sky Fortress, and it was the most powerful weapon of war in the Star World. Lin Moyu asked, "There are many invisible surveillance cameras in the fog of the world. Do you know what they are?" The clone said, "That's called a photon detector." We will spread many photon detectors in all directions to explore other worlds. Once a world is discovered, we will send out troops to capture it. The photon detector was indeed similar to what he had imagined, and was used to detect other worlds. The instrument that self-destructed was used to automatically produce photon detectors. These technological worlds are constantly releasing photon detectors, but the world of practitioners remains safe and sound, which is very strange. The photon detectors should have been released for countless years and should have been able to reach even the longest distances. All we can say is that photon detectors cannot fly too far in the fog of the world. In other words, if it flies too far, it will not be able to transmit information back, which is equivalent to a state of loss of connection. Lin Moyu asked, "What was the name of the world where I fought with you guys before?" The clone said, "That is the world of Licon." Lin Moyu said, "Tell me everything you know about the Licon world." The clone revealed some information about the Licon world. Although the Licon world and their Tianqing world are both technological worlds, they are two different systems. They don't get along with each other and don't like each other. As a result, they were in constant friction all year round and fought countless wars of varying sizes. However, the strength of both sides is similar, and it is always difficult to determine the winner. In the end, the war between the two sides was more like military training or testing of new weapons. The spherical warships in the Licon world are called starships, which are their highest technological level. Behind the Licon world, there is a technological alliance, which is full of pure technological worlds. There are thousands of such worlds. The Licon world can only be considered to be above average in the technology alliance. The Tianqing world where the clones live belongs to the Science and Technology Alliance, which takes the route of combining science and the avenue. There are also many such worlds. Tianqing world is also at an upper middle level in the Kadao Alliance. After his explanation, Lin Moyu had a general understanding of these technological worlds and formed an outline in his mind. When it comes down to it, the world of science and technology is not that mysterious. Everything is governed by the laws of heaven and earth. And in Lin Moyu's opinion, their path may not be feasible. By now, the people in the Licon world already knew that I was coming, and they probably had already prepared a large army, waiting for me to arrive. Just as they were about to set off, the clone numbered suddenly had a distorted expression, and then there was a slight bang in his head, and he instantly became motionless. The people of the Tianqing world discovered that he was resurrected and destroyed him remotely. As a resurrected being, Lin Moyu can decide his life or death, and so can the mother body he belongs to. This is very similar to the Zerg. The Zerg that resurrects themselves will also be controlled by the Queen. Go find the Licon world first, then look for the Tianqing world. Lin Moyu continued to move forward along the cause and effect, and here was not far from the Licon world. You must settle the account of deceiving yourself, otherwise your heart of Tao will not be able to open up. A day later, the view suddenly became clear. Tens of millions of miles away, the fog of the world had completely dissipated, and a huge army was waiting for him with a covetous look. Lin Moyu stopped and looked from afar when he was thousands of miles away. The war was so intense that there were tens of billions of them. There are tens of thousands of powerful giant warships. Each giant battleship has the combat power of a Dao Lord, which is equivalent to tens of thousands of Dao Lords. Lin Moyu also had to admit that the combat power of the technological world was indeed strong. Except for the lack of top-notch experts, the combat power of both the Dao Lord and Dao Realm levels was far superior to that of the ordinary world. Moreover, a technological world like the Licon world can only be considered above average in the Technological Alliance army. How powerful should the truly powerful technological world be? At the end of the team are 10 starships. The combat power of the starship is stronger than that of a giant battleship, and is even slightly better than that of the Origin Dao Lord. Moreover, its defense is extremely strong, and it can remain safe and sound even when facing the siege of 100,000 undead servants. Cultivator, you have already taken the gate, why are you still coming here? The mechanical sound resounded in the void. Lin Moyu sneered, I didn't want to cause trouble for you, but you lied to me, and we have a connection ever since. I hate karma, and I will try my best to cut it off if I can. Besides, I am also quite interested in your technological world, so I came here to have a look. The mechanical voice groaned for a few seconds and then said again, "You are very powerful. We don't want to be your enemy. We were wrong in the past, and we apologize to you. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask and we will try our best to meet them. I don't want to fight with myself, but I still let myself make demands. There is no such good thing in the world. It's just that if you fight with yourself, the losses will be huge, and you may not even win." In order to avoid losses, he reluctantly gave in. If it wasn't a mechanical sound, if the other party had any emotions, he would definitely be gritting his teeth now. Since he was asked to propose conditions, Lin Moyu would naturally not be polite. "I am somewhat interested in your technology. Give me a copy of the technology data and a starship, and that's it." Lin Moyu made his own request. In his opinion, this request was not excessive. "You have 10 starships, and I want one. Is that excessive? I don't want any detailed scientific and technological information, just give me an introduction. Anyway, I am a practitioner and I can't understand it. Of course, it's not that I can't understand it at all. I can integrate the information into the wider world. Perhaps in this vast world, there will be some races that pursue the path of technology, making the world more diverse, which may not be a bad thing." Just 2 seconds after Lin Moyu made his request, the other party responded, "We refuse. Starships are our most advanced technology and we can't give them to you. You should change your request." The rejection was so straightforward that even Lin Moyu expressed some anger in the mechanical voice. Lin Moyu said, "If that's the case, then there's nothing to discuss. I hope you won't regret your choice." Without further ado, he waved his hand and 10,650 undead servants appeared in the void. "You have 10 billion and I have 10 billion, and the land is divided fairly." The first thing the undead servants do after appearing is to seal off the space so that no one can escape. The avenue was bright, and the avenue of swords emerged, condensing into countless sharp swords, wrapped in the avenue of gold, and killing with boundless sharpness. The undead servants had used this trick before with great effect, so they did the same thing this time. The undead servants understand that the key to a move is not its novelty but its practicality. The sword rain was like a waterfall, and in an instant, the fleet of the Licon world suffered heavy casualties. Countless fighter planes exploded in the void, and even giant battleships could not withstand the King Kong attack. 10 starships rushed up, lined up in a row, squeezed the space, and resisted the golden sword. But there were too many golden swords and they only blocked it for less than 10 seconds. The space of the starship was blown up and all the light was compressed back. The golden swords slammed into the starship, causing it to retreat step by step. Perhaps the leader of the Licon world never thought that Lin Moyu could have so many undead servants. If I had known this earlier, I might not have refused so bluntly. "Stop, Jia!" A mechanical sound rang out, this time with a hint of urgency. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. "Some mistakes, the last time was too much." "Stop?" "Not happening." Lin Moyu had already given them one last chance. If they had agreed to his demands, this war could have been avoided. But now, it's impossible. The undead servants obeyed Lin Moyu's will, roaming the battlefield, killing everyone without leaving a single one alive. This was a battle without suspense. The team from Licon World was becoming more and more happy, and despair filled the battlefield. Lin Moyu felt that if the other party was smarter, they could escape now or seek reinforcements. "We have a technology alliance, maybe it will be of some use." A few hours later, the army of Licon World was completely slaughtered, leaving only 10 starships. They tried to tear the space apart several times, but Lin Moyu was prepared this time. More than 1 million undead servants used the space avenue at the same time to seal off the entire space tightly, giving them no chance to tear the space apart. The starship tried to escape several times, but ultimately failed and was also affected by the energy backlash. The starship was so strong that it didn't break. Not only was it not broken, it wasn't even slightly damaged. "What is this thing made of?" Why is it so strong? Lin Moyu felt that the hardness of the starship was not much worse than that of precious materials. With billions of undead servants attacking 10 starships, even the Realm Lord would have been shattered to pieces. For something this hard, you don't need any weapons, just ram it directly. It will hit you almost every time. An undead servant rushed over and landed on the starship, and chopped it directly with a sword. The sound of hammering iron was heard in the void, but it failed to cut even a little fur. The undead servants kept changing their routes, but they were still helpless against the starship. The more Lin Moyu looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. According to the level of power, such a heaven-defying thing should not appear. The red blood avenue surged, and the red blood descended with the power of pollution, surrounding the starship. The starship was contaminated with red blood, but the effect was not ideal and the starship was not affected at all. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed. Red blood can contaminate all kinds of forces between heaven and earth, but starships are not a force, but a product of technology. Therefore, the effect of red blood was greatly weakened. Lin Moyu pointed his finger, and the skeleton hell flew out, and countless evil spirits from hell roared in the river of fire. The undead servants firmly suppressed the starship, making it unable to move. The skeleton hell enveloped the starship like a blood cloud, and the evil spirits of hell began to bite it frantically. Their sharp teeth hit the starship, making harsh and unpleasant friction sounds. The hellish evil spirit's ability to eat anything began to take effect, and scratches appeared on the extremely sturdy starship. The surface of the starship was cut open, revealing its interior, and an unspeakable aura leaked out. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered. The material of the starship turned out to be this. He finally understood what the starship was made of. It is the Tao. The material that constitutes the starship is the Tao, and it is the original Tao. The technological world used some unknown means to compress the origin avenue into a ball. The avenue is so huge that I don't know how many times it would have to be compressed into a ball of this size. The avenue was originally extremely solid, and became even more solid after being compressed exponentially. In this case, it would be strange if the starship was not strong, and no wonder the attacks of the undead servants were ineffective. It is indeed not easy for the power of the Tao to destroy the Tao itself, which has been compressed many times. However, no matter how compressed it is, if it touches the hell of bones, it will only bring bad luck to itself. The evil spirits of hell have devoured the avenue before. Even if it is a compressed avenue, they can still eat it, but they just eat it more slowly. The Tao is delicious and can replenish energy, and the evil spirits in hell enjoy eating it very much. The starship's skin was eaten clean and its size began to gradually shrink. This time, the power world panicked again, and a mechanical voice came. "Practitioner, we admit defeat. Please stop. Everything can be discussed. We can agree to the previous request." Lin Moyu said, "No need. I already know what a starship is. This trick is useless to me. Technological information is actually optional. Since you are unwilling to give it, then take Paiba with you." Lin Moyu moved his mind, and some of his undead servants rushed into the world's fog, following the cause and effect and heading straight for the Licon world. The 10 starships here can't escape, and the world will be destroyed next. Lin Moyu has never been kind. He has destroyed many races. Massacre of one world is nothing. The undead servants quickly found the location of the Licon world. Outside the Licon world, there were various technological instruments and considerable defensive forces. But faced with the fierce attack of the undead servants, it was destroyed in an instant. On this day, a natural disaster belonging to the Licon world came. Lin Moyu didn't bother with the starship anymore. With the undead servants and the Hell of Bones, nothing could go wrong. He came to the Licon world and truly saw the world of technology. In Lin Moyu's view, the world of science and technology is unique among the rules of heaven and earth. They have a path of their own, but it can never lead them to the top. Being able to use the great Tao to create a starship is already considered an extremely powerful existence. But it is still not enough to face the top world masters, let alone eternal existence. For a beast like the great Tao Wild Beast King, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with a starship. If it were the human emperor, he could probably smash the starship to pieces with just one slap, no matter how many layers you compressed it into. For example, the Lord of Time can completely cause time chaos and trigger the collapse of the Avenue, and can also solve the problem of starships. For the Lord of the Great Tao, destroying the starship is too easy. Lin Moyu, with his own thoughts, followed the undead servants into the inner world of Likon. The Likon world is somewhat similar to the big world of the past. There is also a starry sky inside the world, various celestial bodies, stars, planets, and so on. The origins of yin and yang in the world seemed to disperse. Lin Moyu could feel the power of the origins of yin and yang, but could not find any trace of their existence. Lin Moyu suddenly felt a special avenue that he had never felt before, not even in his ancestral land. He was extremely confident in his own perception. These two avenues did not seem to exist in the ancestral land of origin. If they did, he would not be unable to sense them. What avenue is this? I haven't sensed it in the ancestral land of origin. Could it be hidden? There was some excitement in his eyes. It was a happy thing to see a road that he had never seen before. If this avenue could be brought into the universe would become more perfect. Letting the undead servants bring natural disasters, Lin Moyu no longer paid attention to the strange world full of dreams, and began to carefully feel this road. It was rare for Lin Moyu to be fully focused. With his current abilities, it would still take a long time for him to fully comprehend a great path. But if you just scratch the surface, it won't take much time. Lin Moyu did not want to comprehend this avenue, he just wanted to see what the use and specialness of this avenue was, and whether he could bring it into his own world. Gradually, his expression became strange. After sensing it for a short while, Lin Moyu discovered that this avenue was different from ordinary avenues. This avenue has established many rules. As a result, the entire Likon world must abide by these rules. The rules of this avenue are very powerful, and as long as you are in the world of power and space, you must abide by these rules. So domineering. Lin Moyu felt that this avenue was even more overbearing than the world will of the origin continent, and did not allow others to resist at all. Time, speed, space, and gravity are all integrated together. Time is constant, speed has an upper limit, space has a rhythm. Lin Moyu tried to fly at the fastest speed in the power world, and he found that his flying speed was limited to a range. He can get infinitely close to the upper limit, but he can never reach it. Less than 300,000 kilometers per second. When I accepted the highest speed, my own time changed and became out of sync with the external time. The faster I went, the slower my time became. Deep in Lin Moyu's memory, at the most distant place, he suddenly thought of something. In the previous life, it was said that the speed of light is about 300,000 kilometers per second. This is the physical rule of the previous life. Everything in the previous life is based on physics. Lin Moyu was shocked. Could it be that this avenue is the avenue of physics? He understood that this avenue was the avenue of physics, the cornerstone of the world of science and technology. The avenue of physics is neither a defensive avenue nor an offensive avenue, but an extremely rare rule-based avenue. It establishes various rules that must be followed in the world, thereby guiding the people in this world onto the path of science and technology. With technological advancement, we can eventually gain powerful strength, which is the so-called mechanical ascension. In the Likon world, Lin Moyu saw many souls. These souls still had the flesh of ordinary creatures, but their insides were already different. Almost every living thing, including newborn babies, will undergo a major transformation. There are no normal creatures here anymore, they are all semi-mechanical. There are even some beings that have completely merged with machines. They used technology to preserve their souls and gave up their bodies. In this way, their lifespans can be extended, and they may even eventually merge with powerful machines to achieve immortality. This road was too weird. Lin Moyu didn't feel comfortable looking at it, but it was also the helplessness of the Likon world. Under the butcher's knife of the undead minions, the world fell into collapse. Lin Moyu tried several times but failed to find this avenue. It was hidden in the deepest part of the world and was totally out of control. 0. It only makes the rules and never reveals them. At this time, an undead servant flew over, holding something in his hand. Master, we found their database. He was holding a piece of crystal, which was as exquisite as jade. In the translucent crystal, you can see a large number of tadpole-like words moving around. The Licon world uses this synthetic crystal to record information. Technology allows souls to exist for many years, and in order to facilitate communication, they can use souls to read the contents of crystals. Lin Moyu moved his mind and used his soul power to obtain detailed information from the crystal. Most of the information was about technology, and Lin Moyu only had a vague understanding of it. If Xiao Zhantian were still alive, perhaps he would be able to understand it more clearly. But the important thing is that the crystal tells some things about the world of force and space, as well as things in the Technology Alliance, in more detail than what the clones said. There are 3,276 worlds in the Technology Alliance, and these worlds are divided into strong and weak according to their technological levels, with the lowest being level 1 and the highest being level 9. In the Technological Alliance, they never call themselves a certain world, but rather call themselves a certain civilization. In their words, their Licon civilization is the controller of the power of space, and all Licon people are messengers of space. They have a glorious history, but today, history is about to end. The technology of the Licon civilization has reached level 7, which is above average as the clone said. Level 7 civilizations are among the best in the Technology Alliance, but there are not many of them. There are even fewer level 8 civilizations, and there is only one levelless civilization. Lin Moyu saw their definition of civilization level. The 7th level civilization can use technology to materialize the Great Tao and operate, process, and utilize it. The 8th level civilization can integrate multiple avenues and process and create more powerful war tools. As for the strongest 9th level civilization, it can already change the laws of physics within a certain range, causing an area to collapse and lose all the original physical rules. It has also created causal weapons that can easily destroy the world. According to the records of Licon civilization, the 9th level civilization is omnipotent and there is nothing they cannot do. This civilization is called the God civilization. People in civilization are called gods. There was an image of a god in the information. When Lin Moyu saw it, his expression changed drastically, the god river outside the domain. The people in the god civilization are almost exactly the same as the gods from outside the realm. He had killed many extraterritorial gods, and Lin Moyu knew their appearance too well to be wrong. But how could the extraterritorial gods be related to the divine civilization in the Technology Alliance? The extraterritorial gods are cultivators, and the divine civilization is a purely technological world. The two are completely different. Is it just because they look similar? Lin Moyu immediately dismissed this thought. It was not impossible that they looked similar, but it was impossible that they were exactly the same. But there is only one picture in the information of Licon civilization, which may not be completely accurate. If you really want to know, you have to see it with your own eyes. The information about the Licon civilization also contains some general introductions to the Technology Alliance. In the Technological Alliance, most civilizations have abandoned their useless physical bodies and survived as souls. They place their souls on various technological products and no longer regard 420 as real living beings. Over time, even thinking has changed, and many civilizations have come to believe that machinery is the way to go. The body has no other use except reproduction. Even many civilizations have begun to experiment with soul reproduction, using the soul to produce the next generation. If successful, they can truly abandon the physical body. It has to be said that this idea is very bold, but in Lin Moyu's eyes, the success rate is not high. In the Licon world, planets are blown up one after another. One attack by the undead servants can destroy an entire galaxy in the Licon world, and even affect a wider area. In less than half a day, more than half of the Licon world was destroyed. Lin Moyu calculated the time. If we ask for help from the outside world, the time should be up now. Likong civilization is a member of the Technology Alliance, and if there is any difficulty, we can ask for support. Lin Moyu slowed down his undead minions while he waited for reinforcements to arrive. If the reinforcements attack you, then there will be cause and effect between them, and you will be able to attack them. He wanted to go to the celestial civilization to see what the difference was between the celestial beings and the celestial gods from other regions. As the life of the Likong world is coming to an end, 2/3 of the planets have been destroyed. Those inhuman creatures must die to death. What does it mean to leave no one alive? This is what the undead servants do. Finally, after a day of fighting, accompanied by the distortion of space, reinforcements from the Technology Alliance finally arrived. Fleets of warships appeared in the void and then rushed into the power world. After seeing the situation clearly, they headed straight for Lin Moyu. These warships have different appearances, some are strong and some are weak, and they are composed of armies from different civilizations. The leading battleship was the most powerful, and Lin Moyu vaguely sensed danger. These warships are only 10,000 meters long, much smaller than the warships that are often 1 million meters long, but their combat power is far superior to those current warships. On the battleship, there are mountains on the screen, like totems of civilization. This is a warship of the Black Mountain civilization. I just read the information about the Likong civilization. The Black Mountain civilization is an 8th level civilization, only slightly weaker than the 9th level Tianqian civilization. Lin Moyu quietly watched the incoming reinforcements, then gave orders, and the attacks of the undead servants intensified. No need for too much explanation, just use actions to tell the other party that I will not stop. Sure enough, the other party became anxious immediately when he saw Guan Yuan's servants speed up their movements. There is very little of the world of Likong civilization left now. If it is any later, Likong civilization will really be destroyed. Several warships belonging to the Black Mountain civilization immediately launched a space jump to stop the undead servants. They opened fire at their undead minions, and their attacks cut through the sky and tore through space. The Black Mountain civilization is worthy of being an 8th level civilization. Once it takes action, its attack power exceeds that of the starships of the Likong civilization. Undead minions take death wounds from their attacks. Lin Moyu doesn't understand technology, nor does he know what technology the Black Mountain civilization uses. He only knows that their attack strength is not as strong as the Origin DAO #full-strength attack. With dozens of attacks combined, the power can be even stronger. The undead servants suffered a loss, but they reacted extremely quickly, organized themselves quickly, and began to fight back. Manipulate the Great Way of Sword, and then wrap it with the Great Way of Gold to deal with the Likong civilization's method of dealing with the warships of the Black Mountain civilization. The Black Mountain civilization raised a thin shield to block the undead servant's attacks. The attack of the undead servant was powerful enough, but it was blocked by this inconspicuous shield. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. He realized that it was not because the shield was strong enough, but because the attack of the undead servants was weakened. The attacks of the undead servants were affected, and although seemingly unchanged, they were actually much weaker than in the outside world. Changed the avenue. Lin Moyu observed carefully and found that these warships of the Black Mountain civilization were constantly emitting a kind of historical zone. This power is invisible and intangible, but it can weaken the attacks of the undead servants and enhance its own attacks. After repeated checks, Lin Moyu determined that it was the work of the Black Mountain civilization. The Black Mountain civilization used technological means to forcibly distort the avenue. The undead servants did not notice that the avenue they controlled had changed, causing its power to weaken. However, all this is due to the special avenue that exists in the world of science and technology, the avenue of physics. The avenue of physics can be said to be the foundation of the world of science and technology. Everything here is subordinate to the avenue of physics. Technological civilization can use the physical avenue to formulate rules, change rules, and influence other avenues. What an interesting world! In Lin Moyu's perception, these technological civilizations seem to be special and different between heaven and earth. Their existence seems to have little to do with this world. It can be seen from the fact that the physical avenue does not exist in the ancestral land of origin, that although one's own immortal avenue does not exist in the ancestral land of origin, it can be seen in the land of return. The avenue of physics is nowhere to be found but here. The undead servants relied on their numerical advantage to besiege the warships of the Black Mountain civilization. Although they were inferior to the other in terms of individual combat power, they were still able to end up in a tie thanks to their numerical advantage. If he keeps on fighting, Lin Moyu believes he can wear the opponent out. "Cultivator, why are you invading our world?" a hoarse voice came. In the void in front of Lin Moyu, a picture suddenly appeared, and a living creature appeared in the picture. His body was as majestic as a mountain, and his head was equally huge. Countless vines fell from his head, hanging down like hair. If you look closely, you can see that his body is actually a mechanical body similar to a mountain, and the vines are similar to cables. Lin Moyu whispered, "Are you from the Black Mountain civilization?" The other party whispered, "My name is Hylan. I am the commander of the Black Mountain Civilization Army. Who are you?" Lin Moyu said, "My name is Lin Moyu. It's not that I want to deal with the Likong civilization. They deceived me first, and I hate it when others deceive me." Just for this reason? Although he was already semi-mechanized, his facial expressions were still rich. Hylan was obviously surprised. He didn't expect the reason to be so simple. Lin Moyu said, "You want it to be more complicated?" "I think this reason is enough." Hylan said, "Destroying civilization and killing countless people for just one deception is too much." Lin Moyu shook his head. "I think that if you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. This price is decided by me, not you." Lin Moyu's words were very strong, and he didn't give Heilin any face at all. Heilin's expression was a little ugly. He had not yet completely shed the shell of a living being like the Likong civilization. However, he didn't seem to want to start a war with Lin Moyu, and finally suppressed his unhappiness. "What do you want me to do to stop?" Lin Moyu shook his head and said, "I will definitely destroy this world. I will come back to find you after I destroy this world." Hylan suddenly became ferocious. "Are you targeting us?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "That's not the case. Before, Lin's target was only that gate. I have no interest in dealing with people like you. But now I've discovered something interesting, so I want to go to the celestial civilization." Hylan's pupils shrank noticeably. "Why do you want to go to the celestial civilization?" Lin Moyu said, "Of course I have something to do. I wonder if you can show me the way." Lin Moyu has made his attitude clear. The level of Likong civilization is not high enough, and it cannot come into contact with the civilization of the gods. But the Black Forest civilization can. So he wants to use the Black Forest civilization as a springboard to get in touch with the Heavenly God civilization and see what the difference is between the Heavenly God civilization and the Heavenly Gods from outside the domain. Hylan looked a little strange. "You don't have to go. We don't know where the celestial civilization is." Lin Moyu was a little surprised. "You don't know?" Heilin said, "That's right, we don't know 05. The celestial god civilization is noble and mysterious, and it is the only 9th-level civilization. All of us in the civilization know of its existence, but we don't know where it is." Lin Moyu said, "I'm not sure if you are lying to me. After I destroy the Likong civilization, I will come to your Black Mountain civilization in person. Then maybe I can get the real answer." Hylan's expression was a little distorted. "Are you sure you want to destroy the Likong civilization? If you really do this, you will become the common enemy of our entire technological alliance." Lin Moyu was not afraid at all, but showed excitement instead. "If I cripple you all and destroy a few more civilizations, will the celestial god civilization show up?" Heilin shook his head. "No, we once fought a war with the Kadao civilization. At that time, there were a lot of casualties in the civilizations of our two alliances, and nearly 1,000 civilizations were destroyed. In that case, the civilization of God did not appear. Not only us, but also the most powerful and equally mysterious Black Water civilization in the Kadao Alliance has not shown up either." At this point, Lin Moyu was startled. "You mean the Black Water civilization?" Highland said, yes, the Blackwater civilization, like the Heavenly God civilization, is a ninth-level civilization and is the leader of the Kadao Alliance. They are as mysterious and powerful as the celestial gods, but they also rarely appear. The more Lin Muyu listened, the more frightened he became. The Celestial God civilization and the Blackwater civilization corresponded to the Celestial God realm and the Blackwater realm. If the appearance of one is a coincidence, then the appearance of two people at the same time is definitely not a coincidence. There is no such coincidence in the world. Lin Muyu deeply felt that there must be something fishy going on. Unexpectedly, in the search for this gate, a huge secret was discovered. Lin Muyu couldn't help but become more determined to find these two civilizations and find out the truth. He had a feeling that perhaps the opening of all doors was closely related to these two civilizations. Everything happens by chance, and there is an arrangement in the movement of heaven and earth. The reason why the gate came here and my arrival might be some kind of cause and effect. Lin Muyu said, it seems that we must fight each other. When I have completely destroyed your alliance, I will see if the God civilization will appear. If this doesn't happen again, then I will go to the Kadao Alliance to look for the Blackwater civilization. I believe there must be a cause and effect relationship between these two civilizations. If we find one, we can find the other. Lin Muyu spoke his mind openly, but in fact his words were more threatening. He still didn't believe Highland's words. These guys who played with technology were all very cunning. Highland seemed to be making his last effort. You should have seen that our warships are very powerful, and we can weaken your attack. We have a lot of warships like this. Lin Muyu chuckled, you may be very confident in your technology. As soon as the words fell, Lin Muyu's mind moved, and huge forces emanated from him. The power of the universe descended, and a phantom of the world emerged in the void. The powerful force instantly changed the rules of this space. The power of the Tao has become powerful again. In the fog of the world, the universe is suppressed and the scope of impact is not large. In the beginning, the influence of the Great Thousand World was only 1,000 miles. Over the years, the Great Thousand World has become much stronger, but it can only affect tens of thousands of miles. But in the world of Likong civilization, without the suppression of the world fog, the universe is no longer suppressed, and the scope of influence is directly expanded, filling the Likong world. The two worlds are superimposed, and the Great Thousand World uses its own power to forcibly change the rules of the world of force and space, and even the rules of physics are blocked. Without the rules of physics, the attack power of the Black Mountain civilization's warships was suddenly greatly reduced. Accompanied by the explosion, the battleship was blown up on the spot. The undead servants fought back and none of the civilized warships that came to support were spared. The space was blocked by the power of the universe, and they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. In the end, only one warship of the Black Mountain civilization was left because Lin Muyu still had to talk to He Lin. Highland's eyes were solemn and his expression was wonderful at this moment. He did not expect Lin Muyu's strength to be so powerful. Lin Muyu said, I forgot to tell you that I also have a lot of subordinates, definitely more than your warships. Now that you and I have a cause and effect, you don't need to hide, and you can't hide. When Lin comes to your door, I hope you can be a little more honest. After saying that, the undead servants took action and directly smashed the last battleship. The scene in front of him disappeared, and Lin Muyu sneered, I guess you should feel the pressure now. This lightning-fast strike was enough to cause millions of casualties to the Montenegrin civilization. They will definitely 160 analyze their own combat power and then make a decision. There would not really be a fight at that time. Lin Muyu felt that they would eventually compromise. As a technological civilization, they are best at analysis. If they knew that they would lose the battle, they would definitely not want to fight. Lin Muyu took back the universe, waved his hand and threw out the world-burning fire, which burned fiercely in the world of Likong civilization. The Likong civilization has been drained of all its value by him, and the only thing it is useful for now is being refined into world crystals. Hopefully I can get the physical avenue. After refining the world into world crystals, some avenues within the world will be retained. After the universe absorbs it, it will be possible to obtain its avenue. What Lin Moyu hopes to obtain is the avenue of physics, making the universe diverse. Lin Moyu believes that the diversified development of the world is very necessary. Different elements can collide with each other, creating new sparks, and then making the whole world more powerful. After leaving the Licon world, the skeleton hell appeared in front of him, and Lin Moyu waved his hand to put it away. The 10 starships of the Licon civilization have been completely devoured, including the mechanical creatures in the starships, who were lucky enough to escape. The starship is actually the road, which allows the evil spirits of hell to have a good meal, and the power of the skeleton hell is further enhanced. Some of the evil spirits from hell, who were full of food, climbed up the river of fire and lined up, heading towards the world tree. They are about to enter reincarnation and be reborn as a member of the universe. Reincarnation has already begun in the universe. The Licon world is quite large, and the world-burning fire took more than 2 months to completely refine it. The fire of burning the world became stronger again. Since the refining of the world began, the stagnant fire of burning the world began to become stronger. In the past, it would take at least 6 months to refine such a world, but now 2 months is enough. Lin Moyu was playing with the freshly baked and steaming crystal of the world. This crystal from the world of technology was slightly different from the ones he had obtained before. In the world of cultivators, there are many great ways. After being refined into world crystals, the crystals naturally contain a lot of great way power. However, there are relatively fewer avenues in the technological world, and those avenues are used to build warships, so the power of the avenues in the world crystals is slightly thin. However, there was a strange aura in it that had never appeared before, and it was exactly the physical avenue that Lin Moyu needed. Throw the world crystal into the great world, and watch the great world devour and refine it. Gradually, a brand new avenue appears in the world. Lin Moyu was delighted, it worked. The emergence of the physical avenue made the universe more perfect. Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the universe had become fishy again. With the physical avenue, the undead servants can mobilize the physical avenue to offset the impact brought by the technological level. For example, the warships of the Black Mountain civilization will have a greatly weakened impact on the undead servants, and even without the help of the Great Thousand World, those warships can be destroyed. With the physical avenue, the undead servants are more confident and less affected when facing technological civilization. It's time to go, let me find out what's going on. Lin Moyu rode on a fire train and headed towards the Black Mountain civilization. He shuttled through the fog. The world of technology corresponded to the great spiritual realm of the universe, which was extremely vast. The distance between one world and another is not too close. Those technological civilizations should have locations for each world, and through special means, they can teleport back and forth for a short period of time. The utilization rate of space by these technological civilizations is no less than that of the Space Masters. After flying for a few days, Lin Moyu also began to teleport. The influence range of the universe is only a few thousand kilometers. It is naturally impossible to use such a small area for teleportation. After Lin Moyu tried several times, he found that he could not fly faster than himself. He also couldn't utilize the characteristics of chaos like the undead servants, directly borrow the power of the universe, and mobilize the great way of heaven and earth. Ordinary methods didn't work, so he thought of the methods used by scientific and technological civilization. Scientific and technological civilization does not utilize the power of the space avenue, but uses huge energy to fold space, forming an extremely short distance channel between two spaces, thereby achieving space jumping. This method is more direct and overbearing, and it is not a true understanding of space. In Lin Moyu's eyes, this method is not up to standard. But now, it's not that I can't use it. The power rolled in the space in front of him was distorted. A space outside Tian Wanli was distorted due to Lin Moyu's will. The two spaces were folded, and then Lin Moyu took a step forward, opened the space connection alone, and instantly arrived 10,000 miles away. 10,000 miles in an instant is still not fast. It only takes him a blink of an eye to fly 10,000 miles. But now is just the beginning and I am not very proficient yet. After I become proficient, the cooking speed can be increased exponentially. Trying again and again, Lin Moyu's speed became faster and faster. Later on, he could fold tens of millions of miles and teleport in the blink of an eye, which was much faster than flying by himself. Although the speed was faster, Lin Moyu knew from the bottom of his heart that this method was the right way. The true master of the Space Avenue can teleport at will within the range covered by the Space Avenue. Not to mention tens of millions of miles. As long as the positioning is completed, you can reach from one world to another in an instant without having to calculate the distance at all. This also proves that the path taken by scientific and technological civilization is wrong in this world. You can go, but you can't reach the top. 10 days later, according to the cause and effect, Lin Moyu came to the area of Black Mountain civilization. He knew that Heishan Ming was aware of his arrival. Along the way, there are so many photon detectors that must have transmitted the information back. The fog ahead dissipated, and the huge fleet of the Black Mountain civilization appeared in sight. The number of fleets exceeds 1 billion, which is smaller than that of the Likong civilization, but the combat experience is stronger. At the end of technological development, what we pursue is quality rather than quantity. Leading the way were hundreds of triangular warships, each of which was about 10,000 meters long. Although they were not large in size, they looked very dangerous to Lin Moyu. These 100 triangular warships should be the trump card of the Black Mountain civilization and its strongest combat force. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It seems that you are ready, then let's fight." Bang! With a snap of fingers, hundreds of billions of undead servants appeared in the Void Lord. The undead servants formed battle formations, each of which displayed a different avenue and exuded a majestic aura. In terms of momentum, Lin Moyu's side is better. The Dao Lord's mighty power swept across the void, and the people of the Black Mountain civilization were greatly affected, and their thinking began to slow down. If they had not all undergone transformation, they would probably find it difficult to move now. The Black Mountain civilization was thousands of miles away. A picture was projected in the void, and the Black Forest from before appeared again in the picture. "Practitioner, you should know that we don't want to be your enemy." Lin Moyu said, "It's not difficult to deal with you. I can crush you head-on, or I can use soul attacks to destroy your souls, like this." A bit of world-burning fire popped out, and at the same time Lin Moyu opened up the space, and the world-burning fire completed the teleportation and appeared on the triangular battleship. As the flames fell, screams were heard from the triangular battleship. The protective shield appeared automatically, forcibly driving away the fire that was burning the world. The fire of burning the world continued to burn on the shield and could not be extinguished at all. This is no ordinary fire, and it is difficult to extinguish by ordinary means. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "The shield is good, but can you live with it all the time?" "As long as I want, this flame can spread all over the world in an instant." This is the solution Lin Moyu just thought of. The people in this technological world do not have strong souls. The fire of burning world can completely restrain them. Hei Lin looked very unhappy. "You are more powerful than we could have imagined. This war is meaningless to both you and me, Zhao Nuheo. It can be avoided. Please state your request." Lin Moyu said, "You said that you don't know where the celestial god civilization is. I will believe you for now. Then I want all the information related to the celestial god civilization. At the same time, I also want your scientific and technological information. As you know, I am a practitioner and I am purely for the benefit of others. But I suggest you give me the real thing. If you lie to me, I will come back, and then your fate will be the same as the Likong world. I will burn you to ashes, and everyone will die." Lin Moyu put forward his request, and whether to agree or not was the choice of the Black Mountain civilization. Just like when I dealt with the Likong civilization, if I give you an opportunity, whether you can seize it or not is not something I should consider. Helen was obviously discussing something with someone. After a long while, he replied, "You have to swear that the scientific and technological information we provide will not be known to others." Lin Moyu smiled and said, I can only guarantee that I will not give it to the Technology Alliance and the Kadao Alliance. I can't guarantee anything else. Several consecutive threats, coupled with the ability displayed by Lin Moyu, were enough for the Black Mountain civilization to analyze the outcome of the battle, even though there had been no battle yet. The result is that they are bound to lose. There will be no chance of luck. Not to mention them, even if they gathered several other level 8 civilizations together, they would not be able to defeat Lin Moyu. Hundreds of billions of undead servants, each one is so powerful. The strength displayed by Lin Moyu made them feel desperate. Faced with the survival of civilization, Lin Moyu's demands do not seem so excessive. Lin Moyu knew that technological civilization was best at analysis, and believed that they could analyze a correct result. A few minutes later, Hylan spoke again. We can agree to your request, but... Lin Moyu interrupted him. No buts, you have no bargaining chips, and my patience is limited. Hylan said helplessly, we agree to your request, please wait a moment. A moment later, 2 crystals used to record information flew over. The undead servant took it over, checked it and handed it to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu did not check immediately. He was not worried that the Black Mountain civilization would deceive him unless they were seeking death. Lin Moyu said, to be honest, I actually wanted to kill you at first. Refining the world will be of great benefit to me. Hylan seemed to be 997 relieved. He looked at Lin Moyu quietly through the projection. I hope you will keep your promise. Lin Moyu smiled and said, don't worry, I always keep my word. With a wave of his hand, Lin Moyu turned and left, disappearing into the mist of the world in the blink of an eye. The Black Mountain civilization was smart enough to escape the disaster. They knew through the photon detector that Lin Moyu had gone far away, so they felt relieved. In the fog of the world, Lin Moyu let Hossan slowly move away, and at the same time he began to check the information recorded in the crystal. The Black Mountain civilization is an 8th-level civilization, second only to the Heavenly God civilization. Naturally, its understanding of the Heavenly God civilization far exceeds that of the Likong civilization. They had personally seen the messengers of the Celestial civilization and experienced how powerful they were. The Technological Alliance was also established at the suggestion of the Celestial civilization. Although the God civilization rarely appears, all civilizations in the Technology Alliance are their subordinates and must obey their orders. The data contain detailed and accurate images of the Celestial God civilization. Lin Moyu was 100% sure that the Celestial God civilization was exactly the same as the extraterritorial Celestial Gods in the Celestial God realm. The messenger who once descended on the Montenegrin civilization had a pair of wings. Lin Moyu saw the difference between the two from the data. The civilization of the gods is not just a technological civilization. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a tribe with 10 pairs of wings. The extraterritorial god with 10 pairs of wings is the Lord of Tao. There must be some big secrets hidden in the civilization of the gods. However, no one really knows where the civilization of the gods is. They always come here on their own initiative, showing their strength and maintaining their status. After reading the information about the divine civilization, Lin Moyu took a quick look at the scientific and technological information. He couldn't understand the scientific and technological information, but it didn't matter. He integrated this information into the wider world. Under the influence of the avenue of physics, perhaps some worlds will evolve towards the path of science and technology. The avenue of physics has established its own rules in an area without affecting other avenues. There are also some middle and small thousand worlds in this area. If someone takes the path of science and technology, these data can be used in the dark. In Lin Moyu's view, cultivation and technology are not in conflict. Maybe they cannot be perfectly integrated now, but maybe one day in the future, I will be able to make them perfectly integrated. It was because Xiao Zhantian obtained that technological magic weapon that it was able to barely survive, and later it protected the human race for millions of years. That's why Lin Moyu does not underestimate the role of technology. After finishing all this, what we need to look for now is the civilization of the gods. Lin Moyu was thinking in his mind, looking for a solution. The divine civilization must be here, but the universe is so vast that it is difficult to find. If you search for it in the virtual world yourself, it may be easier, but that is not a good method either, as there are too many limitations. If the Heavenly God civilization and the Heavenly God realm are in the same group, will the Heavenly God realm come back to find the Heavenly God civilization after being defeated? This is very likely. I have a connection with the celestial realm. Perhaps I can use this to find the celestial civilization. Lin Moyu felt the cause and effect entangled in himself, and searched for a while, but did not find it. Why can't I find it? Lin Moyu was a little puzzled. He had killed so many extraterritorial gods, and the cause and effect relationship with the divine world should be very obvious. Why couldn't he find it? There is only one possibility in this situation, that is, the Heavenly God realm forcibly severed the causal connection with the origin continent, thereby causing the causal connection between oneself and the Heavenly God realm to be severed as well. That should be the case. The celestial God civilization possesses weapons of cause and effect. If they want to sever cause and effect, it is not impossible. Things are getting a little troublesome. Lin Moyu felt that things were getting tricky. This was not some secret spiritual realm where he could conduct a carpet search using the undead legion. Even if he sent out trillions of undead servants, they would only be a tiny, insignificant handful in this vast space. After much thought, Lin Moyu thought of Yin, the Lord of Karma. Perhaps she would have a way. He took out the causal seed, activated it with his soul, and sent his thoughts over. Is the senior here? The omnipresent avenue of cause and effect was vibrating slightly, and Lin Moyu's words had been transmitted through the avenue of cause and effect. After a moment, and Yin's slightly lazy voice sounded, "Fellow Taoist Lin, are you coming back?" Lin Moyu said, "I am looking for a world, but the other side has cut off the cause and effect. Do you have a way?" And Yin said, "We can temporarily connect the severed cause and effect and point out the direction for fellow Taoist Lin." Lin Moyu asked, "A ball of wild beast essence, is that enough?" Hearing about the wild beast essence, and Yin was obviously excited. "Fellow Taoist Lin, you are too polite. It's just a small matter. A ball of wild beast essence is more than enough." "Fellow Taoist Lin, wait a moment, I will be right over." It was just a small matter. Lin Moyu thought she would help him for free. After all, it's all about the essence of the wild beasts. After waiting for a while, the void began to distort, and the incarnation of the Lord of Karma appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu really envied these masters of the avenue at this moment. They used the avenue to break the boundary between reality and illusion and could go anywhere at an astonishing speed. And Yin looked at Lin Moyu and said, "Several causes and effects of Brother Lin have been severed. I wonder which one you want to continue." Lin Moyu explained the information about the Heavenly God realm and briefly simulated the aura of the Heavenly God from outside the realm. It turned out to be them. And Yin chuckled and gently moved her jade fingers, and a faint light suddenly appeared on Lin Moyu's body. And Yin drew out an illusory causal line, which was too thin, and until now, Lin Moyu could barely see it clearly. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, do you know the Heavenly God realm?" And Yin said, "Of course, this world is too special, and we, the Masters of the Great Way, know something about it." Lin Moyu said, "Please explain in detail, Senior." And Yin chuckled, "They are a technological world, known as the God Civilization, but their path is a dead end and they cannot enter eternity. So they tried to find another way. Living long does have its advantages, you know so many things." Although he was not like the Ting beast, which could hear and see everything, the information it knew far exceeded his own. Lin Moyu felt that Yin's enlightenment might have been earlier than the first era of the origin continent. And Yin talked about some things about the divine civilization. This is an ancient area, Lin Moyu already felt it when he came here. Including the Black Mountain civilization, they are equally ancient and much older than the origin continent. The ancient area is very special. There is a special avenue here that suppresses other avenues and establishes its own rules. No one knows where this road comes from, not even Yin. This avenue is the avenue of physics. Because of the existence of this avenue, it is difficult to practice in the world in this area, so the creatures in the world embarked on another path, the path of science and technology. The virtual realms corresponding to these worlds are the two great spiritual realms of Tianyu and Tianzhou. Among them, the Tianzhou great spiritual realm was the most deeply affected by the avenue of physics. The people in this area completely cut off the path of cultivation and only took the path of science and technology. However, the many worlds in the Tianyu great spiritual realm were relatively less affected, and they embarked on a path where cultivation and technology coexisted. The mutual influence of yin and yang, emptiness and fullness, eventually formed the current situation. But no matter which one it is, it will eventually be restricted and unable to reach the peak. The peak that Yin mentioned is eternity, not the last step. This is the case with the celestial civilization. Their technology has developed to the extreme, and they have formed a technological alliance, dividing technology into 9 levels. They are high above, at the highest level of 9 civilizations. But when technology reached its peak, the divine civilization realized that the road ahead was blocked and they could not go any further, so they began to look for a new way out. They discovered the world outside the domain, and knew that they could practice cultivation in the world outside the domain, pursue individual immortality, comprehend the Great Way, and achieve eternal life without relying on technology. After paying a huge price, they sent a world out of the domain and away from the physical avenue. But the influence of the physical avenue was too far-reaching. Even if it was out of the influence of the physical avenue, it still took a long time for that world to evolve into avenues suitable for cultivation. The celestial god civilization went through who knows how many generations during this period, and they were finally able to practice. Then he gradually comprehended the great Tao, became stronger, constantly fought against external enemies, became stronger, and created a brilliant and powerful world. That world is the realm of the gods. The world of gods and the civilization of gods are originally one and the same, with profound accumulation and a much better understanding of power than those ignorant worlds. They have long since taken over the world's wool and transformed the entire world, turning the world into a product similar to technology. They have a goal, which is to lead the whole world to take off with the will of the world. In their conception, when the will of the world enters eternity, there is no need to sacrifice the living beings in the world. They can even take the living beings in the world and fly across the world. By then, no matter who is in this world, even a newborn baby, will be able to achieve great enlightenment and achieve eternal life. By then, life in the world of gods will become better, but before that, the world of gods needs powerful warriors, and a cruel selection mechanism is implemented in the world. Lin Moyu thought of what he had seen in the seal at the bottom of the sea in his world. The selection mechanism of the god realm was indeed cruel. No wonder when I looked at those inverted triangle buildings, I felt that there were a lot of technological elements in them. This is the origin of the world of gods. Lin Moyu asked, "What about the Black Water realm?" And Yuyin chuckled. The Black Water realm was originally the Black Water civilization, which took the path of combining cultivation and technology. In the beginning, they were similar to the heavenly god civilization. They also reached the end, found that it was not feasible, and then looked for a new path. The difference is that they found a special world with a curse. At that time, the people of the Black Water realm did not realize that they were affected by the curse. So, they were all reborn once, the whole world was swallowed by the Black Water, and then they evolved from the Black Water and became the current appearance of a person who is neither human nor ghost. But they also gained some benefits from the Black Water. The people in the Black Water realm are difficult to kill, and their combat power is very strong. What Yuyin said was completely consistent with Lin Moyu's impression of the Black Water realm. Lin Moyu murmured in a low voice, "The cursed world, if I remember correctly, the origin of the Black Water world seems to be a drop of blood." And Yuyin smiled and said, "Yes, it is a drop of blood, but it is not an ordinary drop of blood. It is the blood from the Lord of Curse. Back then, the Lord of Curses did some bad things in order to take his final step, which caused a huge amount of karma. Later, karma exploded, and the Lord of Curse fell into silence. A drop of his blood evolved into a special world, but that world was taken back by the people of the Black Water civilization. 0. Please give me flowers 00. It's bad luck for the people of the Black Water realm. Perhaps it's destined that the Lord of Curses will return, but we don't know how. Now it seems that the black fruit is very likely the reason for the Lord of Curses' return. The world brought back by the Black Water civilization is not a world of natural evolution, but a false world evolved from the essence and blood of the Lord of Curse. The Black Water civilization was cursed and became neither human nor ghost. The cause and effect of all this is really hard to explain. And Yuyin narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "It seems that fellow Taoist Lin has a karmic relationship with the Black Water realm. I advise fellow Taoist Lin not to get involved in this karmic relationship. After all, it involves the Lord of Curse." 0. Lin Moyu heard that Yuyin seemed to be a little afraid of the Lord of Curse, and he didn't know what kind of person this Lord of Curse was. But the cause and effect have been established, and sometimes I have no choice. Lin Moyu sighed softly. And Yuyin said, "If fellow Taoist Lin wants, I can help fellow Taoist Lin cut off this cause and effect." Lin Moyu thought for a moment and whispered, "It's even more laborious." And Yuyin said, "It's just a piece of cake. As the master of cause and effect, it is easy to cut off cause and effect. It does not require any effort at all." She stretched out her white fingers and drew up a cause and effect, and now the cause and effect was manifested. This cause and effect is hidden very deeply. If it were not for the Lord of Cause and Effect, Lin Moyu would not be able to see it when the cause and effect was not activated. On the causal line, Lin Moyu felt the breath of the black blood realm. And Yuyin pinched it gently with her fingers, as if trying to break the ball of string. But the line of cause and effect was very strong and could not be broken. And Yuyin let out a light exclamation and pressed harder with her fingers, but the causal line remained unbroken. And Yuyin's brows changed from curiosity to solemnity. She held the cause and effect line with her left hand and slashed it with her right hand like a knife. There was a vibration in his soul, and Lin Moyu's body seemed to be pulled, causing some discomfort. And Yuyin's clone was blown thousands of meters away with a scream. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, what's wrong?" After Yuyin flew back, her expression was extremely solemn. "He is coming back." Lin Moyu's mind moved. "Is it the Lord of Curse?" And Yuyin nodded seriously. "Yes, and he has chosen you to be his stepping stone. You have to be careful." Lin Moyu showed some doubts, not quite understanding what Yuyin meant. And Yuyin explained, "The lords of the great Tao will not die, they will only be silent, and will return one day. The reasons for their silence are different, and the ways of their return are also different. The Lord of Curses made a curse when he was silent. When he returns, he will curse all living things, condense the strongest cursed body, and attack the last step again. It's not difficult to understand the curse of killing all spirits, but it's a bit tricky to condense the strongest cursed body. The cursed body is very special. First, it requires a nearly perfect body. On the basis of this body, the power of the curse and the blood of all spirits are used to condense the outer shell." Lin Moyu whispered, "So, the Lord of Curse chose me to be his body after his silence. Doesn't he want his own body anymore?" And Yuyin shook her head. "He never had a physical body." Lin Moyu couldn't help but exclaim, this answer 230 was so unexpected. The Lord of Curse doesn't have a physical body, so what kind of existence is he? And Yuyin pondered for a while, then slowly said, "When I attained enlightenment, he was almost in silence, so I don't know much about his past. What I said before was based on cause and effect analysis. His existence is very special. He is the most special one among us. Since he has chosen fellow Taoist Lin to be his stepping stone, we must be careful. It would be best if we can achieve eternity before he returns. That way, we will have the capital to fight against him." Lin Moyu thought for a moment. "Besides me, his return is probably also related to the Black Blood realm. If that's the case, then I will destroy the Black Blood realm. Will that also interrupt his return?" And Yuyin said, "Perhaps, but the Black Blood realm has his blood essence, so fellow Taoists should also be careful when taking action. The Lord of Curse is strange and mysterious. His methods are so strange that even Yu Yin, who is also a lord of the great Tao, is extremely wary of him, not to mention Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said, "Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I will be careful." And Yu Yin nodded. "The cause and effect between you and the heavenly god realm has been connected, and I have also helped you reveal the cause and effect with the Black Blood realm. After that, you can use my cause and effect power to get to where they are. Be careful, we'll meet again if we're lucky." And Yu Yin took the essence of the wild beast and left happily. Before she left, Lin Yu clearly saw a hint of pity in her eyes. She felt sorry for herself. In her eyes, she had almost no chance of winning the battle between herself and the Lord of Curse. After all, he is only the Taoist master now, and there is still a huge gap between him and the Lord of Curses. Lin Moyu doesn't care about that. No matter if you are the Lord of Curse or anything else, if you dare to stand in his way, he will kill you. Next, let's go find the heavenly god realm first. Lin Moyu used the power of cause and effect to activate the cause and effect between himself and the world of gods. This continued cause and effect is not strong, it only exists temporarily and will be severed soon. The heavenly god realm severed their own cause and effect, obviously not wanting to have any intersection with me anymore. As for the origin continent, they have already given up. But things are not that simple. As for the Black Blood realm, even if there was no such thing as the Lord of Curses, I would still go and settle the score with them. Moreover, Taoist Master Golden Lion also gave him the Crystal of Karma, so he could find them himself without Yu Yin's help. The outcome between me and the Black Blood realm is a fight to the death. This account has been dragged on from the big world to now, and it's time to settle it. The power of cause and effect pointed out the direction, and Lin Moyu directly broke through the space and teleported away. Teleporting again and again, the speed is getting faster and faster. Lin Moyu felt strange that he was heading towards the center of the technological world. The power of the great Tao of physics became stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu even had a feeling that he was relying on the essence of the great Tao of physics. This avenue does not exist in the original ancestral land, so his real body is most likely here. If you can get the real body, that would be great. Half a day later, Moyu stopped. According to the guidance of the cause and effect line, the world of gods is here. There are many restrictions here. The power of the avenue is weak, even the avenue of immortality is affected. This is the first time such a situation has occurred. In the past, no matter where it was, the immortal avenue was a transcendent existence and would not change. Lin Moyu witnessed the tyranny of the physical avenue, which was enough to show how unsuitable this place was for cultivation. There was a thick fog before my eyes, and no trace of the world. But cause and effect will not lie, it is right here. The divine civilization must have hidden itself by some means. Not only the civilization of the gods, but also the world of the gods is here. After being defeated in the war with the origin continent, the heavenly god realm left its original location and flew back here after countless years. In that battle, the will of the heavenly god realm was severely damaged and needed a long time to recuperate. Tianqian civilization is its hometown, so it is normal for it to return home to recuperate after being injured. Their goal is eternity. After they have recovered, they will definitely go out again. A large number of undead servants flew out, searching around for the whereabouts of the divine civilization. Lin Moyu discovered that the condition of the undead servants was slightly better than his own. With the help of the physical avenues in the universe, they could offset the impact. At the same time, with the help of their own chaotic attributes, they could still mobilize the avenues of this world. The combat power has been reduced, but not by much, and is still within the range of a Taoist master. After a thorough search, no divine civilization was found, and even the previously common photon detectors disappeared. I feel like I'm being watched. It must be here. Even without the photon detector, the illusion of being monitored did not disappear. Lin Moyu is 100% sure that the divine civilization is here. Since he couldn't find it, Lin Moyu was too lazy to study what methods the divine civilization used. With a thought, hundreds of billions of undead servants flew out, each occupying an area and standing 1,000,000 miles apart from each other. The undead servants formed a square formation, occupying a large area of the void. The power surged, dispelling the fog of the world and revealing the vast void. Get started. At a command, the undead servants took action at the same time. They mobilized the avenue of space and shattered the void. Each undead servant only cared about the little piece of land in front of him. The void was shattered into pieces, and turbulent space rushed out, making a whistling sound. Such a large-scale space collapse is rare. Lin Moyu searched for the whereabouts of the divine civilization in the shattered space, but found nothing. Not here? Another 140 billion undead servants flew out and changed the area to do it again. After a moment, the space collapsed, and still nothing was found. I tried several times in a row, but couldn't find it even after searching everywhere around me. It shouldn't be like that. Lin Moyu did not doubt his judgment. The causal line pointed here, unless Nyayan made a mistake. After thinking for a moment, Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a possibility. The space in the real world has more than one layer. The deepest part of the space can reach directly to the origin of the ancestral land. What I broke was only the surface space. If the civilization of the gods is hidden in the deeper space. Thinking of this, the undead servant took action again, this time targeting the deeper space. The avenue surged, and the space was broken layer by layer. Continuously breaking up multiple layers of space, suddenly a familiar breath spread out. Lin Moyu raised the corners of his mouth and smiled, found it. Lin Moyu was very familiar with the breath of the extraterritorial gods. The number of extraterritorial gods who died at his hands, both strong and weak, including the divine pets, numbered in the tens of thousands. The smell of these guys can be smelled from a long distance away. In the depths of space, the celestial civilization used technological means to open up an independent space, bringing the entire celestial civilization and the celestial realm into it. That's why no one can discover their existence. The undead servants cleared the way for Lin Moyu, creating a passage, and Lin Moyu walked into it calmly. The aura of the avenue of physics became stronger and stronger, and the rules became stronger and stronger. The moment he entered that layer of space, Lin Moyu saw another world. A road runs through space, allowing it to remain unharmed despite being bombarded by spatial turbulence in the void. This avenue changed the rules of the surrounding area. When the spatial turbulence hit the avenue, it turned from a ferocious tiger into a docile sheep. You are so overbearing. No wonder you can't enter our ancestral land. If this is combined with other avenues, the rules of the surrounding avenues will be forcibly changed. Lin Moyu has experience. This is the case in the universe. The physical avenue, which is still in its infancy, has already occupied a separate area, far away from other avenues. On the avenue, there are a large number of extraterritorial gods active. The divine civilization has integrated its own world with the avenue of physics. Outside the great Tao, there is another world, the world of gods. Outside the realm of gods, a shadow emerged, which was their world will. The strange thing is that the outside of this world's will is filled with various instruments, as if they are treating its injuries. The gods came here after being injured to recuperate, and at the same time used the power of technology to help the world recover. Lin Moyu didn't understand how they did it, but they did it anyway. The world will of the gods' world is also different from the world will of normal awakening. Lin Moyu's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the celestial civilization. A group of extraterritorial gods with 10 pairs of wings immediately flew out from the realm of gods, stood in the turbulence of space, and stared at Lin Yu. Their eyes were full of hostility, as if they had seen an enemy. They are all Tao lords, with enormous pressure, but they seem to be a little inferior to the undead servants. A light lit up in the void, and a 22-winged outer territory god appeared in the light. He wore a purple-gold crown and looked at Lin Moyu coldly, a cultivator from the origin continent. You have followed me here. Sure enough, I was recognized. Lin Moyu was not surprised. Since the other party could cut off cause and effect, he must understand cause and effect. Whether they understand the law of cause and effect or have access to weapons of cause and effect through technology, they understand. In addition, Hylan also said that the celestial civilization has weapons based on the law of cause and effect, so it is not surprising that they can recognize him. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Yeah, I was also surprised. I didn't expect this to be your lair. You are the leader of the 22-winged extraterritorial gods. What's your name?" The outer god said, "I am Lucifer. What is your name?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Human Lin Moyu. Well, we are acquainted now. Now let's talk business. I came here for no other reason than to settle the account I had with you. By the way, I am somewhat interested in your technology and cultivation methods, and I would like to come and study them. Of course, I know you guys definitely don't want to give it to me, so I'm not going to ask for it, I'm going to rob it. If I kill you all, these things will naturally belong to me. Of course, you can also destroy the data before you die, but it doesn't matter, I can revive you, suicide is useless." Lin Moyu stated his purpose in a casual manner, straight to the point, leaving no room for maneuver. It turns out that he came here just to kill people, not to bargain, so what is there to say? After learning about the relationship between the celestial realm and celestial civilization, Lin Moyu decided to wipe them out from the world. As for asking for the name, I just wanted to know who I killed, it's that simple. Without any interest in talking to them anymore, Lin Moyu waved his hand and the army of undead charged forward. Although there are more restrictions here and the undead servants have been weakened, it is still within an acceptable range and can be compensated by quantity. As soon as Lin Moyu moved, the extraterritorial gods also moved synchronously. Invisible waves were heard, and a murmur that Lin Moyu could not understand sounded in the void, like some kind of spell. Those gods with 20 wings quickly retreated and made room. Hundreds of large balls with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly appeared in the void. They were directly teleported to the front of the undead army. Lin Moyu felt something was wrong and quickly retreated. Boom! The big ball exploded with a loud bang, and terrifying power swept through the void. A large number of undead servants were annihilated in the explosion and turned into dust. These huge balls are so powerful that even the undead servants cannot stop them. The space is collapsing layer by layer. This is the deep space, which is many layers away from the real surface space. A huge hole appeared in the void, and the fog of the world in the surface space appeared before our eyes. At the other end of the hole, Lin Moyu saw the ancestral land of origin. This explosion actually directly penetrated the ancestral land and the real world. Of course, this is just a projection of the original ancestral land. The original ancestral land exists between the real and virtual worlds and affects both the real and virtual worlds. To enter the ancestral land of origin, except for the masters of the great ways, ordinary people can only enter through the entrance. The entrance wanders everywhere between heaven and earth, and it only appears once in tens of thousands of years. If one has the ability to directly enter the deepest layer of space and find the projection of the ancestral land, perhaps one can enter without going through the entrance. Someone has done this before, but it was just a little short of success in the end. The explosion was extremely powerful, but it disappeared quickly, and the hole in space was quickly filled. Hundreds of large ball bombs would blow up at least millions of undead servants. But in the next second, the 750 undead servants who had turned into dust reappeared, and they created something out of nothing and completed the resurrection. This ability to resurrect is so unreasonable that even its owner, Lin Moyu, finds it incredible. After the resurrection, the undead army continued to kill, and the space was filled with turbulence, which made it impossible for the undead servants to use the space avenue to teleport. Not only they can't do it, but the gods from outside the domain can't do it either. However, the civilization of the gods in Bukuin village can teleport some weapons. Another wave of spherical bombs appeared in the void, this time there were more of them. While destroying the space, they also blew up a large number of undead servants. Lin Moyu shook his head gently, it's useless. It doesn't matter if the undead servants die, they can be resurrected in a blink of an eye. But Lin Moyu was curious about how the undead servant died. A Taoist master of the origin can die at any time. When did Taoist masters become so easy to kill? Lin Moyu observed the void and gradually discovered some problems. In the void, there are countless thin lines densely packed together. These thin lines are extremely small and seem to exist and not exist. Normally there is no problem walking through these thin wires, there will be no harm, it's like they don't exist. When the bomb is detonated, the thin wires will instantly become solid and materialize. The densely packed thin wires surge like waves and instantly turn the servants into powder. The undead minions were not blown apart at all, but chopped into pieces by thin wires. The essence of this thin line is a road, the road of gold and earth. Among the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the gold element is also known as sharp gold and is the sharpest. The great way of earth is called thick earth, which is the most solid. The 5 elements are mutually generated and restrained, and gold and earth are combined with each other to give birth to the gold and earth avenue, which is both sharp and solid. The divine civilization stretched the avenue into a thin line that is 10,000 times smaller than a hair. When not activated, the avenue is in a state of nothingness. Once activated, it is solid and sharp enough to cut the owner of the avenue. But this method is only suitable for defense and not for offense. Otherwise, with this ability alone, the gods can do whatever they want. The Likong world compresses the great Tao into warships, and the heavenly god civilization stretches the great Tao into silk and weaves it into a net. The limit of science and technology seems to be dealing with the heavenly Tao. Lin Moyu muttered to himself as the undead servants resurrected and continued to charge. They are not afraid of death, they just want to be resurrected after death. Even if they are really dead, they can only be resurrected in the chaotic area of the universe. It is difficult for them to be really dead. The god civilization had obviously never encountered such an enemy, and for a moment they felt a little moved. However, technological civilization has intelligent brains, and although the people are enlightened, the intelligent brains cannot. Seeing that the interwoven web of avenues could not stop the army of undead, the intelligent computer immediately formulated a new tactic. A strong light shone above the avenue, illuminating the void, and many weapons hidden in the void were revealed at the same time. There are countless weapons everywhere. This is the lair of the god civilization. As a 9th-level civilization, its defense is already the limit of the technological world. A large number of weapons launched the attack, the void was frozen, and the undead army was instantly frozen there and unable to move. The temperature in the entire space was terribly low, even Lin Moyu felt the chill of the forest, and he felt like he would freeze to death. Suddenly I remembered that in the scientific and technological data of the Black Mountain civilization, there is a technology called space freezing. Freezing space is not difficult, but lowering the temperature to absolute zero is difficult. The law of physics stipulates a minimum temperature. Once everything in the world reaches that temperature, it will stop functioning and die immediately. Everything in the world includes living beings, various materials, and even the Tao. This is the limitation of the physical avenue. Everyone who comes here will be affected by it, including Lin Moyu and the undead servants. The civilization of the gods has pushed this technology to its peak, reaching the standard of absolute zero. Lin Moyu didn't know what absolute zero was, but he was sure that the undead servants were frozen and couldn't escape. If it were in the outside world, no matter how low the temperature was, the undead servants could ignore it. But under the influence of the avenue of physics, the temperature today is deadly enough. Once the undead servants die, they cannot be resurrected on the spot, and they will still die after being resurrected. What a domineering avenue! This avenue is probably more than just the origin avenue. Lin Moyu guessed in his heart, as everyone knows, the Tao has the origin and branches. But Lin Moyu believes that there is another level above the origin, such as his own path to immortality. The avenue of physics also seems to belong to this level. Only the avenues of the same level can affect one's own avenue of immortality. Looking at the avenue of physics hanging high in the void, it represents another rule, a rule that is completely different from the world of cultivation. An idea suddenly occurred to Lin Moyu. Get it, get it. Lin Moyu subconsciously felt that obtaining this avenue would be of great use to him. If you want to make the world more diverse, physics is a very good choice. Although the prototype of the avenue of physics already exists in the universe today, it will take countless years for it to become powerful. If you can get the essence of physics, you can save countless years. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and another army of hundreds of billions of undead rushed out. They divided into 10 groups and rushed over from all directions. Behind Lin Moyu, thousands of worlds appeared. Without the suppression of the world fog, the effects of the universe can cover a large area. A not-so-powerful physical avenue shines brightly, causing distant physics to resonate in the avenue, and the rules change again. The undead servants that were frozen in ice began to emit flames, and the avenue of fire enveloped their entire bodies. They were fighting against the absolute 0 degree of ice. Lin Moyu created an opportunity for them, and the undead servants immediately began to rebel after being resurrected. Manipulate the physical laws of the universe, forcibly change the rules, and redefine this world. Although Lin Moyu doesn't understand technology, he understands the principles and is very familiar with playing by the rules. Boom! A ray of light suddenly lit up from above my head and fell on me like a waterfall. Lin Moyu groaned, and his body exploded. The purple light is bright, and Lin Moyu is reborn in the purple light. Cause and effect weapons. I died once under the attack of a causal weapon. If I didn't have the ability of rebirth, I would have really died. The attack just now triggered the cause and effect on himself. I have a lot of causes and effects, and these causes and effects are deep in my soul. The explosion bursts out from the depths of my soul, so it has such great power. It also triggered the cause and effect, ignoring his magic, and the damage was not shared by the undead spirits of the great Tao. The causal attack comes from one's own soul, so it is normal that there is no sharing. Lin Moyu can fully understand the reason. After the rebirth, Lin Moyu felt refreshed. The cause and effect are gone, and the soul formation is relaxed. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "It turns out there is no cause and effect. It's such a cool thing. Thank you so much." If it were someone else, after the cause and effect was triggered, he would be disabled if not dead. But for myself, I can only say it was a blessing in disguise. Thinking about how hard I had to work to cut off those causes and effects in the past, I wouldn't have done it earlier. I would have just found someone who understands the law of cause and effect and detonated it. There is no such person in the origin continent, but there must be one in the Jinmu great spiritual realm. If that doesn't work, you can always find an Yuyin. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "It's a matter of reciprocity. I also have something small to give you as a reward." With a wave of his hand, the fire that burned the world flew out, leaving a line of fire in the void, and rushed straight to the heavenly god realm at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the skeleton hell turned into a red cloud and flew out. On Lin Moyu's shoulders, several elemental liches appeared one after another. The space demon waved his hand and shouted, "Space Gate, craftsman." He forcibly initiated a teleportation in the deep space. Carrying the avenue of space, even the avenue of physics could not completely suppress him. 2 space gates opened, helping the world-burning fire and the skeleton hell to jump through space and descend by force. The fire that burned the world exploded outside the realm of gods and spread rapidly. The whirlpool of the heavenly world roared, and he slapped it down with his palm. The flames exploded, but they did not go out. Instead, they burned more and more vigorously. After refining several worlds in succession, the world-burning fire has become much stronger, and can even forcibly refine the world. The whirlpool of the heavenly god realm had obviously not fully recovered from its injuries. It roared and slapped continuously, but it could only delay the fire that was burning the world, but could not really stop it. The powerful gods from outside the realm took action one after another to help the world's will, but the results were not ideal. The fire that burned the world quickly spread toward the inside of the world, and countless tribesmen flew out screaming. The skeleton hell descended on the physical avenue, which is the residence of the celestial civilization. They integrated their own world into the avenue. But the evil spirits in hell don't care about these things. They don't care whether you have merged or not. They will just expand to the maximum range and bite anything they see, regardless of the skin. A large number of robots rushed out from the god civilization, wielding swords and fighting against the evil spirits of hell. Each of the evil spirits in hell has a fighting power close to that of the Taoist master, so they are not afraid at all. The undead servants were getting closer and closer to the god civilization. In the void, red light lit up and giant statues woke up one after another. Looking at these awakened statues, they were hidden in the void, concealed by the technological means of the divine civilization, and even he did not discover them. Technology can indeed do some amazing things, but unfortunately this road has an end and we cannot see eternity. These statues are like miniature copies of the world's will, except that they do not have the world's power to drive them. The divine civilization has placed the avenue inside them to provide them with energy. Thousands of statues revived, wielding various weapons, and fighting with their undead servants. Their weapons are also formed by the combination of the great Tao and technology. They are extremely powerful, and every strike can cause the void to collapse and the great Tao to collapse. Although there were only 1,000 of them, they were able to withstand the frontal attack of the undead army that was nearly 10,000 times their size. The combat power displayed by these statues is much stronger than that of the Origin Tao Master, and is comparable to some of the top original masters. Lin Moyu divided Tao Masters into 4 levels. The weakest is the Ordinary Tao Master. Whether it is the Branch Tao Master or the Origin Tao Master, these are all Tao Masters of the Projection Avenue. The second level is the Realm Master, who controls the power of a realm and combines it with his own avenue to greatly enhance his strength. There are strong and weak Realm Masters. For example, Musha Realm Master is the top Realm Master, and his combat power is far superior to that of ordinary Taoists. The third level is the Lord of the Avenue, who has complete control over the essence of an avenue and can enter the ancestral land of origin at any time, with incomparably powerful strength. The fourth level is for Tao Masters like in Yuyin. 780 is also known as Eternity, and has reached the pinnacle of Tao Masters. This level is far beyond the reach of Lin Moyu at present. Even if there are trillions of undead servants, they are like ants in front of such a being. Lin Moyu knew this very well, and in Yuyin also understood it, so when it was confirmed that Lin Moyu was chosen by the Lord of the Curse as the body, and Yuyin could only wish Lin Moyu good luck. Thousands of statues displayed the combat power of top world masters, facing the siege of endless undead servants. Fu was fearless. They used a combination of technology and the avenue, coupled with the strong restrictions of the physical avenue, to withstand attacks that were 1 billion times more powerful than theirs. They also explained to Lin Moyu why the realm gap is difficult to make up with numbers. It's not completely irreparable, it's just difficult. If you want to bring about qualitative change through quantitative change, the required quantity may be astronomical. But Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. The current situation was quite good. The fire of burning the world was burning fiercely, forcibly refining the world of gods. The skeleton hell is devouring the civilization of the gods on the road, and they are the ones who should be worried. Taking this opportunity, Lin Moyu took a look at these statues. These statues are very powerful. If I can study them thoroughly, it may be helpful to me. The celestial god civilization is a top-notch technological civilization, Aka, but later on it was separated into the celestial god realm, and they also embarked on a path that combines technology with cultivation. After looking at it for a while, Lin Moyu found that his knowledge of science and technology was too lacking to understand what was going on. However, some information was also analyzed from it. During the origin catastrophe, if the heavenly god realm had such a statue, they would not need many, only one, and the origin continent would be defeated without a doubt. But why didn't they use it? Is it that it can't be used? Lin Moyu quickly found the problem. It was not that he didn't want to use it, but that he really couldn't use it. The fundamental reason why the statue is so powerful is because of the avenue of physics. The avenue of physics sets the rules for this area. Under the influence of the avenue of physics, technology can play a huge role and even suppress other avenues. Therefore, scientific and technological civilization can operate various avenues. If they were separated from the suppression of the physical avenue, they would never be able to suppress the avenue into a warship, let alone pull it into silk or weave it into a net. Therefore, these technologies of theirs can only be used in front of their own homes, and will be useless if they are too far away. This is also why many worlds of technological civilization, although seemingly strong, can only huddle in this area. Perhaps those worlds in the Tenyu Great Spiritual Realm would be better. They are relatively less affected by the physical avenue, and they also have a cultivation system in their world. But it is only slightly better. Once it leaves the influence range of the physical avenue, the role of technology is greatly reduced, and it is just like delivering food to other powerful worlds. Lin Moyu understood this and then introduced it into his own world. If this technology could be introduced into my own world, I would also create a martial arts world that is a combination of technology and the Great Way. Coupled with the influence of the universe on the surrounding areas, one will be more confident in dealing with the world of the origin continent. Now I need help from others, so if I am capable of dealing with it alone, that would naturally be the best option. Lin Moyu was a little excited and wanted to take these technologies of the god civilization for himself. It doesn't matter if you don't learn it yourself, you can train others to learn it. There are countless creatures in this world, and there is always a way. Moreover, Lin Moyu also had a deeper idea about the world, a new and bold idea that had already come to his mind. Lin Moyu has always been bold, and that is why he has been able to blaze a new path that belongs only to him. Lin Moyu whispered to the space demon beside him, "Go look in the avenue and see if you can find their technical information." Lin Moyu drew a sample of the crystal's appearance. It is possible that the divine civilization will store some technical information in this crystal. Space Taoist demons are smaller in size and are especially good at using space to hide themselves, making them less likely to be discovered. The Space Taoist demon waved his hand, teleported away, and landed directly on the avenue. The avenue is the territory of the divine civilization. The buildings there are extremely densely packed, with a large number of inverted triangle-shaped buildings standing there. They look almost the same in appearance and are difficult to find. However, Lin Moyu believed that the little guy had a way. After the Space Taoist demon entered, he quickly explored the surroundings through the space. With the avenue of space in its possession, space is its partner. Through space sensing, the little guy can immediately grasp the situation in a large area. Those houses and buildings are useless to it. The little guy teleported and searched in the world of the god civilization like a ghost, with astonishing speed. Lin Moyu didn't go over to pay attention. He believed that the little guy could handle it. With a snap of his fingers, hundreds of billions of undead servants rushed out, crossed the battlefield, and headed towards the celestial civilization and celestial realm. It is difficult to make up for the gap in strength with quantity, but it is only difficult. Lin Moyu likes it this way, using quantitative change to cause qualitative change. Focus on one, even if they are not your opponent, they will at least surround you and hold you back, making it impossible for you to separate. This is the advantage of numbers. As long as you cannot kill all the billions of undead servants in an instant, you will be stuck here and unable to move forward. Lin Moyu had experienced this kind of play many times before. To him, it was as easy as eating and drinking. He didn't have to think about it at all. See if you have any other means to stop me. The situation in the heavenly god realm was not optimistic at this time. No matter how hard they tried, they could not put out the burning world and could only delay. The world will of the divine world is wailing. It has no sense of pain, but it feels the suffering. The situation on the main road is slightly better, but it is also being gradually eroded. The divine civilization finally made a new move. A layer of colorful shield appeared outside the avenue, covering the entire avenue. At the same time, countless humanoid fighters rushed out and killed the undead servants. The humanoid fighter is not powerful, its combat capability is only at the Tao realm, and it has no power to resist the undead servants at all. Boom! Explosions were heard. Although the humanoid fighter planes were not very powerful, they would self-destruct after death. The power of the self-destruction was quite strong, and a large number of undead servants were blown away uncontrollably. The great Tao net in the void was activated again, cutting the undead servants into pieces. Undead minions continued to resurrect and attack. Each attack was like a map cannon, covering a large area and making it impossible for humanoid fighters to get close. The undead servants' combat methods are flexible and varied. They will constantly adapt to the battlefield and make the best choice. Moreover, the undead servants can communicate with each other and cooperate with each other with extremely high efficiency. Since the humanoid warriors will self-destruct, keep your distance and avoid the self-destruction range. Fire wings suddenly grew out from the back of the humanoid fighter. The fire wings vibrated and instantly tore out a piece of broken space. They drilled into the space, suddenly appeared among the undead servants as if teleporting, and exploded directly. The undead servants, who had just changed their tactics, were caught off guard again and suffered heavy casualties. The intelligent brain controls the humanoid fighter, and its response speed is faster and more decisive than that of the undead servants. The undead servants seemed to be enraged. They scattered violently, each far away from the other. In this way, the explosion of the humanoid fighter can only affect a small number of undead servants. The undead servants once again relied on their numerical advantage to consume the humanoid fighters. In the physics avenue, a large number of people rushed out from the stage. Lin Moyu saw that in the physical avenue, there were countless factories in operation, and a large number of humanoid fighters were manufactured like dumplings and quickly put into the battlefield. There are many such factories, and a large number of humanoid fighters are produced every second. Where do we get so much material? Manufacturing a humanoid fighter is like refining a magic weapon, which requires corresponding materials. Lin Moyu does not believe that the materials of the god civilization are inexhaustible. Anyway, he can constantly summon and replenish his undead servants, so he is not afraid of a war of attrition. With a thought, another 100 billion undead servants rushed out. Since you build it fast, let's put some pressure on you and see if you can go even faster. Lin Moyu was like whipping the heavenly god civilization with a whip, while shouting dang. This battle, from the beginning till now, has been just a game to Lin Moyu. He had compared his own strength with that of the heavenly god realm early on, and the advantage was on his side. Even if the civilization of gods is added, it is still the same. As long as the civilization of gods has not appeared and existed forever, you can fight by yourself. Those statue warriors may not be able to deal with them, but it is not a problem to drag them on until I refine the heavenly world, eliminate the heavenly civilization, and even obtain the physical avenue. Without the physical avenue, these statue warriors would collapse on their own. After the undead servants dispersed, the threat posed by the humanoid fighters was greatly reduced. At this time, countless spires appeared on the avenue. Below the spire is the altar, and below the altar is the inverted triangle house unique to the gods. The house lit up, followed by the altar, which became brighter and brighter, and a few seconds later, the spire lit up. Bolts of lightning shot out from the spire, and countless thunder and lightning struck in the void. The void was completely illuminated, and lightning struck the undead servants with enormous force. The undead minions were turned into dust in the lightning. This is no ordinary lightning. Lin Moyu squinted his eyes, looking at the lightning running around in the void, and it looked like something was not right. The lightning is only the appearance. The real core of the attack is the sharp blade beneath the lightning. It looked like a lightning attack, but in fact it was a series of sharp blades countless times smaller than a hair, which directly cut the undead servants into pieces. Lin Moyu understood that these sharp blades were extracted from the avenue and integrated with scientific and technological means. The blade is translucent and wrapped in lightning, so it is extremely difficult to detect. The means of the divine civilization once again exceeded Lin Moyu's expectations. Facing a technological world that had reached its peak for the first time, Lin Moyu felt somewhat passive. The civilization of the gods seems to have all kinds of means. It is like a giant hedgehog that is hard to swallow. At present, the effect of the burning world fire is the best, but the progress is also a bit slow. At the current speed, it will take several years to refine the heavenly God realm. And what we see now may not necessarily be all the means of the divine civilization. They have existed for countless years, and have developed at the pinnacle of technology for countless years, so there must be more technology hidden. As I was thinking about it, a light appeared above my head. Lin Moyu's expression changed, and the sword demon reacted even faster, turning into a sharp sword and slashing out. A beam of light rushed down, ignoring the attack of the sword demon, and landed directly on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's body exploded on the spot, and then he was reborn again. Cause and effect weapons. The second death was still a causal weapon. If a causal weapon targets oneself and attacks, it will definitely hit, and there is no way to avoid it. Even the attack of the sword demon could not sever the cause and effect, and he could only endure it. Fortunately, I can be resurrected. But if there is a cause, there must be an effect. Attacking yourself is the effect, so what is the cause? With your own strength, if you want to set yourself as the result, then the cost of the cause will not be small. He looked at the avenue of physics, and in the world of divine civilization, a place suddenly exploded. 0. There are a large number of statues there, each of which looks like a celestial being with 24 wings. These statues are densely packed, numbering over tens of millions. One of the statues suddenly exploded, and the void shook with it. The sound was quite loud, but the power was not that great, and the surrounding statues were not affected at all. Outside the statue, there is a giant building, like a cannon, pointing at himself. Lin Moyu knew at a glance that it was a causal weapon. And these statues are the price. The divine civilization developed a causal weapon, and naturally knew that this weapon came with a price. So they created an artificial price, and by attacking themselves, these statues would collapse one by one. By this measure, it can attack itself 100,000 times and kill itself 100,000 times. Lin Moyu had a headache. The civilization of the gods was indeed difficult to deal with. He looked carefully at the causal weapons and the statues, and gradually saw some problems with them. Cause and effect weapons are very powerful, but they cannot be used lightly. In addition to cause and effect, it also requires a huge amount of energy. After each use, it takes time to replenish the energy. At the same time, we need to complete the causal connection with the statue, so its attack frequency will not be too high. Seeing this clearly, Lin Moyu felt relieved. It won't take long for your new talent to recover, so it won't matter as long as you don't die repeatedly in a very short period of time. You can keep dying and then resurrecting. After all, it was still a war of attrition, consuming not only the undead army, but also oneself. But it is not a solution to keep consuming like this. Who knows how much reserves the divine civilization has and when they can be consumed? Lin Moyu was thinking about how to deal with it, and at the same time, hundreds of billions of undead rushed out. He had already sent out 400 billion undead servants, but still failed to break through the opponent's blockade and could not even touch the protective shield. The battle is progressing extremely slowly. As he was thinking, the light above his head came on again. This time, the red blood Taoist demon attacked, and the red blood turned into a huge wave to meet the attack, but the attack passed through the huge wave of red blood like nothingness and still hit Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was killed again by the causal weapon and resurrected with purple light. Once the causal weapon is launched, it will inevitably hit the target. There is no escape or blockage. After being killed again and again and being resurrected again and again, Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly lit up and he discovered something. Here, there seems to be no limits to heaven and earth. Several elemental liches attacked repeatedly, but it did not cause any strange phenomena in heaven or earth, and no punishment came. Lin Moyu tried to let the sword demon use 50% of his strength to strike out with the sword. The sword light pierced through the void, slashed on the shield, and burst into brilliant light. The world was still as usual. The sword demon put more effort and controlled the power to 70%. There was still no problem. This confirmed that this area was indeed different and would not be subject to punishment from heaven and earth. The elemental lich cannot use its full strength because it will destroy the balance. If they don't exert their strength, or only deal with beings below the level of Tao Lord, the cause will not punish them. And the physical avenue restricts the heaven and earth. At the same time, these technological products, although as powerful as Tao Masters, are not real Tao Masters. They are just machines with the fighting power of Tao Masters. Not only them, but the entire celestial god civilization is like this. None of them are the normal Tao Lords 973 in the eyes of heaven and earth. So when dealing with them, elemental monsters don't have to worry about anything. His thoughts were instantly transmitted to the 4 elemental liches. Several elemental monsters suddenly burst into shouts of joy. The sword monster was the most impatient. It transformed into a sharp sword, teleported through the void, slashed through the battlefield, and fell heavily on the shield of the god civilization with a dazzling light. The protective shield roared and vibrated, shining with colorful light. Countless instruments inside the god civilization were running, supporting the shield to block the attack of the sword demon. But this was just the beginning. Sword light burst out violently, and a rain of swords hit the sword demon's body densely. The red-blooded Taoist demon rolled up a huge wave of red blood, polluting the shield, and the power of the shield was instantly weakened by several points. The true fire Taoist demon waved his hand and said, "Fire." Although the people of the divine civilization are not recognized by heaven and earth, they were born and raised in heaven and earth, and their true spirits are also in heaven and earth. The true fire Tao demon burns the true spirit, which is also a powerful killing weapon for them. What's more, their cultivation is weak and they die faster. The protective shield could not stop the burning of the true fire demon. Screams were heard and a large number of people from the heavenly god clan died. The true fire Taoist demon only burned people from the heavenly god civilization and did not touch the heavenly god realm. There was a Taoist master in the heavenly god realm, and she could not afford to offend him. The space demon also exploded, no longer hiding itself, and shouted loudly, "Space damage." In an instant, the space in the world of the divine civilization was shattered, and countless buildings were torn into powder by space. The space demon was wreaking havoc in its world. The 4 elemental liches were in telepathic communication. After destroying a large area, the space demon teleported again and appeared directly in front of the causal weapon. Just as he was about to make a move, the space suddenly became sticky. The space demon only had time to launch one attack before teleporting away immediately. A brilliant light burst out from the causal weapon. As the most important weapon of the divine civilization, it itself has powerful defense. The attack of the space Tao spirit broke its defense, tore a huge hole, and destroyed it immediately. The divine civilization used space weapons to turn the space they were in into a swamp, and also restricted the teleportation of the space demons. If the space demon had not reacted quickly enough, it would most likely have been trapped in it. A large number of robots flew over and began to repair the causal weapons. The divine civilization made space sticky, making it difficult for both the enemy and us to teleport. Both sides lost their flexibility and could only fight head-on. Lin Moyu knew that they had no choice but to do so. They had not discovered the Space Tao demon before, and they had not expected that the Space Tao demon could actually kill into their homeland and cause destruction, and almost destroyed even the causal weapons. The space demon returned to Lin Moyu, took out hundreds of crystals, and asked for credit. "Master, I found this." Lin Moyu patted its little head and said, "Well done. Keep going and find a way to break that shield." The space demon hummed, then rushed back while screaming. However, because the space was affected, the power of the space demon was weakened and was actually inferior to that of several other elemental liches. The true fire Tao demon said, "Master, they are hiding, I can't burn them." The true fire Tao demon had just burned to death a group of Heavenly God clan members, but the Heavenly God clan members reacted very quickly and hid themselves immediately, making it impossible for the true fire Tao demon to lock onto them. The most advanced technological civilization does have a variety of methods, which makes Lin Moyu feel difficult. Lin Moyu said, "You go deal with those guys in the Heavenly God realm first, and burn those below the Tao realm." The true fire Taoist demon nodded and immediately rushed over to kill. The invisible true fire ignited because the gods outside the imperial domain kept screaming. The extraterritorial gods who were once so invincible and difficult to kill on the origin continent were now so vulnerable in front of the true fire demon. A large number of extraterritorial gods fled for their lives. They escaped from the realm of gods and fled to the interior of the god civilization at the fastest speed. Originally, the divine civilization could use space technology to take them away, but now the space is blocked by themselves, and these extraterritorial gods can only fly. I don't know how many people will die along the way. The void was filled with corpses, and the extraterritorial gods suffered heavy casualties. The space suddenly returned to normal, and the god civilization had to give up blocking the space in order to save their people. As soon as the space was restored, the god civilization used space technology to teleport its people away. A large number of humanoid fighter planes teleported into the undead army and exploded directly, causing massive casualties. But the undead servants were resurrected in an instant, and their self-destruction had no effect. There was also a group of humanoid fighter planes that teleported to the side of the space demon and self-destructed. They had no intention of killing the space demon, but just wanted to restrain it and prevent it from taking the opportunity to sneak into the mainland. The space Taoist demon drew a space defense and entered an independent space to prevent the fighter plane from self-destructing. The tactics of the heavenly god civilization were successful. The space around the space demon became extremely chaotic. It was successfully restrained and could not enter the heavenly god civilization. The war seemed to have returned to its initial stalemate, with both sides evenly matched and unable to break the balance. Lin Moyu frowned. The speed at which the god civilization manufactured fighter planes was too fast. They could produce more than 100,000 planes per second. The celestial civilization doesn't seem to care at all about such a huge consumption of materials. Although it is beneficial to continue this war of attrition, you should still try to move as fast as possible to avoid any further complications. Kill the celestial realm first. Lin Moyu once again sent out 100 billion undead servants, and the number of undead servants on the battlefield reached 500 billion, which was half of what Lin Moyu could summon. All these undead servants rushed towards the heavenly god realm, determined to kill 5.5 heavenly god realm. In the stalemate, Lin Moyu decided to cut off one of his arms first. Kill the world of gods, and then deal with the civilization of gods. Be prepared for a protracted war, but be ruthless. Even if it is a protracted war, try to save time as much as possible. The god civilization judged Lin Moyu's idea, and a large number of humanoid fighters teleported over, trying to cooperate with the Great Tao network to stop the undead servants. The undead servants had gained experience and quickly dispersed to reduce casualties. Some were blocked by humanoid fighter planes, but half of them still rushed to the edge of the heavenly god realm. The will of the world waved its giant hand, and a huge force swept over, knocking away a large number of undead servants. A pair of wings grew out from behind the world will of the god realm. The wings were transformed from the avenues of the world and flew like weapons. The undead servants ignored all this, approached, and then exploded. Lin Moyu sneered, "I can also self-destruct." The undead servant self-exploded, and a terrifying force 10 times more powerful than its strongest attack surged in the void. The world will was blown to pieces, and the wings that grew on its back were blown off. Lin Moyu had a sneer on his face. It's not that he won't self-destruct, he just doesn't want to. If an undead servant self-destructs, it will lose the chance of resurrection. Otherwise, even if an undead servant dies 10 times, it can be resurrected in the Chaos Zone without actually dying. Now that it's like this, he's really dead and can only be summoned again. Lin Moyu didn't want to fight a war of attrition for too long, so he decided to let the undead servants self-destruct. Seeing that the effect was good, Lin Mo decided to add more fuel to the fire. Original magic, strong soldiers. Finally, the original magic was used, a strange aura spread, and the combat power of the undead servants skyrocketed. Boom! The terrifying self-explosion began with a bang. With the blessing of the original magic, the power of the undead servants' self-explosion was even stronger. The world will of the God realm was blown up miserably. Even those powerful extraterritorial gods could not get close to it during the self-explosion. If they got close, they would die. The undead servants lined up and kept self-destructing, attacking the will of the world with self-destruction. This tactic is very similar to the humanoid fighter planes of the god civilization. The world's will was distorted in the self-explosion and was on the verge of collapse. The fire of burning the world took the opportunity to burn more and more vigorously, and the aging time was shortening rapidly. The civilization of the gods finally panicked. The world of the gods was a world they had evolved with great difficulty, so how could they just watch it be destroyed? The avenue of physics roared, and the entire world of divine civilization was glowing. Lin Moyu heard murmuring sounds, as if countless people were praying and chanting scriptures. That's right, if Lin Moyu could see through things, he would be able to see the gods and their pets prostrating themselves on the ground, praying devoutly. Lin Moyu felt a force of faith in the voice. Lin Moyu also possesses a huge power of belief, so he is not wrong. The power of faith, the people of the celestial civilization are praying. What are they praying for? It is certain that the civilization of gods will not do anything useless. Since they are praying collectively, there must be something going on. As the power of faith rose, thousands of strong rays of light shot out from the divine civilization and went straight to the divine realm. The undead servants hit by the strong light were quickly frozen and shattered. Another weapon deployed inside the celestial god civilization was revealed. A strong light streaked across the void for a long time, forming an ice wall that not only froze everything, but also blocked the path of the undead servants, thus fighting for the will of the celestial god world. The undead servant rushed to the ice wall and exploded. The huge force hit the ice wall and caused cracks, but it returned to normal in an instant. The sword demon rushed over, turned into a sharp sword, and slashed on the ice wall. In an instant, thousands of swords cut through the ice wall. It cooperated with its undead servants and completely tore down the ice wall in less than a minute. The weapons of the god civilization were fired again. The space demon shouted softly, creating a space crack and directing all the attacks elsewhere. The undead servants once again rushed to the will of the god realm and blew themselves up, and the god civilization only delayed for a minute. The prayers grew louder and louder, resounding through the void, and the avenue of physics shone brightly. A huge pressure emanated from the void, and in an instant the void froze there. Space, time, and everything except thoughts seemed to have come to a standstill. In sight, a terrifying giant emerged above the avenue of physics. The will of the avenue. Lin Moyu was shocked. This was the first time he felt shocked. The avenue of physics actually evolved into will. Then he realized that something was wrong. The Tao had no will, but the divine civilization manipulated the Tao. After countless years of hard work, the divine civilization has integrated the will of all living beings within the civilization into the Great Tao, using the Great Tao as a shell to evolve the will of the Great Tao. Lin Moyu looked solemn. I didn't expect that they would find another way. Although it is not eternal, they can already exert eternal combat power in this area. This is their strongest trump card. It will probably cost a lot, so they won't use it easily. If there was no cost, I would have used it at the beginning and would not have dragged it on until now. However, this also allowed Lin Moyu to see the effect of the power of belief. Since they can do it, then so can I. The number of living beings in the universe is no less than that in the civilization of gods. They gather the beliefs of all living beings, integrate them into the Great Tao, and evolve the will of the Great Tao. However, one has to choose a suitable avenue. The current world is not suitable. Although there are many avenues, every living being comprehends his own avenue, and the power of belief is completely different. It requires an infinite number of living beings to concentrate the power of faith on the same avenue, so that the group can have the possibility of evolving the will of the avenue. I want to open up the multiverse. I must obtain this avenue of physics. Lin Moyu not only did not think of retreating, but also strengthened his belief at this time. The universe emerges, using the world's calendar to resist the will of the Tao. The immobilized undead army regained their ability to move, and the undead servants continued to rush forward and self-destruct. The will of the great Tao is a double-edged sword. When it appears, the world will of the origin continent becomes sluggish. At this moment, the undead servants rushed over and it was unable to react at all. The roar was incessant and the undead servants kept exploding. The god civilization should be surprised why Lin Moyu can still move. The will of the great Tao waved its huge hand, and with just this one movement, the entire void Buddha seemed to be shattered. Rule, slow. A majestic voice sounded, and the speed of the undead servants suddenly slowed down. The will of the physical avenue redefines the rules of this space. The undead servants are restricted by the rules and cannot resist the will of the physical avenue. Even with the support of the universe, they can only remain in a state of being able to move. Rule, the range of the self-destruction is reduced 1,000 times. Along with the majestic voice, a new rule came into being. The rules were too specific, even to the small area of self-destruction. Lin Moyu realized that this was completely aimed at curbing the undead servants. I understand now. Rules cannot be made at will. The wider the scope of the rules, the greater the cost, and it may even be so great that it cannot be paid. Nothing can be separated from balance. Even the road needs to maintain an iron rule. If you want to get something, you have to give something. It's that simple. The will of the great Tao evolved into a head with only one eye on it. The eye swept over and locked onto Lin Moyu. Die. In the majestic voice, the silent words exploded on the spot. Purple light emerged, and Lin Moyu completed his rebirth. The attack of the will of the great Tao was extremely strange. With just one word, Lin Moyu didn't sense anything and died on the spot. The true life and death depends on the other party's thoughts. This kind of ability is really terrifying. The will of the great Tao is so powerful. It seems that the lords of the great Tao are also so powerful. Compared to them, I am still too weak. Lin Moyu was not panicked. With a thought, red light surged on his body and the skeleton hell was summoned back. Seeing Lin Moyu resurrected again, the Tao looked over again. Die. Another word, a red light flashed on Lin Moyu's body, the hell of bones shattered, and then Lin Moyu died on the spot. Just like before, there was no resistance at all. In the purple light, Lin Moyu was resurrected. He was not panicked at all, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A piece of empty soul essence stone appeared in his hand. Die, and your body will explode. The automatic locking of the skeleton hell is still useful. With the help of the power of the skeleton hell, Lin Moyu easily locked the will of the Tao. The will of the Tao has no entity. It is a fiction of the power of the Tao and is difficult to lock onto. But the will of the avenue before him seemed different. Lin Moyu had never seen the will of the Tao, but he was able to infer it from his own experience and the will of the world. Based on his understanding of the great Tao, it is not impossible for the great Tao to give birth to its own will, but it is extremely difficult, and the heaven and earth may not allow it. If the will of the great Tao is born, it will surely exist forever and be extremely powerful. Moreover, the will of the Tao will not have an entity. It will be a gathering of the power of the Tao and will have almost no weaknesses. The will of the great Tao before us was born from the power of faith gathered from all the spirits of the divine civilization. If so, there must be a core that carries the power of faith. This core is the fatal weakness of the will of the Tao, and it must be hidden very deeply. For ordinary people, it makes no difference whether this weakness exists or not. But for myself, this weakness can be exploited. The skeleton hell is locking onto this core, and it is also the only thing that the will of the great Tao can lock onto. The empty soul essence stone turned into powder and dissipated, and the magic was successful. The will of the avenue suddenly froze, and then a horrific explosion swept across the entire avenue. The explosion of the empty soul essence stone is enough to injure the eternal existence, and it is even more fatal to this false will of the great Tao. The will of the great Tao let out an unwilling scream in the explosion, and its form suddenly dissipated. This scream came from the spirits of the celestial civilization. Their combined power of faith was destroyed in the explosion. Countless people of the celestial gods died because of the backlash of their beliefs. Lin Moyu saw countless souls annihilated and the celestial god civilization was dead. The explosion swept across the avenue, backlashing against the divine civilization. Countless houses collapsed and countless weapons were destroyed. The powerful shield dimmed and then disappeared, and was destroyed in the explosion. The civilization of the gods was severely damaged and almost shattered. The rules that had been established before disappeared in an instant. The undead servants seized the opportunity and integrated into the civilization of the gods. The space demon used all his strength to open space channels and send the undead servants in. The undead servants wreaked havoc in the civilization of the gods, turning the world of the gods into ruins. The power of the Taoist master exploded unbridled at this moment, and every strike could destroy a small world. Even the civilization of gods cannot hold out for a while. In order to deal with the undead servants of the god realm, they began to self-destruct again. The world will, which had just breathed a sigh of relief, was once again blown to pieces. The overall situation has been determined. Lin Moyu talked to himself, but he did not let his guard down. After all, the celestial god civilization was the most advanced technological civilization, and who knows what other tricks they might have. The thought was firm, and in the civilization of the gods, a large amount of strong light emerged, and instruments emerged from the ground. With a slight sound, these instruments emitted countless rays of light, which shredded the space and the undead servants. Sure enough, he's still trying, but it's useless. After the resurrection, the undead servants continued to destroy and smash the instruments to pieces. Boom! In the world of the god civilization, there were violent explosions one after another. Under the impact of invisible energy, the undead servants died again and then resurrected. The physical avenue places too many restrictions on undead servants, making them extremely fragile, but fortunately they can be resurrected continuously, like indestructible cockroaches. Faced with enemies that can be resurrected continuously, the conventional means of the divine civilization begin to seem ineffective. Hundreds of billions of undead troops rushed into the god civilization, and the natural disaster officially arrived. The civilization of the gods fell into despair, and the world will of the gods was also coming to an end at this moment. The will collapsed and had no shape. I'll fight you. The 24-winged extraterritorial god finally erupted in silence, and rushed towards Lin Moyu with a roar and a determination to die. At the same time, in the god civilization, a huge statue floated in the air and transformed into a 26-winged extraterritorial god, and together they killed Lin Moyu. The statue with 26 wings seems to have surpassed the level of a Taoist master, but is still a little short of eternity. Moreover, it cannot last long. If it could last for a long time, the civilization of the gods would not have used it until now. Lin Moyu shook his head gently. It's useless. The sword demon transformed into a sword, emitting a sharp sword light. The statue stood in front, using its body as a shield to block the sword light. A ray of light suddenly appeared on its body, and the sword light left a lot of wounds on it, but it did not cause it any serious damage. The space demon shouted angrily, "Space blockade!" The space was locked and their speed slowed down suddenly. The original distance of 1 point became 10%. The space demon controlled the space and prevented them from getting close. The wings of the statue vibrated, and the strong rays of light cut through the space like a sharp blade, shattering it into pieces. As Lin Moyu waved his hand, countless undead servants rushed out again, forming a battle formation to serve as meat shields. At the same time, he slowly retreated and kept his distance. Lin Moyu's undead seemed inexhaustible and desperate. Even if they risked their lives, they would never meet Lin Moyu. Apart from causal weapons, there is no way to harm Lin Moyu. But even if I encounter him, so what? Even if I kill Lin Moyu a few times, Lin Moyu can be resurrected. Their final struggle was doomed to be in vain. The world will of the god realm finally collapsed and returned to the state of soul pregnancy. Without the world will, the heavenly god realm also ushered in its doomsday. The speed of refining the world burning fire became faster. At the current speed, the heavenly god realm will be completely refined in less than half a month. The civilization of the gods was on the verge of collapse as hundreds of billions of undead servants ravaged the world. Their world is integrated with the avenue of physics, and in some places the integration is so deep that it will take some time to clean up. Through the sight of the undead servants, Lin Moyu saw a large number of dead bodies of the gods. Most of these corpses remained in a sitting position, having been killed by the backlash of the power of faith. The price is really not high. Lin Moyu said softly that when the will of the great Tao was destroyed, at least half of the people of the heavenly god clan died. Such a huge price was really not worth it. The resistance of the gods became weaker and weaker, and even some scattered fires were quickly extinguished. The ending is already determined. There will be no surprises. Now it's just a matter of time. The undead servants killed to the side of the causal weapon and destroyed it, and the last threat that could cause harm to Lin Moyu disappeared. Once the weapon of cause and effect was destroyed, large numbers of statues used to bear the cause collapsed collectively, leaving not a single one behind. The killing lasted for several days until the god civilization was completely razed to the ground. In the void, the thousands of statue warriors that were in a stalemate with the undead group stopped functioning the moment their intelligent brains were destroyed. The statue with 26 wings was surrounded by the army of undead and fought for several days. Finally, its energy was exhausted and it could no longer move. The 24-winged extraterritorial god is the most powerful of all the extraterritorial gods, even more powerful than the undead servants. Finally, his undead servants self-destructed to send him off from this world. The battle was completely won. The celestial civilization and the celestial clan were completely wiped out. Lin Moyu felt relieved, and Yan Hui issued an order to the group. Soon, a large number of undead servants came over with countless corpses of the gods. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and a ball of immortal flame exploded. Infinite summons. In the immortal flame, the dead members of the gods were resurrected one after another. Among these people there were cultivators as well as people from the celestial god clan who were engaged in science and technology. Lin Moyu was too lazy to tell who they were. It was not important. Tens of millions of resurrected gods were prostrating themselves in front of him. Lin Moyu asked, "Who among you has done the most in-depth research on science and technology? Stand up." As soon as the words fell, several people stood up. Lin Moyu asked them to introduce themselves, and they used some technical terms that Lin Moyu couldn't understand but sounded impressive. In short, they are all top scientists in their respective fields. When science and technology reach their peak, they can be subdivided into countless fields. These fields are independent of each other, but they all belong to the avenue of physics. It takes cooperation from multiple parties to create a variety of top weapons. Lin Moyu asked around and found out that all the top scientists among the gods were here, which was what he wanted. Then Lin Moyu asked them to go to the Tianqian civilization, which had become a ruin, to see if there was any usable information. It is much better to let the gods find the information themselves than to use undead servants to do so. The next step is to get down to business. Lin Moyu will start to study how to get rid of the avenue of physics. He wanted to bring the avenue of physics back to the big world, and thought of several ways, but he didn't know if they would work. Before that, he didn't want to make any changes to the universe. The main body of the universe is still a world dominated by cultivation. Although the great ways in it are rich, they are not powerful. The physical avenue we have now is just a prototype and has little impact on other avenues in the universe. Lin Moyu can just find an independent area to place it. But if the entity of this physical avenue enters the universe, it will be different. All the avenues in the universe will be suppressed and even difficult to develop. At that time, not only will the world not become stronger, but it will become weaker. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu had some different ideas about the world. Since there can be a lot of space, why can't there be a lot of the world? I can completely create a replica of the universe, with the same structure but different internal rules. One universe focuses on the path of cultivation, while the other universe focuses on the path of science and technology. We can even create another great world, which is a path that combines cultivation with technology. Lin Moyu even thought of a name for it, multiverse. In a multiverse, a vast world with different rules is created in different areas. But the question is how to separate those different worlds so that they do not affect each other. Lin Moyu thought about it, but couldn't think of a solution for a while. Looking at the huge world tree, Lin Moyu thought of the Chaos Child who was absorbing power in the Chaos world. Little tree, can you contact the Chaos Child? Xiao Shu appeared in front of him. Sure, that guy is on my leg. Lin Moyu said, please ask it for me, I want to copy a new world. He told the little tree his complete idea, and the little tree immediately replied, don't ask it, I have a solution. Lin Moyu was surprised by Xiao Shu's answer. What's the solution? Xiao Shu tilted his head and frowned as he thought for a while. I remember, I have a way, but why can't I remember it now? That's really weird. I knew it. All the little faces were squeezed together, and Xiao Shu covered his face with his hands. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out why. Lin Moyu realized that it was a memory that Xiao Shu had not yet recovered. Perhaps after he had fully grown up, he would be able to do it, but at least not now. Don't think about it, asked Han Dunzi. Lin Moyu interrupted Xiao Shu's thoughts to prevent him from getting stuck in a dead end and making himself sick. Xiao Shu said oh and conveyed Lin Moyu's meaning to Han Dunzi. After a while, Han Dunzi's voice came from Xiao Shu's mouth. Master is so stupid, just use the energy of chaos to wrap the world. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. So simple? Han Dunzi said through Xiao Shu, it's that simple. Lin Moyu continued to ask, I want to bring that avenue to the world, is there any good way? Han Dunzi said, Xiao Shu should be able to do it. The voice fell, and Xiao Shu returned to his voice, Master, I can try, but I can't guarantee success. Eyed, Lin Moyu nodded, then let's give it a try. Before that, I'll copy a world first. Copying the world is not an easy task. Lin Moyu has to open up a new space outside the universe to accommodate the new universe. Hundreds of billions of undead servants formed a circle in the void, forming a protective circle. Lin Moyu's soul descended into the universe, and an indescribable sense of intimacy came from the universe. The whole world, all the avenues, were welcoming Lin Moyu. That is the world calling to its master. Lin Moyu took a step forward, came to the edge of the world, then created a gap and flew out. Outside the universe, there is nothing. This was the first time he left the universe. He was not in a spiritual void, but in another strange world, the world where the universe was. This world was like a swamp, and Moyu felt it was difficult to move forward in it. A strong feeling of loneliness came over me, and my strength receded like the tide. Leaving the world where one lives, one is neither in the real world nor in the virtual world, and has also left the vast universe. Lin Moyu felt that he had no one to rely on and would go to the doctor at any time. Once you get lost, you will lose everything, and all your previous efforts will be gone. Inexplicable fear and loneliness swept through the soul and impacted the heart of Tao. Lin Moyu's first reaction was to return to the great world. The gate was so close that he only needed one step to return. But Lin Moyu did not move for a long time. He forcibly suppressed the fear and loneliness in his heart and fought against it with his Tao heart. Time passed by minute, and Lin Moyu remained there motionless. After a moment, the corners of his mouth moved slightly, and 10 charming arcs appeared. 01210520 Falu 160160430. Fear and loneliness enveloped him, but he did not retreat. Instead, he used the fear and loneliness to hone his Tao heart. The heart of Tao silently took another step forward and became stronger and stronger. I can't quit. Once I quit, I might never dare to come again. There can't be any cracks in the Tao heart, otherwise there will be a weakness. It's just a little fear. I've been walking on the edge of a knife every time. What does a little fear mean to me? His Tao heart became stronger and stronger, and also sharper and sharper, breaking through fear and shattering loneliness. The void before his eyes gradually brightened up in Lin Moyu's sight. The fear fades away, and loneliness is also a kind of enjoyment. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and pulled out the majestic power of the world from the universe. The power that had retreated before was all restored at this moment. The chaotic energy in the universe was pulled out and enveloped Lin Moyu. The chaotic energy became the bond between the universe and Lin Moyu. As long as the chaotic energy continued, Lin Moyu would not get lost. Lin Moyu flew forward, slowly moving forward in the swamp, and found an area next to the world. The origin of yin and yang, the creation of the world. As soon as the mind moved, the origin of yin and yang in the universe was aroused, and waves of power gathered together, and light appeared in the void. At the beginning of the world, at the beginning of all things, the origin of yin and yang. Based on the origin of yin and yang in the universe, yin and yang are reunited to form a new origin of yin and yang in the void. The power of the yin and yang origin gradually increased to a certain level. When Lin Moyu felt it was about right, he withdrew the power. The void pressed in from all directions, and the invisible force submerged the newly born yin and yang origin. The origin of yin and yang is like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing in an instant. Failed. Lin Moyu felt that copying a world was not as easy as he thought. Just the step of understanding the origin of yin and yang is not easy to achieve. Carefully sensing the void was as thick and muddy as a swamp, and at the same time rolling like waves. The entire void was not stable. Even though I failed in my attempts, it doesn't mean I can't do it. The world is right here, and this is the best example. Lin Moyu pondered the process of the birth of the universe. Although the origin of yin and yang is the beginning of all things, the emergence of the universe does not entirely rely on the origin of yin and yang. The predecessor of the universe is its own world of rules. The world of rules merged into the big world, and finally the origin of yin and yang came over, injecting new vitality into the big world and sublimating it into the vast world. There is a process of sublimation. Does that mean we need to create a world cone first? Lin Moyu started trying again. He mobilized the power of the universe and created a miniature world. This world is very small, so small that it can only accommodate himself. He succeeded in creating it quickly, but when the power was removed, the world shattered on the spot. It's not possible to create the world directly. Then let's try it together. Lin Moyu tried again, introducing the origin of yin and yang into it while creating the prototype of the world. This time, the new world lasted a few seconds longer before shattering again. It still doesn't work. What's the problem? Lin Moyu knew that there was nothing wrong with his idea, and that there must be something he did wrong that led to the failure of his creation. Looking at the chaotic energy enveloping him, a flash of inspiration came to him. Lin Moyu suddenly realized what he had done wrong. That's right, the root of the world is not the origin of yin and yang, but the chaotic energy. Everything comes from chaos. Although the origin of yin and yang is the beginning of all things, the origin of yin and yang also comes from chaos. Chaos is the foundation of the entire universe. It is the beginning and the end. Lin Moyu comprehended the true meaning and drove the chaotic energy to cover an area. The chaotic energy gradually dispersed in the void. Although it became thinner, it was able to condense in the void without dispersing. Then Lin Moyu created the prototype of the world in the chaotic energy, and injected the power of the yin and yang origin into the world to form a new yin and yang origin. The prototype of the world was born, with the origins of yin and yang shining in it, and outside the world there was a chaotic aura. The power was withdrawn again, and the power of the void pressed in, and the invisible space rolled, but it was all blocked by the chaotic energy, and the world was safe and sound. It's done. Lin Moyu showed a happy expression. He created a whole new world by himself. Although there was nothing in it, the strong sense of accomplishment still made him very happy. The prototype of the world has been formed, the origin of yin and yang has also appeared, and the next step is enhancement and replication. Lin Moyu used part of his mind to control the origin of yin and yang and the power of the world, strengthening the tiny world he had just created and accelerating its evolution. The new world became stronger and stronger, and the branches of the world tree also spread over. It followed the chaotic energy and came to the new world, bringing the first ray of life to the new world. At this time, part of Lin Moyu's attention has begun to look at his own world. It is the first time for him to stand outside the world and look at this world that belongs to him. Why can the Great Thousand Worlds survive in the void, but the new world can't? Is it because the universe itself is powerful enough? Lin Moyu checked it out, and gradually he found something wrong. The invisible force in the void space constantly impacts the universe, but the universe still stands. In addition to the fact that the universe is indeed powerful, the world tree also has some credit for this. The world tree spreads across the entire universe and becomes a protective shell for the universe. Together with the universe, it blocked the special attack of the invisible calendar. But the impact still exists, and in the constant confrontation, the growth rate of the world is curbed. As the universe becomes stronger and larger, the impact it receives will continue to grow. One day, the world tree and the universe will reach their limits. This sudden idea of creating a multiverse happened to discover this point and also happened to get a solution. The chaotic energy in the big world spread out and gradually enveloped the universe. There was no need for too much chaotic energy, only a thin layer was enough to easily withstand the invisible impact. 0. Request flowers. Lin Moyu couldn't help but marvel at the magic of the chaotic energy. Nowadays, the universe is continuously becoming stronger, and with the interweaving of the great ways, the chaotic energy is also increasing, which can fully supply the needs of the universe. Not only can it supply the entire world, but it can also supply the newly created world. Thanks to the joint efforts of several parties, the new world has spanned a long period of time in a very short time. The origin of yin and yang has stabilized, and the structure of the new world is becoming more and more stable. The next step is the path of evolution and the birth of life. However, Lin Moyu had other ideas. The evolution of a world that could accommodate living beings was too slow. If it wanted to give birth to living beings, it would be even slower, at least taking years. Even if he could manipulate the avenue of time in the universe and speed up the time in the new world 10,000 times, it would still take 10,000 years or even longer. He couldn't wait such a long time, as he had only lived for a short time after practicing. Lin Moyu directly chose a simpler method, immigration, and a nationwide migration. In the vast universe, there are many tiny worlds. Although these worlds are small and weak, they are still complete worlds. Some worlds have already given birth to complete living beings, some of which have already embarked on the path of cultivation, while others are still in the exploratory stage. Lin Moyu selected 10 worlds that had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation, and his mind moved. The will of the Lord of the Great Thousand Worlds descended, and the countless creatures in the 10 small thousand worlds collectively stagnated, and their time stopped. Then Lin Moyu began to move, and the 10 small worlds migrated to the new world at the same time and became the first batch of residents in the new world. In the new world, there is no great way except the origin of yin and yang, so it is impossible for them to embark on the path of cultivation here. And Lin Moyu didn't want them to practice. This world is destined to take the path of technology. It was just so simple and crude. As the master of the universe, Lin Moyu decided the future path for the countless creatures in the world. In Lin Moyu's opinion, this is fair. He has the right and the ability. You cannot resist and must listen to me. The 10 small thousand worlds settled in the new world, time resumed its flow, and the creatures in the small thousand worlds had no idea what was happening. Among these 10 small thousand worlds, 3 are inhabited by humans, and the remaining 7 are from different races. Lin Moyu did this deliberately to create species diversity. Okay, next it's time to move to Avenue 3. The soul returned and saw that the resurrected people of the God civilization had returned. Many people were holding crystals in their hands, which contained technological information about the divine civilization. Lin Moyu asked them to wait aside, as he had not finished his work yet and it was not yet time for them to do anything. These people have a mission to accomplish and are a very important part of their multiverse plan. Glancing at the heavenly God realm, the refining process has come to an end and will be completely refined in a few days. It took a lot of time to create a new world, but it was still fast. The world of the God civilization has been integrated with the avenue of physics. Lin Moyu tried, but was unable to refine it with the world burning fire, so he had to give up. The next thing to do is to move the entire physical avenue into the universe, and then transfer it from the universe to the newly created world. Coming to the avenue of physics, facing the huge avenue of physics, Lin Moyu felt that his 180 was insignificant. The oncoming feeling of oppression is enough to make any Taoist master feel breathless. This avenue is very strong, very strong. Lin Moyu turned on the projection of the universe and confronted the avenue of physics. At the same time, he said to the little tree, it's up to you. The little tree responded, Master, don't worry, watch me drag it in. In the projection, countless branches spread out and fell on the avenue of physics, growing wildly and tightly wrapping around the avenue of physics. The little tree shouted and began to drag the road with all its strength. The avenue of physics roared and vibrated wildly. The ruins of the divine civilization on the avenue collapsed for the second time and became even more dilapidated. A large number of branches broke during the vibration, but the faster they broke, the faster the small trees grew. There were more and more branches on the avenue, and the branches were getting more and more entangled. The avenue of physics began to be dragged, flying towards the universe at an extremely slow speed. The power of the world tree once again broadened Lin Moyu's horizons. If it could even drag the great Tao, what else could this little guy not do? It took a lot of effort to drag the small tree. It is not easy to drag a road, especially such a strong road. The rules surrounding the physical avenue have been changed and redefined, and the small trees have to adapt themselves again. Fortunately, there is already a rudiment of physical avenue in the universe, which can offset some of the impact, otherwise it would be more troublesome. Lin Moyu cheered for Xiaoshu. At this moment, he could do nothing but watch. At the current speed, it will take another 10 days or half a month. 2 days later, the heavenly God realm was completely refined and turned into a world crystal. The world that was once able to compete with the origin continent was destroyed. Holding the crystal of the world in your hands, you can feel the residual warmth and the magnificent history of the crystal of the world. Compared with the Licone world, the world of cultivators is more suitable for the growth of the universe. Hey, why is the karmic connection between me and the celestial clan still there? Lin Moyu felt a little strange. Obviously, the heavenly realm had been destroyed, and the heavenly civilization had been completely destroyed, but the cause and effect between him and the heavenly clan still existed. Not only does it exist, it is also very rich, as if the cause and effect are right in front of you. Lin Moyu became alert. Cause and effect will not lie. Existence is existence. This means that the gods have not yet perished and there are still survivors. Moreover, this survivor can stir up cause and effect, and this survivor is very strong. The soul suddenly sent a warning, and Lin Moyu shouted, "Back off." The small tree retracted its branches instantly, and Lin Moyu also stepped back. Who disturbed my sleep? Along with a low sound, the avenue of physics roared, and the branches of the world above that had not had time to retreat collapsed at the same time. The ruins of the god civilization collapsed 3 times and turned completely into powder. The terrifying pressure swept out, making Lin Moyu feel cold in his heart. He immediately stepped back, retracted the projection of the universe, and with a wave of his hand, collected all the resurrected people of the god civilization. He doesn't want these people to be harmed. These resurrected people are a very important part of his multiverse plan. The undead servants assembled in an instant, and hundreds of billions of them were spread across the void, ready for battle. The pressure became heavier and heavier, crashing over like a storm, breaking through the Taoist master's limits, as if he was about to enter another level. Lord of the Great Tao? No, not like that, there is no eternal breath. Lin Moyu instinctively thought that it was a Tao Lord who had descended, but he didn't feel like it, and felt that he was much weaker than a Tao Lord. The key is that there is no eternal breath. The Lord of the Great Tao has an inexplicable breath. That is the peculiar breath derived from the fusion with the Great Tao after achieving eternity. But the one in front of him was strong, but he did not have the aura of eternal life. On the avenue of physics, a giant hand suddenly stretched out from the ground and slammed the ground. The terrible force swept across an area of thousands of miles. In an area of thousands of miles, everything turned into nothingness, not even a trace of dust was left. The giant hand supported the earth cracked, and a giant climbed out from under the earth. It's actually inside the avenue. Under the earth is the Great Tao. Lin Moyu never expected that there is such a being hidden in the Great Tao. He was obviously a member of the Celestial God Clan, but he did not show up when the Celestial God Clan was destroyed or even when the Celestial God Realm was refined. And now that I have to move the physical avenue, he has finally come to life. The giant slowly stood up and stood on the road, with splendor unfolding behind him. Compared to other members of the God Clan, his wings are completely different. They can no longer be called wings, but should be called feathers. The wings emit colorful rays of light, which is very beautiful. There are 16 pairs of wings, a total of 2 main wings. The 26-winged statue of the God Clan was already as powerful as the top realm masters. But statues are just statues after all, not living beings, just weapons of war. But the one in front of him was a living 32 dark sky array. The other party fixed his eyes on Lin Moyu. It is you who disturbed my sleep. Who are you? Lin Moyu asked loudly, without any fear. The other party's eyes were like knives, and he sneered, answer worthy of asking this god's name. Lin Moyu felt something was getting more and more wrong. This guy kept calling himself a god, and was terribly arrogant. Can't it see that the civilization of the gods has been destroyed and that it is the enemy? Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a possibility. You are the ancestor of the Celestial God Clan. Ancestor of the Celestial Gods, does this kind of thing exist in the technological world? Isn't it something that only exists in the cultivation world? Lin Moyu wasn't sure, but the guy in front of him was not fake. Lin Moyu felt the breath of time in him. He was too old, so old that Lin Moyu 1.7 felt that Yin was not as old as him. He looked around, then looked at his feet, and finally closed his eyes to feel it, then said to himself, all the guys from the Celestial God Clan are dead. I can feel that their bloodline is all broken. He slowly opened his eyes. I didn't expect that I had been sleeping for so long. After waking up, all my descendants were dead. It was all caused by an ant like you. It seems that you are quite strong, but you are still just an ant. What do you think I'm going to do with you? Capture you and keep you as a pet, or just crush you to death? I have been sleeping for so long, it seems that I should move around and see how the world has become. Having more pets seems to be a good choice. Ant, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy. I'll spare your life and keep you as my pet. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to Lin Moyu. His eyes were full of teasing, and he didn't take Lin Moyu seriously at all. Arrogant and proud, he ignores all living beings, including Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu felt that he was a little self-righteous, but it seemed that he had the capital to do so. Apart from eternal beings like Yin and the human emperor, the guy in front of him is the strongest person he has ever seen. He is not eternal, but infinitely close to eternity. Lin Moyu felt that those Tao lords who failed to send the Tao back to its source were at about this level. But it is hard to tell what kind of great path this person has. Maybe we will only know when he actually takes action. Lin Moyu was not afraid of him, even if he was the Lord of the Great Tao. As long as he was not eternal, there would be a chance to kill him. Even eternal existence can be silenced. The Lord of Time is the best example. Lin Moyu frowned and looked at him. Are you confused after sleeping? You want to take me as a pet, but I don't even know who you are. You should at least let me know who you are and how powerful you are. She didn't act immediately, as Momoyu wanted to get some information from this person. As the ancestor of the Celestial Clan, he has been sleeping in the Avenue of Physics for a long time. His existence is far older than the ancients. There must be a lot of information worth exploring about this kind of person. The point is, he doesn't seem very smart. He seemed to be confused from sleep, and actually followed Lin Moyu's words and said, "Aunt, since you asked sincerely, then this God will tell you. My name is the Lord of Light, the Lord of the Great Way of Light, and in the future I will become the Lord of the Great Way of Physics and achieve eternity." Do you know what eternity is? You don't know at your level. You don't understand at all. Become my pet, and I will take you to experience a different world. There was an extreme amount of arrogance in his tone, even more so than before. It is indeed the Lord of the Great Tao, the Great Tao of Light. If I remember correctly, it is a branch of the Great Tao of Light. The Lord of the Great Tao of the branch is very powerful, but he is still far from eternity. Lin Moyu muttered in his heart that although they were both masters of the avenue, there was a certain gap between the master of the branch avenue and the master of the original avenue. At least the master of a branch avenue cannot send the avenue back to its source and achieve eternity. Those avenues in the place of return are all the original avenues. Lin Moyu guessed that it was because he knew that he could not achieve eternity through the avenue of light that he came to find the avenue of physics. But doesn't he know that the land of return is already full? But the Lord of the Branch Avenue should not be so strong. He is infinitely close to eternity and feels more powerful than the Lord of the Origin Avenue. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't speak, the Lord of Light thought that Lin Moyu was shocked by him, and he said with pride, "Are you scared? You are just a small Tao master now, and you still have a long way to go before you can become a master of the Great Tao. You will experience many great Tao battles and you may fall at any time. Follow me, I will lead you to compete in the Great Tao and help you become a Great Tao creature." Lin Moyu thought for a moment and continued, "You are so powerful, why did you create the celestial race?" "What I meant was that the race you created is too weak and can't even defeat an ant like me." The God of Light said, "I am sleeping here and I need someone to protect me, so I created them. These guys are really useless and so weak." Weak? Lin Moyu doesn't think the gods are weak. During the heyday of the celestial gods, even if you, the ancestor, faced them, you might not necessarily win. Lin Moyu continued to ask, "But why are you sleeping here? You are already the master of the Avenue of Light, and the Avenue of Physics and the Avenue of Light do not seem to match." In fact, Lin Moyu already has the answer to this question in his mind. "I'm asking this question just to make sure. It's not very important whether the God of Light will give an answer or not." The God of Light sneered, and his tone changed. "How can a tiny ant understand what I want to do? Now that you know my identity, you should also understand how powerful I am. Kneel down quickly and become my pet." Although he is not very smart and has not woken up, he is not stupid. There are some things that naturally won't be said in detail, and his tone changed, as if he was giving Lin Moyu an ultimatum. Lin Moyu sighed softly, "I don't want to be your pet. Why don't we both take a step back? You have been sleeping for so many years, now you wake up and go out to see the world. I won't make it difficult for you. This road belongs to me." This was not a matter of both sides taking a step back. The implication was that the God of Light should leave his things behind and leave quickly. The only thing missing was saying it explicitly. The God of Light suddenly changed color, looking for death. Lin Moyu quickly retreated, and at the same time waved his hand, and hundreds of billions of undead troops rushed over. "You are just a mere ant, yet you dare to resist." The God of Light roared angrily, and the wings behind him burst into strong light, illuminating a large area of the void. The strong light was like a sword, and in an instant, more than 100 million undead souls died. Faced with the attack of the Lord of the Avenue, the undead servants were completely powerless to resist. This is also normal. Lin Moyu knows that the Lord of the Avenue is very powerful. It would be strange if he was not strong if he truly controlled the essence of an avenue and could fully mobilize the power of the avenue. There are countless worlds between heaven and earth, and countless projections of the Great Tao. One Great Tao can produce countless Tao masters. But there is only one Lord of the Great Tao. In his eyes, the undead servants are indeed like ants. Lin Moyu whispered, "But if there are enough ants, they can still kill an elephant." The undead servants who had just died were resurrected on the spot and attacked the god of light with all their might. The army of undead has spread out and is attacking the god of light from all directions. The god of light is always shrouded in a layer of faint light, and the attacks of the undead servants can never break this layer of light. This layer of faint light is like the protective divine light of the gods from outer space. He is the ancestor of the gods from outer space and the true source. If the gods from outer space can do it, he can do it too. Lin Moyu saw that the essence of this faint light was the Tao, and he used the power of the Tao to protect himself. It is very difficult to break the main body of the avenue with the power of the undead servants. The space demon waved his hand. 323 opened the space channel and sent a large number of undead servants to the god of light. The undead servants instantly entered self-destruct mode, and earth-shattering explosions resounded through the void. After finally recovering from the void, it was blown to pieces again. The self-destruction attack seemed to have some effect, and the protective light of the god of light finally became distorted. Lin Moyu was slightly happy that he could fight. As long as the self-destruction continues, the defense will be broken sooner or later. The protective divine light was shaken, and the arrogant and indifferent eyes of the god of light finally changed a little. I didn't expect that you could actually shake the protective divine light of this god. The power of you, a little ant, is beyond my imagination. I will give you one more chance. If you swear to become my pet immediately, I will spare your life. Lin Moyu sneered. Actually, I want to kill you. There are many ways, but I'm too lazy to do it. What I said just now is still effective. You retreat immediately and I will spare your life. Of course I know he won't agree, and saying this would just provoke him. Sure enough, the god of light's eyes were filled with anger. If that's the case, then you can die. The light was bright, and he was shining there like the sun. The protective divine light becomes stronger and harder to be shaken. But Lin Moyu was not in a hurry and continued bombing like this. He had plenty of undead servants, and he could summon them while fighting, so they could not all die. The true fire Dao demon and the red blood Dao demon attacked at the same time. Red blood surged like a wave, and the true fire burned. The two elemental demons did not use their full strength. Lin Moyu was not sure whether using their full strength to deal with the god of light would bring punishment from heaven and earth. After all, he is the master of the great Tao, recognized by heaven and earth. However, the celestial gods are his descendants, and dealing with them will not bring about punishment from heaven and earth. So it can be inferred that dealing with him will not be a problem either. But it's hard to predict the will of heaven, so Lin Moyu still needs to make sure. Therefore, even though the two elemental Taoist demons took action, they only used a quarter of their strength, and gradually increased their strength after making sure there was no problem. The red blood created a huge wave and rushed over, hitting the protective divine light. The protective divine light was immediately contaminated and weakened a lot. The true fire directly burned the true spirit of the god of light, causing him to feel unspeakable pain. Red Blood Avenue, True Fire Avenue. The god of light screamed in disbelief. These two avenues are too rare, and there are actually people who can manipulate them. Only then did he realize that he really underestimated Lin Moyu. You ant, you are so funny. I don't intend to kill you. I intend to capture you and study you carefully. You must have a big secret. As it spoke, it turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Lin Moyu. Countless undead servants were knocked away and shattered to pieces. But more undead servants rushed forward recklessly to act as Lin Moyu's human shield. The god of light gradually slowed down in the face of endless undead servants. He was surrounded by hundreds of billions of undead servants, leaving him in a dilemma. He burst out with a strong light, and countless attacks fell along with the light, killing a large number of undead servants. But the undead servants will be resurrected immediately after death, and it seems that they can never be killed. The Space Taoist demons cooperated tacitly, constantly teleporting the undead servants to the appropriate locations for self-destruction. For a moment, the god of light also felt a headache. He roared with obvious emotion and could no longer maintain his previous arrogance and indifference. He found that Lin Moyu, the ant, was not easy to kill. At this time, the Red Blood Taoist Demon and the True Fire Taoist Demon had increased their strength to 50%, breaking the limit of punishment from heaven and earth. He will not be punished. Is it because the heaven and earth do not recognize him, or is it because of the influence of the great physical way, or both? In that case, let's work harder. He ordered the Red Blood Taoist Demon and the True Fire Taoist Demon to increase their strength. The two little guys shouted excitedly and exerted more and more strength. The Sword Demon also flew out, transformed into a sharp sword, and stabbed straight at the light. The Space Taoist Demons attacked at the same time, driving the Space Avenue to strangle the God of Light with space. Even until they had used all their strength, heaven and earth did not punish them, which made Lin Moyu feel relieved. The four Dao monsters are comparable to the Masters of the Dao, with powerful combat power, and are Lin Moyu's third trump card. Once they exerted their full strength, and with four people besieging one, the God of Light became more and more troubled. Although he is infinitely close to eternity, he is still only the Lord of the Great Tao. He roared, the avenue of physics was activated, and changes occurred immediately. The physical avenue exerted a strong suppression on other avenues, and both the undead army and the four elemental liches were affected. The projection of the universe appeared in the void, using the power of the universe to offset the influence of the physical avenue. When the God of Light saw the universe, his face changed drastically. What the hell are you? Lin Moyu chuckled, something that can kill you. The Great Thousand World is an independent world belonging to Lin Moyu, a world completely different from this world. It has its own avenues and rules, which the God of Light naturally would not recognize. As the master of the Great Tao, although he did not know the universe, he could feel the extraordinary response of the universe. With the emergence of the universe, the influence of the physical avenue was greatly weakened. The four elemental liches went out with all their strength and cooperated with the undead army to besiege the God of Light. The God of Light then realized that he seemed to be in a very troublesome situation. Not to mention killing Lin Moyu, now he can't even leave even if he wants to. In his eyes, Lin Moyu, an ant that could be easily crushed to death, became a difficult target because of the protection of more ants. The God of Light shouted angrily, then let's see how many of these little pieces of trash you have. Amidst the roar, the God of Light emitted an even stronger light. He transformed into the sun, and his 16 pairs of wings vibrated wildly, shooting beams of light into the void. The beam is more powerful, and any undead servants that come into contact with it will die. It is unimaginable that a Taoist master who is at the top of the world would die so easily. Those powerful beings who were high and mighty in the Great Tao of Origin and hunted the wild beasts of the Great Tao in the void were surprisingly vulnerable when facing the Lord of the Great Tao. From this we can see how powerful the more powerful human emperor is. It would probably not take much effort for him to kill the God of Light. Kill, kill, kill. The God of Light killed like crazy, but it was of no use. The undead servants kept coming back to life, and their numbers did not decrease at all. Even after dying 10 times, the undead servant will be reborn in the universe and appear again. Lin Moyu did not send out all of his undead servants, only half of them, and that was enough. 500 billion to deal with one person. In Lin Moyu's opinion, the God of Light is enough for this life. Lin Moyu watched from afar. The God of Light couldn't touch him at all. As long as the Taoist demon was in the space, the God of Light couldn't break through even if he wanted to blast through the space. The sword demon rushed to the front, transformed into a sword and slashed wildly, confronting the God of Light head-on. The True Fire Taoist demon ignited the True Fire, burning the God of Light so much that he suffered unbearable pain. The Red Blood Taoist demon continued to pollute the power of the God of Light. Unknowingly, a hint of blood appeared in the divine light of the God of Light, and it was no longer so pure. The God of Light felt that his power was being weakened. He knew it was a problem with the Red Blood Avenue, but he could do nothing about it. It is easier to invite a god than to send him away. At this moment, the God of Light felt that if he accepted Lin Moyu's suggestion and both sides took a step back, things would not have gotten to this point. But he also knew that it was impossible to do so. Even if he didn't kill Lin Moyu, he couldn't give up the physical avenue. This is the foundation of his enlightenment. How could he let it go? There will be a battle between the two sides, and only one person can survive. Lin Moyu saw this and thought to himself, it seems that there is no need to use the soul essence right now. There are only 3 void soul essence stones in total. I have already used up 2 of them when dealing with the will of the great Tao. I would feel bad if I use another one now. This thing is not easy to obtain. If you ask Emperor Qinzhong for it, the price will probably be quite high, so don't use it if you can. Judging from the current situation, the God of Light will be exhausted to death sooner or later, and it will only take a little time to solve the problem. The power of the God of Light was getting weaker and weaker. His power was seriously polluted by the Red Blood Avenue. The true fire also burned him so much that he was in excruciating pain and his mind was a little confused. Lin Moyu smiled. The situation was becoming more and more favorable for him. After a moment, the God of Light suddenly folded up all his wings, and his huge body shrank up. Then he stretched out his wings with a bang. The void also shattered as he stretched his body, revealing a deeper space, and the shadow of the ancestral land appeared in his sight. Lin Moyu was shocked. He wants to escape to the origin ancestral land. The Lord of the Great Tao can enter the ancestral land of origin at any time, not only in normal times, but also in times of danger. The God of Light wanted to escape in this way. Just as Lin Moyu thought, the God of Light used all his strength to open a passage to the origin ancestral land. He wanted to enter the origin ancestral land. Lin Moyu could not stop it and could only watch. Letting the tiger go back to the mountains would cause big troubles, but Lin Moyu had no other options for the time being. The God of Light shouted angrily, I have lost this battle, but sooner or later, you will be my servant. He said something cruel, fled into the ancestral land in a somewhat embarrassed manner, and disappeared. The undead servants who chased after them were pushed back by an invisible force and could not catch up. The void closed like a door, and the original ancestral land disappeared. Several elemental liches flew back and chirped, Master, he actually escaped. What a coward! Lin Moyu laughed, it's okay, I'll kill him sooner or later. To deal with this kind of existence, if you cannot kill it with one strike, you must be prepared for it to escape. Due to the connection of cause and effect, they will inevitably meet again in the future, and a war is inevitable at that time. But by that time, I should be stronger and it would be easier to kill him. And he, the God of Light, has reached the end of his journey. The moment he left, he no longer had the chance to step into eternity. Looking at the physical avenue, Lin Moyu whispered, Xiao Shu, start working. The small tree prepared for a long time, and 227 a large number of branches flew out and wrapped around the physical avenue, and began to drag again. The avenue of physics roared continuously, moving towards the universe little by little. Lin Moyu looked at the slowly moving avenue of physics, thinking about what the God of Light had done before. He went from being on the bright avenue to being the Lord of the Avenue. At that point, he should have realized that he could not be eternal. A branch road cannot lead to the source. There might have been room for him to return to his origin at that time, but he had no chance. So he went looking for opportunities. There was a glimmer of hope in the world. The God of Light should be lucky enough to find his opportunity, which was the avenue of physics. The avenue of physics is not in the original ancestral land, but it is a real avenue, and the essence of the avenue is here. The God of Light must be able to feel his power. The God of Light should think that if he can become the master of the physical avenue, he may be able to enter eternity. If he still fails to enter eternity by then, his own strength will probably not be much worse than eternity. After all, what we pursue is strength. He fell asleep in the avenue of physics, and brought a world from somewhere, integrated it into the avenue of physics, and created the God clan. The gods grew and evolved in the Bafk physical avenue, and eventually became a technological civilization, and the most bloody technological civilization at that. The reason why the God of Light created the celestial race was because he was on the path of cultivation and did not understand the great principles of physics, so naturally he could not comprehend cultivation. He knew that cultivation was deeply ingrained in him and could not be changed, so he created a whole new race to learn and comprehend. The gods had no idea that they would have an ancestor, and all their research findings became the foundation for the God of Light to comprehend the great way of physics. With their amazing talents and the advantage of living on the avenue of physics, the gods quickly took the lead and reached the pinnacle of technological civilization. At this point, the gods also found themselves with no way forward, so they continued to think of ways to find a way out. The gods discovered that there was a wider world outside, but technology could not stray too far from the physical avenue, so they tried to create a world and let their people enter that world, away from the physical avenue, and eventually grow into the world of gods. The path of cultivation in the world of gods, combined with the technological civilization of the gods, are looking for the possibility of breakthroughs. Even if they were destroyed by themselves, the God of Light would still be sleeping and would not know anything at all. Until he dragged the road, the group awakened the God of Light. As he said, the Celestials were just tools and were not important to him. The avenue of physics is the foundation and cannot be lost. The research and operations of the gods in countless years eventually became the nourishment of the God of Light, bringing him closer and closer to fully comprehending the power of physics. But Lin Moyu knew that he could not enter eternity by relying on the avenue of physics, because the avenue of physics was not used in that way at all. This avenue contains too much information. It is just one avenue, but it covers almost all the functions of all avenues and has established various rules. The real function of the avenue of physics should be to put it into a world like a blank sheet of paper, and that world will become a technological civilization. Moreover, Lin Moyu believes that there is a way forward for technological civilization, but the divine civilization has not found it yet. There were no accidents this time. After dragging on for a full 6 months, the avenue of physics was finally dragged into the universe. The moment it entered the universe, the entire universe was shaking. All the great ways seem to be resisting, but the power of the physical great way itself is too strong. The great ways in the universe are a little weak compared to it, and the effect of resistance is not obvious. Just as I thought, if the avenue of physics is really placed in the universe, all the avenues in the universe will be affected. Then my world will become a weird existence. It will be difficult for me to reach the peak in science and technology or cultivation. Lin Moyu was sure that his idea was correct. The physical avenue could not coexist with the cultivation avenue. The little tree did not stop, but continued to drag the avenue of physics, leaving the universe along the chaotic energy and heading towards a new world. Not only did the main body of the physical avenue go there, but also the hem that was formed before was taken there as well. The main body of the avenue has already arrived here, so the prototype is no longer useful. Just let it merge with the main body of the avenue. The process is very smooth and completed in the blink of an eye. Another half a year passed, and the avenue of physics officially entered a new world. The new world is like a blank sheet of paper. Apart from 10 small worlds and a weak yin and yang origin, there is nothing else. The avenue of physics entering here will not cause any impact. Moreover, under the influence of the avenue of physics, the origin of yin and yang in this new world will no longer evolve into other avenues. Even if it is to evolve, it will only evolve into technological avenues based on the rules set by the avenue of physics. From now on, this world is a pure technological world. Lin Moyu felt that the reason why the Celestial clan could not reach the peak was because the avenue of physics existed between heaven and earth, and was also affected by the avenue of cultivation and the rules of heaven and earth. In his new world, the avenue of physics will dominate the rules and he will surely reach the pinnacle. Then Lin Moyu placed tens of millions of resurrected people from the God civilization into the new world and officially handed over the mission to them. These people are now resurrected and no longer have to worry about their lifespan. As long as they don't die, they won't die. Lin Moyu asked them to continue researching technology and find ways to turn the research results into something they could understand and teach them to themselves. At the same time, they can appropriately help those 10 worlds and help them through the most difficult times. The gods will become guides, guiding the development of the new world according to Lin Moyu's will. When one stands out among the 10 worlds, it will evolve into the universe and finally be divided into world levels. Lin Moyu named this new world the Science and Technology World. A world that pursues enlightenment through technology. The world of science and technology is still very weak. It is connected to the universe through the energy of chaos. The universe will supply part of its power to the world of science and technology to help it grow. Under the influence of the universe, the final structure of the science and technology world will be exactly the same as that of the universe. The multiverse plan has finally taken a very important step. Lin Moyu stood in the chaotic atmosphere, looking at the world he had created with his own hands, and felt a sense of accomplishment. Although the world has to allocate part of its power to the world of science and technology, it has discovered that the energy of chaos can avoid the impact of the invisible force of the void. The power saved in this way, apart from the part supplied to the science and technology community, still has some left over. The world is growing faster than before. The world not obtained by refining the heavenly God realm is handed over to the Great Thousand World for refining. The world crystal of the heavenly God realm is of good quality. After the Great Thousand World absorbs it, it can grow further. With a thought, Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes and looked into the void. The war is over, the physical avenue disappears, and the void is recovering. The layers of spatial force surged like waves, driving him away from the deep space. Lin Moyu did not resist and returned to the surface space little by little. This is the process of heaven and earth restoring space. The influence of the physical avenue is disappearing, and all scientific and technological civilizations here will usher in new rules. The rules of the Great Way of cultivation will spread rapidly and replace the rules of the Great Way of physics. Most of the technology will become useless, but some will be retained. As for which ones will be retained, Lin Moyu is not sure. The creatures in these worlds may embark on the path of cultivation after a period of time. Under the guidance of the rules of heaven and earth, this is an inevitable result. After several years, the former technological glory will completely disappear, turning into historical dust until it disappears completely. In this process, some worlds may wither, while others may become stronger. This is also the inevitable result of the evolution of heaven and earth. The environment has changed significantly, and the fittest will survive. There is no choice. Lin Moyu naturally understood some of the truth. These thoughts only flashed through his mind. Now he was looking at the problem from a higher perspective, and what he saw was different from before. Putting aside the changes in the pattern after the loss of the physical avenue, Lin Moyu looked at a very deep place in the void. There, in the waves of space, a phantom appeared and disappeared. He has no soul, no breath, but he really exists. His form of existence made Lin Moyu feel strange. Someone was hiding in the void, watching him. If it weren't for the folding and changing of space, I might not have been able to discover the other party. As if he noticed Lin Moyu's gaze and was sure that Lin Moyu had discovered him, the other party revealed an outline. Thousands of miles away, Lin Moyu saw a group of people that were constantly twisting and changing. This guy seemed to have no body and was twisting with the space. A voice that could freeze one's soul slowly sounded, as expected of the person I picked, "You are very good, and I am very satisfied with you." Amidst a burst of laughter, the other party completely disappeared. Lin Moyu's expression was solemn at the moment. He already knew who the other party was, the Lord of Curse. This eternal being, which had been silent for countless years, now wanted to return and chose to become a physical body. As for why he was chosen, Lin Moyu probably had some guesses. Back then, in the secret realm of the big world, I once saw a strong man from the Black Blood realm. At that time, in order to save his life, he used the original magic and attracted Zhou Yu and Hu. The exclamation came from another time and space. He once saw a black blood sword saint crossing time and space to attack him. It was probably at that time that he was noticed by the Lord of Curse. Lin Moyu didn't understand what form the eternal silence took, but he was sure that the people in the Black Blood realm did not have the ability to attack him across time and space. If there is, it can only be the Lord of Curse. If I'm not mistaken, the Lord of Curse's intentions have spread throughout the entire Black Blood civilization, including the Black Blood realm. And Yu Yin didn't say what kind of existence the Lord of Curse is. It may not be a human, or even have a physical body, or its physical body is broken and cannot be restored. 1. So he needs a physical body, and I have the original magic and great luck, so he likes my physical body. Lin Moyu speculated on various possibilities. With his current ability to calculate, he could make a pretty accurate guess about this kind of thing with just a little thought. The only trouble is that the Lord of Curse seems to have resurrected earlier than expected. It seems we can't delay any longer. It's better to go earlier, while the Lord of Curse hasn't fully recovered yet. Maybe it will be easier to deal with it. If it drags on for another few thousand years, things might get even more troublesome. Lin Moyu felt a sense of urgency. He realized that the crisis of resolving the Lord of Curse was imminent. 0 request flowers 0. He hadn't thought about going to the Black Blood Realm immediately before, but now it seems he has to go. Lin Moyu comforted himself a few words, took out the power of cause and effect given by An Yuyan, activated the cause and effect with the Black Blood Realm, and pointed out the direction. At the same time, he also used the crystal of cause and effect given by Taoist Master Golden Lion and activated it once. Both were pointing in the same direction. Lin Moyu no longer hesitated and headed towards the darkness. At the same time, he gave an order to the resurrected gods in the technological world, asking them to resume the control of the 1,000 statues as soon as possible and hand over the control rights to himself. The combat power of these 1,000 statues is extremely strong, stronger than that of the Taoist master. It took an army of hundreds of billions of undead to hold them back at that time. They can be regarded as the most brilliant technological achievements of the divine civilization. Now that the avenue of physics belongs to him, under the projection of the world, these thousands of statues can be of great use in his hands. There is a vague feeling that the Black Blood Realm and Black Blood civilization are not easy to deal with. Even if the Lord of Curse is only revived a little bit, its power may exceed that of the God civilization. But there is one advantage, that is, without the physical avenue, some technological weapons in the Black Blood civilization may have lost their effectiveness. The path of combining cultivation and technology taken by the Black Blood civilization will greatly reduce their strength. Lin Moyu continuously performs space jumps, covering infinite distances in a short period of time. The Heavenly God civilization and the Black Blood civilization are in the virtual world, and two different spiritual realms, very far apart. The same is true in the real world. I hope that the Black Blood Realm will return to their homeland after being injured, just like the Heavenly God Realm. If you don't come back, it will be troublesome. The cause and effect he was pointing to was the location of the Black Blood Realm, not the Black Blood civilization. If the two don't go together, don't bother. While Lin Moyu was heading to the Black Blood Realm, he formulated a simple and brutal method. This method only had one word: kill. He had no idea how to deal with the Lord of Curse who had not yet fully revived. He had no idea where he was, what form he existed in, or how he would act. All we know is that the Black Blood Realm and Black Blood civilization exist because of it. In that case, forget about anything else and kill them all. What's more, he already had a deep hatred with the Black Blood Realm, the kind that would not stop until one of them died. Then just kill them all without leaving any trace. The problem will be solved naturally. A month later, Lin Moyu still hadn't reached his destination. The world was too vast, and even if he was fast enough, he still couldn't reach his destination in an instant. He was somewhat envious of Anfanyan's speed. Even though the distance between them was infinite, she was able to arrive in a short time. If I could do the same, it would be much more convenient. The Lord of the Great Tao can move so fast, it should be related to the Origin Ancestral Land. The projection of the Origin Ancestral Land covers the entire world, and the Origin Ancestral Land itself is not that big. The Lord of the Great Tao should be moving through the Origin Ancestral Land, so he can move so fast. Compared to the Lord of the Great Tao, the De Ting Beast's movement is more direct. It directly breaks the boundary between reality and illusion, maps the real world from the illusion, and then jumps back to the illusion from the real world. Lin Moyu pondered and guessed the movement pattern of the two almost exactly. Either way is fine, it is faster than jumping through space again and again like I am doing now. However, the most suitable way for him is another one. When the universe can project the entire heaven and earth, he can use the universe to instantly come to any place between heaven and earth. This is true whether in the real world or the virtual world. When the time comes, you will be able to achieve the state where your body will be when you think about it. 2 months later, the resurrected gods brought good news. They had developed a technological magic weapon that could control the thousands of powerful statues. This technological magic weapon is only the size of a palm. Its interior is a pure technological product, but its exterior has been transformed by the great avenue of the universe and can be driven by soul power. Lin Moyu tried it and found it very useful. The technological magic weapon is similar to the one Xiao Zhantian had obtained before, which is a combination of technology and magic weapon. However, after the disappearance of the physical avenue, all technological magic weapons in the various worlds between heaven and earth will eventually become useless. Only a small number of special technological magic weapons can still be used, but their effects will be greatly reduced. Lin Moyu has changed some fundamental rules by taking away the physical avenue. But Lin Moyu doesn't care about these. In order to become stronger, he won't care about the consequences of some things. The space jump lasted for 3 whole months, during which time he used cause and effect to adjust the direction several times. Lin Moyu didn't know how far he had gone. Finally, 3 months later, we arrived at the location indicated by cause and effect. Before he even got close enough, Momoyu's expression had already become serious. The fog in the world ahead became different. The fog in other places was gray, while the fog in the world in front of him was a strange black and red color. The red color was black, just like blood that was so thick that it turned black. Just by looking at it, Lin Moyu's soul could already smell the blood. The smell of blood penetrates the soul, making it feel numb. This is not an ordinary smell of blood. Elements such as killing, evil, curse, corruption, etc. are gathered in it. It's really disgusting. Lin Moyu has been dealing with corpses, undead spirits, and curses for many years. His immunity to evil is far beyond that of ordinary people, but the thing in front of him still makes him feel disgusted. He had seen people from the Black Blood realm and knew what black blood was like, but he did not expect the Black Blood realm to be so powerful. Other worlds dispel the fog, but the Black Blood realm directly pollutes the fog. Summon the Red Blood Dao Demon. Look, what's the difference between this and your red blood? The little face of the Red Blood Dao Demon wrinkled into a ball. The little guy obviously didn't like the things in front of him. There were a lot of dirty things in these things. There were too many of them, and it was uncomfortable to look at them. My red blood is pure pollution power, very pure, not as dirty as these things. Lin Moyu asked, "Can you tell what this is?" The Red Blood Dao Demon shook his head. "I can't tell, it's just very dirty, extremely dirty." It was really dirty, so dirty that it cannot be described in words. Lin Moyu said to himself, "Lord of the Curse, is this what is emitted from your blood?" As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the fire that burned the world flew out and turned into a sea of fire, and began to refine it directly. All of a sudden, a large amount of world fog was burned, and the black and red fog quickly retreated when it encountered the world-burning fire. The fire of burning the world can refine the world, and all the dirt and debris in the world can be refined and burned. The polluted world fog before us is already the sphere of influence of the Black Blood realm. It will naturally be no problem for it to be refined by the world-burning fire. The fire of burning the world quickly burned in the fog of the world, and its scope became larger and larger, burning more and more vigorously. Hundreds of billions of undead servants rushed out, quickly dispersing in the fog of the world, forming an encirclement outside the world-burning fire. Lin Moyu knew the Black Blood realm too well. If he wanted to kill them, he couldn't let them escape at all. Any strong person in the Black Blood realm, as long as they shed a drop of blood, they can be reborn countless years later, and their number will never end. When dealing with the Black Blood realm, you must be extremely cautious and not miss even a drop of blood. Summoning the space demon, Lin Moyu ordered, "Form a space isolation zone outside the Black Blood realm. Nothing is allowed to leave, not even a drop of blood." The space demon obeyed the order and flew over to set up an isolation zone along the edge of the world. With the ability of the space demon, the space he arranged is difficult to break unless the Lord of the Great Tao comes in person. Lin Moyu was still worried, so he asked the Red Blood Taoist demon to lay down red blood outside the space isolation zone for multiple defenses. As the world-burning fire burns, the scope of the world's fog is gradually shrinking, and the encirclement of the undead army is also gradually getting smaller. The isolation zone formed by the Space Taoist demon and the Red Blood Taoist demon has not changed, and it still covers the entire Black Blood realm with a huge range. After a large amount of the world fog was burned, the Black Blood world hidden in it finally made some movement. Lin Moyu saw groups of soul flames appearing in the mist, as the strong men from the Black Blood realm were rushing out of the Black Blood realm. Every Black Blood realm that Lin Moyu had faced before was a headache for him. They are powerful, formless, fierce in attack, and extremely difficult to kill. But now, among these powerful men from the Black Blood realm, there were only a few at the Tao realm, and most of them were Tao masters or even heavenly masters. Such weakness was completely beyond Lin Moyu's expectations. Screams from the souls rang out, and before they could even rush out, they were burned to death and refined by the world-burning fire. It was really the case that he turned into ashes before even seeing his opponent, and died without knowing how he died. How can you be so weak? Lin Moyu was a little confused. Even if the Black Blood realm was weak, it should be able to compete with the Heavenly God realm. 2.6 The fire of burning the world continued to burn, and its range became smaller and smaller, until all the fog of the world was burned away, and the Black Blood realm was revealed. Lin Moyu frowned even more when he saw it. The world before our eyes is weak. Except for the dead world and the world occupied by the Soul Heart King, this is the weakest world Lin Moyu has ever seen. How could the mighty Black Blood realm be so weak? Not only is the world small, but the strongest person in it is only at the Tao realm of the 7th level soul. Even if he took away the avenue of physics, changed the laws of physics, and made technological weapons ineffective, it would not have much impact on the Black Blood realm. Lin Moyu felt something was wrong, but couldn't figure out why for a moment. But now that things have come to this, the only thing we can do now is to kill him first. The fire of burning the world burned more vigorously and began to refine the Black Blood world. The Black Blood realm was incredibly weak, so weak that Lin Moyu couldn't understand it. In just 2 days, the Black Blood realm was refined by the world-burning fire and turned into a world crystal. The world crystal is very small, and the power contained in it is very weak. After refining the Black Blood realm, even the world-burning fire has not grown much. There is a substance in the world that can make the world-burning fire grow, but this substance is very rare in the Black Blood realm. Taking the world crystal in hand and observing it carefully, this world crystal seems to be no different from other world crystals except that it is weaker. But Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that this world crystal was abnormal and should not be absorbed by the universe. This was his intuition. After thinking for a moment, Lin Moyu put away the world crystal and did not let the world absorb it. He won't do this until he finds the problem. It's over. The fog of the world surged over and occupied the site again, and the black world had disappeared from between heaven and earth. Lin Moyu felt an inexplicable sense of relief. The Black Blood realm was resolved just like that. It was a little unbelievable. It's too easy. The Lord of Curse didn't appear. If the Lord of Curse is not in the Black Blood realm, then he should be in the Black Blood civilization. But where is the Black Blood civilization? Maybe I need to ask Anya Yin 10 more questions. Lin Moyu is ready to pay the price. There is still a lot of wild beast essence. Not to mention asking some questions, it should be enough even if Yu Yin takes action. Just as he was about to call for help, Lin Moyu suddenly discovered that the cause and effect between himself and the Black Blood realm had not disappeared. The Black Blood realm is gone, so why does cause and effect still exist? This doesn't make sense. Cause and effect cannot be wrong. There is only one possibility in this situation, and that is that the Black Blood realm still exists. Take out the crystal of cause and effect and activate it again. The crystal of cause and effect really pointed in a direction, and the distance was not far. At this time, there are only 2 uses of the crystal of cause and effect left. Fortunately, there is still a lot of cause and effect power given by an Yuyin, so I can still look for it. Following the direction indicated, Lin Moyu leaped into the air. Only half a day later, the black and red world fog came into view again. It turned out to be another black blood world. There is more than one black blood realm. Although Lin Moyu was surprised, he did not say anything and threw out the world burning fire first. The undead army followed suit and continued to surround the entire world. The Space Taoist demon and the Red Blood Taoist demon still set up 2 lines of defense to prevent anyone from escaping from the Black Blood realm. The world-burning fire burned all the way in, alarming the Black Blood realm, and another group of Black Blood people rushed out, and the result was the same as before. The not-so-strong Black Blood man was directly burned to ashes by the world-burning fire and was unable to break out at all. Until the fog of the world was burned away, the Black Blood world appeared in sight. This Black Blood world is not much bigger than the previous one, and is almost on the same level. Lin Moyu finally noticed something wrong. This Black Blood world was the same as the previous one. It was very new. The breath emanating from the whole world gave Lin Moyu a brand new feeling. The breath of time is difficult to change. New is new, old is old, and that is the mark left by time. The world before our eyes is too new. It cannot have existed for more than tens of millions of years. Tens of millions of years is very short for a world. It can even be said to be a blink of an eye. Even tens of millions of years may not be enough to give birth to a living being. Lin Moyu thought of the Tianqing world he had encountered before. There were many clones in the Tianqing world, which was the result of their technology. Tianqing world belongs to the Science and Technology Alliance, and takes the path of combining technology with the Tao. All members of the Kadao Alliance should know cloning technology. As their leader, the Black Blood Civilization's cloning technology should be even stronger. Lin Moyu thought of a possibility. The Black Blood Civilization was no longer limited to cloning living beings. They began to clone the world. The world is not a living being and normally cannot be cloned. But the Black Blood Civilization is different. They are controlled by the Lord of Curse, and all living beings and even the entire world have turned into black blood. From a certain perspective, the Black Blood Civilization can be viewed as a world of living beings and lifelike creatures. Then, cloning this world seems to be a matter of course. Lin Moyu felt a little scared. Cloning the world, crazy thing. At this point, he found that he was similar, and the scientific and technological world he created seemed to be similar in nature. It's just that what the Black Blood Civilization did was even crazier than what he did. I just created the world of science and technology, which can be regarded as a copy of the universe, and there is only one world. And the Black Blood Civilization has no idea how many clones it has made. Hundreds? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Thinking of this, Lin Moyu felt a little headache. But now, he can only kill one by one. Follow the line of cause and effect, and the heaven and earth will tell him the answer. 2 days later, this brand new black blood world was also refined and became a world crystal. Store the world crystals in the storage space, and continue to search for the next black blood world through cause and effect. In the following days, following the guidance of cause and effect, one black blood realm after another was found and refined. Within a year, the number of refined black blood realms expanded to 100. Lin Moyu gradually discovered some changes. The black blood world he found later became larger and stronger, and the black blood people inside became more numerous and stronger. This strengthening is linear, regular, and gradually becomes stronger. Lin Moyu realized that the causal line is guided from weak to strong. The Golden Lion Taoist Master's causal crystal had long been used up and turned into powder. Now he was entirely dependent on an Yuyan's causal power to hold on. Fortunately, the distance is short, the power of cause and effect is consumed very little, and can be used many times. Lin Moyu stored all the world crystals he harvested into the storage space and did not refine them at all. He felt that nothing good would come from refining them, and in the case of uncertainty, it was better not to refine them. As time went by, Lin Moyu had gone from being shocked at first to being numb later. He knew that none of these black blood realms could be spared. If even one drop of 270 is spared, it will be a disaster in the future, not to mention the entire black blood world. 10 years later, Lin Moyu had more than 500 world crystals in his hands. These world crystals were large and small, but without exception, they all gave Lin Moyu a sense of uneasiness, which prevented Lin Moyu from allowing the universe to absorb and refine them. In the past 10 years, the world of science and technology has developed rapidly under the nourishment of the great universe. The small worlds within it have grown one after another, and the number of living beings is constantly increasing. The resurrected gods followed Lin Moyu's request and passed on their knowledge of science and technology, guiding these worlds onto the path of science and technology. In the 10 small worlds, statues were erected. The statues were in the image of Lin Moyu, who was revered by them as the god of technology. These resurrected beings of the celestial god clan call themselves messengers of God. At the same time, the resurrected gods continued to transform technology into knowledge, which was easier for Lin Moyu to accept and understand, allowing Lin Moyu to understand the general system of the way of technology. This also made Lin Moyu realize how right what he was doing was. Technology is different from cultivation. Cultivation depends on oneself, but technology can rely on others. With someone to guide them, latecomers can often walk faster. Following in the footsteps of predecessors is always much faster than groping on your own. The world of science and technology is already on the right track, and with the great world around, the world of science and technology will develop quite rapidly. 10 years later, a Taoist master finally appeared in the Black Blood realm. In the past 10 years, the strongest among the more than 500 Black Blood realms was only at the Tao realm of the first-class soul. Now that the Taoist master has finally appeared, the Black Blood realm has finally become stronger. After 10 years, Lin Moyu could already deduce the pattern of the Black Blood realm's growth. Basically, every 100 Black Blood realms will become one level stronger. With each level of advancement, as the realm of the strong increases, the world becomes stronger and the speed of refining slows down. From the original Black Blood realm, which only had the 7th level of Soul realm, to now there is the Tao Master. Based on this calculation, the number of clones in the Black Blood realm should not be too many, and the remaining number will not exceed 1,000. Cloning a world is definitely not as easy as cloning a living being. It takes time to clone each world, and the speed won't be very fast. So the earlier the world is cloned, the stronger it is, and the later it is cloned, the weaker it is. Soon, in a few years, we will clean up all this garbage of yours. I don't know what kind of existence the Lord of Curses is, but in Lin Moyu's eyes, the Black Blood realm is the garbage of this world, something that shouldn't exist. If the Black Blood realm continues to act as it is now, after a few 100 million years, perhaps an infinite number of Black Blood realms will emerge. The strong ones within them will be enough to make any world despair. With the addition of the Lord of Curses, even those eternal beings would probably have to retreat. Although he hated the Black Blood realm, Lin Moyu had to admit that this method of cloning the world was quite terrifying. The key is time, a very long time, measured in billions of years. As the Black Blood realm becomes stronger, the speed of refining becomes slower and slower, and now it takes more than 10 days to refine it. It will be slower later. Lin Moyu has prepared himself mentally for a protracted war that may last for hundreds or even thousands of years. But the battle has begun and there is no turning back. At least it's much easier than in the big world. We survived such a difficult time back then, and now the crushing battle will only take some time. It's nothing. Black Blood realms were found one after another, and then refined in the world-burning fire, without stopping for a moment. Although the Black Blood realm has been getting stronger, it makes no difference to Lin Moyu, it just takes a little more time. 38 years later, the door in the universe made a roar. The third halo completely solidified and emitted a brilliant light, which lasted for several minutes before slowly converging. The door then made a rumbling sound, and a thought was transmitted. At this time, the door could be opened, but it was only in the initial stage. The information transmitted by the gate stated that in the initial stage, only the primary area can be explored. If you want to explore more advanced areas, you need to continue to replenish energy for the gate. At this time, countless undead servants were drawing the power of the universe into the gate, continuously replenishing the energy of the gate. The third halo took several decades to condense, and the time required for the fourth halo doubled, requiring more than 100 years to complete. 100 years is acceptable, but what about the fifth and sixth stages? If it only increased by 100 years each time, then there would be no problem at all, but Lin Moyu knew very well that it would never be that simple, and the energy required would most likely be doubled. According to this calculation, the fifth door will take 200 to 300 years, and the sixth door will take 500 to 600 years. Then the seventh door is 1,000 years, followed by several thousand years, and tens of thousands of years. Time alone is not a big deal, but there may be some other requirements. Otherwise, it would not have been possible that most of the strong men back then opened the door at the elementary stage, and only a small number of them opened it at the later stage. The only one who can open the gate at the advanced stage is the human emperor. As for the perfect opening, no one has ever achieved it. Lin Moyu's original goal was to open the door at an advanced stage like the human emperor, but he also knew that it was not easy to do. As for the perfect stage, I can think about it, but the possibility is too low. It is difficult for me at my current stage to do something that even the human emperor couldn't do. Decades passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Moyu had more than 700 world crystals in his hands. The Black Blood realm is still growing stronger, and now in every world, there are at least dozens of black people at the Tao Lord level. These are nothing, but after the world becomes powerful, it takes a lot of time to refine them. Nowadays, it takes more than a month to refine the Black Blood realm, and only 10 can be refined in a year. The Black Blood realm is still getting stronger, and the speed of refining will be even slower. For decades, Lin Moyu has been observing the Black Blood realm. The Tao Masters in the Black Blood realm are very peculiar. They do not comprehend any great Tao, and there are only two types, Sword Saint and Fist Saint. They all manipulate the power of Black Blood, but they possess the combat power of Tao Masters. Lin Moyu felt that it was because their power came from the Lord of Curses that they had this peculiarity. What kind of existence is the Lord of Curse? Lord of the Cursed Avenue. The Cursed Avenue that I know of doesn't seem to be like this. Lin Moyu also has curse techniques and has had some initial contact with the Curse Avenue, but the Curse Avenue did not give him this dirty feeling. On the contrary, the power of the Cursed Avenue is very pure and can only be considered evil at best. In doubt, Lin Moyu continued to refine the Black Blood realm. The speed became slower and slower, and in the end it took 2 months to refine a Black Blood realm. The Black Blood realm at this time was already extremely powerful, almost the same as the Heavenly God realm that he had refined before, but Lin Moyu could clearly feel the difference between the two worlds. The God realm is a normal world, but the Black Blood realm is not. The Black Blood realm is a world of clones. No matter how powerful it appears on the outside, its core essence is very weak. The refined world crystal is also slightly worse than the normal world. It seems like the world of clones is missing something. At this time, more than 100 years have passed since Lin Moyu refined the first Black Blood realm. The number of world crystals in Lin Moyu's hands is approaching 1,000, and even the power of cause and effect given by an Yuyan is almost exhausted. Not far away, the stench is getting stronger, and the disgust is getting stronger. We are almost at the main body. Lin Moyu wanted to see how strong the Black Vampire's true form was. After so many years of recuperation, has it recovered to its heyday? The Black Blood realm's recovery ability far exceeds that of the Heavenly God realm. A few more years passed, and the number of world crystals in his hands reached 990, only 10 pieces away from the 1,000. As the space crossing ended, the sound of huge waves came to my ears. A sea of black and red blood appeared in sight. The black and red sea of blood was endless, and no one knew how big it was. When Lin Moyu saw the black and red sea of blood, he was also stunned and couldn't help but say, "It's so big." This sea of blood is large enough to accommodate thousands of worlds. It was so far away that there was no end in sight. Lin Moyu even had a feeling that this sea of blood could almost fill the Great Spirit Realm. A sea of blood that looks like the Great Spirit Realm. This scene is enough to shock everyone. Even if the human emperor came here, he would probably be shocked. The sea of blood was wrapped in an invisible force, extremely oppressive, and the void was locked by this force. If you don't see it up close, you won't even notice its existence. Perhaps, those masters of the avenues don't know that there is such a sea of blood here. Is this the blood of the Lord of Curses? The blood turned into a sea. What on earth is the Lord of Curses? Lin Moyu felt the power of the cursed avenue from the sea of blood, pure, powerful, and gate. Except for the Lord of Curses, no one else's blood can contain such a huge curse power. I didn't expect you to come here. A gloomy voice suddenly sounded. The sound came from the deepest part of the sea of blood, roaring throughout the entire sea of blood. Lin Moyu could not tell the exact location of the sound. This sound made him feel very uncomfortable, as if his soul was being pressed down by something. An invisible pressure descended upon him, as if he was born to be the one to suppress him. Amid the roar, the sea of blood churned, creating huge waves that rose for who knows how many thousands of miles. Huge waves rushed into the sky, which was extremely spectacular. Each wave could easily submerge an entire world. Amid the huge waves, worlds appeared. There are 11 worlds in total, one is extremely large, and the other 10 are relatively small. Black Blood Realm. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that the huge world was the Black Blood Realm. The other 10 smaller ones are clones of the Black Blood Realm. 10 clone worlds were lined up in a row, and 10 giant blood-red eyes appeared in the world, staring at Lin Moyu. The Black Blood Realm is like an emperor, high above, looking down on all living beings. Lin Moyu said, "Lord of the Curse, you should not have fully recovered yet." The Black Blood Realm suddenly changed its appearance and turned into a human form. A deep voice came out from his mouth. "What is complete recovery? You may have some understanding of recovery." Lin Moyu said, "You are the one who misunderstood. You chose me as your reborn body, but I am still here in 793, so you are not fully recovered. Or, in other words, without me, you would never be fully recovered." The Lord of Curses smiled grimly. "You learned this from other lords of the avenues, right? How can you guarantee that what they said is right?" Lin Moyu was stunned, and then said, "Indeed, no one can guarantee that what he said is correct, and you are the same, so I only believe in myself. I guess you don't have the ability to kill me now, or you don't want to kill me yet." The Lord of Curses laughed even more fiercely. His laughter stirred up blood waves and clouds, and the waves danced. "None of them are right. Killing you is easy, just like this." The Lord of Curse flicked his fingers lightly, and a loud noise was heard in the sea of blood, and a huge whirlpool exploded. Lin Moyu's body exploded and he died on the spot. In the purple light, Lin Moyu was resurrected. His eyes were extremely solemn. He actually died like this. He didn't even see how the other party attacked him, how he attacked him, or what magic he used. Just now I just felt that the cursed avenue seemed to move a little, the power of curse suddenly appeared, and then I exploded. Is this the power of the Lord of the Great Tao? No, this is not the power of the Lord of the Great Tao. I have seen the Lord of the Great Tao fight, and it is not like this. He must have done something to me, so he could kill me, and this kind of thing doesn't always work. Lin Moyu's mind raced as he thought about all sorts of possibilities. The most likely possibility is that the Lord of Curse had tampered with him before, but he was too weak at that time to notice it. This trick is related to the cursed avenue and is too profound, so I can never detect it. The sudden outburst now was just to scare myself. Although he had some guesses in his mind, Lin Moyu's expression still revealed a hint of panic, as if he was terrified by his own sudden death. Lin Moyu said coldly, "What are you going to do?" The Lord of Curse laughed. "Don't you have a grudge against the Black Blood Realm? There are only 10 Black Blood Realms left. As long as we destroy them all, your grudge will be avenged." Lin Moyu frowned. You mean these 10 clone worlds? Where is the original body? The Lord of Curses laughed loudly. My true form is me. Do you want to kill me? Yes, but you don't have the strength to do so. They are right. You are indeed the body I chose, but you are too weak now and are not qualified. The Lord of Curse obviously didn't want to take action, and Moyu also suppressed his urge to take action. What we are facing now is the Lord of Curse, not just the Black Blood Realm or the Black Blood Civilization. Lin Moyu is confident that he can destroy the Black Blood Realm and the Black Blood Civilization, but he is not sure about dealing with the Lord of Curse. Even though he hasn't fully recovered yet, he still has no confidence. Lin Moyu pretended to calm himself down. Do you know that I am also the reincarnation of the Lord of the Great Tao? Are you sure you can take over my body? The Lord of Curses suddenly laughed. I know, the way of immortality. Do you think you are special? Except for you, no one else in the world can practice the way of immortality. His words made Lin Moyu stunned for a moment. He had indeed thought so. The Lord of Curses continued, yes, you are indeed special, because the great Tao of immortality is special. But don't think that just because those guys call you the Lord of the Great Tao, you are really the Lord of the Great Tao. Those guys don't know shit. They are all self-righteous, but they don't know that they have been on the wrong path for a long time. So what if you are the Lord of the Great Tao? I have chosen you, and you can't run away. There was great arrogance in his words, and it was obvious that he was full of confidence in himself. The Lord of Curses all knew that Yu Yan had said that the Lord of Curses existed much earlier than him. The Immortal Avenue is indeed somewhat special in the Land of Return. Could it be that the Cursed One knows something? Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, what's so special about the Immortal Avenue? The Lord of Curses laughed and said, I know you like to trick people, but I'm not that easy to trick. But I can also tell you something. In the Land of Return, there are a total of 20 avenues, but now there are 21. Which one do you think is the extra one? The 20 avenues were created at different times. 8 of them already existed when the Land of Return was born. Can you guess which 8 they are? We are both eternal beings, some are strong and some are weak. Guess who is strong and who is weak? These words seem to be questions, but in fact they carry answers. The extra avenue is naturally the avenue of immortality, which is the most special. 8 avenues already existed when the Land of Return was born, and the other 12 were later. Lin Moyu immediately thought of the 8 masters of the avenue who had already fallen silent. Needless to say, it was most likely them. They were the earliest batch of lords of the Great Tao, eternal beings, and the first ones to attempt to take that step. In the end, they all failed and fell into silence. The Lord of Curse is one of them, so the years he experienced are earlier than those of Yu Yan. As both are eternal masters of the Great Tao, some are strong and some are weaker than others. That's why Yu Yan is a little wary of the Lord of Curses. Perhaps she had suffered a loss from him a long time ago. But his words did not answer the question in Lin Moyu's mind, why his own immortal path was special. Lin Moyu no longer wanted his answer. If it wasn't for the Lord of Curse, he wouldn't know for sure. Lin Moyu said, then let's talk about the Black Blood Realm and the Black Blood Civilization. You said that the Black Blood Realm no longer exists, so where did they go? And where is the Black Blood Civilization now? Haha, you are really curious. The Lord of Curses smiled and said, since you will be my incarnation in the future, I will tell you. The Black Blood Civilization is the Black Blood Realm. They are the first stepping stone for my revival. I gave them power and they paid with their lives. This is fair. The 10 clones are the last traces of the Black Blood Realm's existence. You can refine them. Take your time. I'll find a place to sleep. I hope you can grow up quickly and at least get rid of that rubbish's control first. The boundless sea of blood disappeared right under Lin Moyu's nose. Lin Moyu didn't even know how it disappeared. It just faded away until it disappeared completely. Lin Moyu did not try to stop him. He did not know how powerful the Lord of Curse was, and he knew he had no chance of dealing with him. Since he doesn't want to take action, then I won't take action for now and let's keep it a little mysterious. And there are many things to think about. Lin Moyu feels that things are very tricky, far beyond his expectations. The 10 cloned Black Blood realms are still here. Just as the Lord of Curse said, he doesn't want these cloned Black Blood realms anymore and keeps them for himself to play with. Then play it. Since you don't want it, I'll take it without hesitation. Lin Moyu said softly, and with a wave of his hand, the undead army rushed towards the cloned Black Blood world. Roar! The roar resounded through the soul, and 10 world wills emerged at the same time in the 10 directions Black Blood realm. At the same time, a large number of black-blooded people rushed out, including sword saints and boxing saints. They looked exactly the same, all were Taoist masters, and it was impossible to tell them apart. The Black Blood world rolled forward, and the will of the world turned into a general, leading the army of Black Blood masters to kill and collide with the army of undead. Lin Moyu's eyes were like lightning, and his eyes of the dead swept across the whole place. Although they look the same, they are actually different. These 10 worlds were not created at the same time. The time intervals between them should be quite long. The 10 world wills have different strengths. The strongest one has barely entered the formation stage, with a stable body shape and powerful aura. The weak ones have just entered the transformation stage. From this we can see that the time when this king's world will was born was very long ago. But no matter how weak it is still the will of the world. The will of the world in the transformation stage is enough to kill the Taoist master. The armies collided, and 10 world wills opened the way. A large number of undead servants were knocked away by them. Some of the undead servants were shattered, but recovered quickly. Compared with the methods of the God Clan, among the 10 cloned Black Blood realms, there is nothing worth looking at except these world wills. A large number of Dao masters in the Black Blood realm were killed by the undead servants. After their death, they turned into Black Blood and returned to their respective Black Blood realms, but they came out again after a while. However, each time he was resurrected, his aura would become a little weaker, so it was not without cost. With a thought, thousands of statues of gods flew out, and Lin Moyu controlled these statues of gods through technological magic weapons. The projection of the multiverse belonging to him was displayed, and 2 worlds, one large and one small, appeared. The physical avenue of the science and technology world provided combat support for the statues of the gods. These statues of the gods charged into the battlefield and rushed straight towards the will of the world. As soon as the world will and the statue of the god came into contact, it was immediately suppressed. The fighting power of the statue of the god is extraordinary. Now that it has a new operator, it is slightly weaker than when it was previously controlled by the gods, but with its numerical advantage, it can easily suppress the will of the world. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the strongest world will. The other party had already entered the formation stage and was the strongest among the world wills. He was injured and hasn't fully recovered yet. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the guy who caused the origin catastrophe. During the origin catastrophe that year, it was not the real Black Blood realm that went there, but a clone. If there had been more Black Blood realms there back then, perhaps the fate of the origin continent would have been rewritten. And before his arrival, these cloned Black Blood realms were sunk in the sea of blood. The Lord of Curse seemed to be hiding something and did not allow so many Black Blood realms to appear in the world. At the same time, Lin Moyu also discovered that these 10 cloned Black Blood realms were different from the nearly 1,000 Black Blood realms he had refined before. They had no impurities and their power was pure. The Black Blood realm used to be very difficult to deal with, but that was because I was too weak. Facing himself today, Lin Moyu feels that the Black Blood realm is not difficult to deal with, at least it is much easier to deal with than the Heavenly God realm. The Black Blood Taoist Master was killed again and again, becoming weaker and weaker, until he finally died completely and could no longer be resurrected. The 10 world wills were also suppressed by the statues of the gods and were constantly injured until they collapsed. The world-burning fire appeared again, refining 10 worlds at the same time. The 10 cloned Black Blood realms had no power to resist and could only wait for destruction to come. The whole process was very easy, many times easier than dealing with the celestial civilization. The main reason for this is because of the Lord of Curse. It was obvious that the Lord of Curses had given up the Black Blood Realm. Lin Moyu felt that the reason for this was that the Black Blood Realm had lost its value. The fire of burning the world burned fiercely, like thousands of huge fireballs shining brightly in the void. The world fog did not come over, but the void was filled with the army of undead, which expelled all the world fog. In the center of the army, Lin Moyu fell into deep thought. In my mind, past memories reappear again and again. It is not a cursory review, but a careful search of the past, without missing any details. Before actually meeting the Lord of Curses, although Lin Moyu didn't show anything on the surface, he was actually shocked in his heart. The Lord of Curse seemed to be familiar with everything about himself. He knew that he could refine the world, but he also knew that he had not yet escaped from the origin continent. Request flowers. Whether it is the fire that burns the world or the mark of the true spirit in the origin continent, they are his own secrets and very few people know about them. The Lord of Curses could not possibly listen to all the worlds like the listening beast, but he knew so much, which meant that he must be monitoring him in some way. Lin Moyu felt that it was probably because when he was facing the attack from the strong man in the Black Blood Realm, he had to use his original magic, which attracted the attention of the curse when the strong man in the Black Blood Realm attacked him across time and space. The Taoist master of the Black Blood Realm does not have the ability to attack himself across time and space. This should be the work of the Lord of Curse. From then on, the Lord of Curse left a mark on himself and began to monitor him. If so, the Eye of the Curse should know more. 0. But he couldn't keep monitoring all the time, otherwise he would definitely be discovered by himself. Even if the Lord of Curses was very clever and he didn't notice it, what about the old man in green robe? There are also the listening beast, the Emperor of morning bells and evening drums, and Yu Yin, and the Lord of Time. So many eternal beings may not have discovered it, or they may not tell themselves even if they have discovered it. This possibility is not high. Moreover, when he said that the Lord of Curses was reviving, the Lord of Curses said that he learned the news from those eternal beings. He didn't know that he learned this from Yu Yin, which meant that the Lord of Curse didn't know about it. This also proves that the Cursed Eye group is always monitoring him. Lin Moyu thought about it again and again, sorted out all the details of his previous experiences, and finally got the result. The Lord of Curses had indeed chosen me since that time, so he knew a lot about my affairs. The most likely reason why he chose me was because of the original magic. But the Lord of Curse only knew the surface, and he had no idea what happened in the soul world. What he knows should only be what he has seen and done, that is to say, this mark only appears on the surface. After thinking it through, I knew what the Lord of Curse saw and heard. There are indeed quite a few, but not all, and he is not monitoring them all the time. And there were some things he had obviously never seen before, such as the old man in green robe. I wonder how he will react when he sees the old man in green robe. Lin Moyu sneered in his heart. A stream of power flowed through his body, trying to find the source of the Lord of Curse's surveillance. I searched again and again, but found nothing. This result is not surprising. It should be said that it is expected. If the mark is really in the body, I have died and been reborn again and again, and turned into dust countless times, and all the marks will be gone. But if it is not on the surface of the body, where else would it be? Everything has its root, and even the most miraculous means can find the problem. After searching tens of thousands of times, Lin Moyu was sure that there was nothing wrong with his body, and there was no problem with his soul. There was a small tree in his soul world, so if there was anything abnormal, he would definitely be able to discover it. And when he died, it wasn't just his body that perished. His soul had been shattered many times, so it would have been over if there had been a mark on it. The new talent cannot revive things that do not belong to you. Therefore, from the soul to the body, there is no problem with myself. If it's not my own problem, then where could it be? It is even more impossible for him to be followed by Wujiusan all the time, and he does not have the ability like the Diting Beast. Damn it, what kind of trick is this? Lin Moyu was puzzled, but now with his knowledge and understanding of the Great Tao, there was nothing he could not understand. But this time, it's really difficult. Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out. It was difficult to understand the Tao. It was not pleasant to be stared at all the time. If he didn't solve this problem, it would be difficult to do the next thing. No one would like his or her every move to be under the surveillance of others. Moreover, the guy who was monitoring him was full of hostility towards him. The surveillance of the Lord of Curses has a different meaning from that of the old man in green robe. The old man in green robe gives Lin Moyu a mysterious feeling, as if he is detached from the world and does not exist in this world. The Lord of Curse wants his own body and his own benefit. It would be fine if I didn't know, but now that I know, this problem must be solved, otherwise I will not be able to sleep or eat. Lin Moyu sat in the void, his thoughts racing, constantly thinking and searching for answers. The fire of burning the world continues to burn, and the black blood world is gradually shrinking. It will take some time to completely refine it. A month later, Lin Moyu suddenly opened his eyes, with a gleam of light in his eyes, like a sharp blade piercing the void. He flipped his hand and took out the causal seed, and poured soul power into it to activate it. Senor, Lin has something to ask of you. And Yuyin is the master of cause and effect and no longer needs to practice in seclusion. At this point, the way of practice has changed. Therefore, Lin Moyu does not need to worry about disturbing the other party or making him unhappy. After a moment, and Yuyin's slightly lazy voice came from the causal seed, "Fellow Taoist Lin, there is no need to be so polite. Please speak up if you have anything to say." Lin Moyu said, "I would like to ask Senor to go to the land of origin and help me carefully check whether there are any marks left by the Lord of Curse on the Immortal Avenue. I wonder if it is possible." There was no movement from Yuyin. Lin Moyu didn't know what she was thinking and didn't urge her. After waiting for a few minutes, and Yuyin's voice sounded again, this time with a bit of solemnity in her voice, "Fellow Taoist Lin, how did you know that someone had planted a mark on the Immortal Avenue?" "It is indeed so." Lin Moyu was shocked. He didn't expect that he was really on the Immortal Avenue. He had been puzzled before and could not find the problem. Later, he suddenly had an idea and thought of his own way to immortality. The path to immortality is very special, and you are the only one who controls the entire world. If one tampered with the Immortal Avenue, the other party might use it to monitor oneself when one was driving the Immortal Avenue, and one would not be able to enter the land of return, so naturally no one would discover one. What a good trick! Lin Moyu whispered. And Yuyin's voice came again, "Now there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first, Brother Lin?" Lin Moyu was surprised that Yuyin, who had a noble temperament, would actually make such a joke, and then smiled and said, "Let's hear the good news first." And Yuyin said, "From the mark left by the Lord of Curse, his strength has only recovered 30% at most. And he didn't know why he moved the power in the mark. Now the mark is very weak. It will take at least 1,000 years to recover. Only 30%. No wonder he doesn't fight with me. I guess saying I'm too weak is just an excuse because he's not sure." Lin Moyu finally understood why he died suddenly. It was that mark. The Lord of Curse launched an attack on himself through the mark left on the Avenue of Immortality. The attack came from the avenue, so it seemed extremely strange and even the source could not be found. If I had known this earlier, I could have really tried to keep him. It's just a thought. The Lord of Curse can completely leave through the land of origin, just like the God of Light. There is no way to stop him. This is not good news. If this is the good news, then the bad news is probably even worse. Lin Moyu asked, "Tell me the bad news." And Yuyin said, "There are 3 marks on the Immortal Avenue, and the mark of the complete curse is just one of them." Lin Moyu's mouth twitched. This is really bad news. The Lord of Curses was just one of them, which meant that in addition to the Lord of Curses, there were 2 other guys targeting him. Those who can leave a mark in the Immortal Avenue, that is, the people in the land of return, each of them is an eternal existence, which cannot be compared with oneself. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, can you tell who planted the mark?" And Yuyin said, "This is not difficult, their cause and effect are connected, but if I tell you, how will fellow Taoist Lin thank me?" Lin Moyu knew that giving the wild beast essence this time was not enough, and that if you want to get something, you must pay for it, which is fair, Qian Wenqing said. And Yuyan said, then please, fellow Taoist Lin, owe me a favor. When I need your help in the future, please do not refuse. Lin Moyu said, as long as it does not violate the Tao heart, Lin will naturally not refuse. And Yuyan laughed and said, I have noted down the 2 marks. One of them is the Lord of Destruction, and the other is the Hand of Fate. The Lord of Destruction, isn't that the human emperor? The emperor is targeting me? I don't seem to have ever seen the human emperor. Lin Moyu thought about the time when he saw the human emperor sealing the Jinmu emperor. In fact, at that time, the human emperor had already discovered him, but he just didn't show any expression. Instead, he left a mark through the avenue of immortality, which means that some of the things that happened to him later were known to the human emperor. As for the Lord of Destiny, why would he help me? Lin Moyu wondered, who is the Master of Destiny? And Yuyan's tone was a little strange. The Lord of Fate 5.5 should be silent. There is no sign of recovery at all. Why did he leave a mark? It's really strange. The Avenue of Destiny, like the Avenue of Curse, is an avenue that has existed since the birth of the land of origin. The Lord of Destiny should be as ancient as the Lord of Curse, and he has not resurrected, which means that this mark was left before he fell silent. I was not born at that time, which also shows that the mark left by the Lord of Destiny was not for me, but for the reincarnation or successor of the Lord of Immortality. Regardless of the reason, leaving a mark on the immortal avenue for surveillance is not a good thing and is a serious provocation. Lin Moyu said, Senior, is there a way to remove this mark? And Yuyan shook her head, no, that is fellow Taoist Lin's avenue. I can leave a mark, but I cannot erase other people's marks. If you want to remove it, fellow Taoist Lin has to find a way himself. And Yuyan said that she had no way to remove the mark on the avenue of immortality. It was easy to leave a mark, but it was difficult to remove it, as that would mean going against the avenue. Unless Lin Moyu does it himself, after all, this is Lin Moyu's avenue. The cause and effect seed drew out a picture, which was the place of return to origin, and the road to immortality appeared in the center of the picture. The avenue is flowing, with gray and white air alternating, magnificent. The 3 marks rise and fall in the avenue. They seem weak, but they are actually very strong and always exist. And Yuyan said, it's a pity that fellow Taoist Lin cannot enter the land of return to origin yet, otherwise it would be easy to remove these 3 marks. Lin Moyu felt helpless. If one day he could enter and exit the place of origin at will, who would be able to leave marks on his path at will? If you really dare to do this, I'm sure you'll have to deal with it. Lin Moyu looked at the 3 marks and found that they were all in the white area of the immortal avenue. White represents the force of life, gray represents the force of death. When the 2 are combined into one, controlling life and death is the path to immortality. The 3 marks are all in the area of life force, that's right. They have to avoid the death force, which will wipe them out. Thinking of the corrosive and annihilating effect of the power of death, Lin Moyu had an idea of how to remove the 312 marks. He tried to drive the immortal avenue, but instead of bringing the immortal avenue into his hands, he directly transformed the immortal avenue itself in the place of origin. Normally speaking, he is still far from being able to control the immortal Tao itself, but who can make him the only person in the world who masters the immortal Tao? He is considered by others to be the Lord of Immortality. He has once entered the land of return and been to the avenue of immortality, so there is a mysterious connection between him and the avenue of immortality. Lin Moyu's will was as strong as iron. He used the power of his own avenue to influence the essence of the immortal avenue. Flip! He shouted in his heart that he wanted to swap the 2 poles and switch the path to immortality. In this way, the mark originally located in the vitality area will fall into the death area. Even the marks left by eternal existence will be corroded and erased. I think so, but it is not easy to do it in reality. It all depends on the heart of Tao. Under the influence of Lin Moyu's thoughts, the originally calm immortal avenue began to become turbulent. Huge waves rose one after another, and the three marks floated up and down in the waves, still stubbornly existing. And Yuyin seemed to be enjoying the show. She maintained the projection so that Lin Moyu could see the situation in the land of return in real time. Lin Moyu is determined in his Taoism and is not afraid of anything. He never thinks that there is anything in this world that he cannot do, it is just a matter of time. The power of the Tao heart turned into an invisible hand and began to influence the immortal Tao. A touch of gray appeared in the white area, and a touch of white appeared in the gray area. The power of life and death began to gradually change areas. It really works. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. He could really do it. As long as his heart was firm enough, he could influence the Tao. A light shout in the heart will have a great impact. But soon Lin Moyu felt powerless. Although his determination was firm, it was also expended quickly. Before I knew it, my consciousness became dry and it was difficult to concentrate. And now this integration has just begun. It would be a pity if we give up now. A disembodied voice echoed in the universe, faith. Lin Moyu's words were like the words of heaven. All living beings in the world heard these words from the depths of their souls, and they knew what they had to do in an instant. Countless people were pious, some kneeling, some lying, some standing, some sitting, all in different postures, but without exception, they all faced Lin Moyu and expressed their beliefs. The card of faith that was once left behind was burning fiercely at this moment and was all used up in an instant. The overwhelming belief provided Lin Moyu with a brand new strength, as if it was a shot of adrenaline to his heart, making it stronger than before. Lin Moyu's consciousness entered the origin place, and the two poles of the being immortal avenue were exchanged. More and more death power poured into the life area, and the life area spread towards the previous death area. The whole process was not fast, and Lin Moyu knew that it could not be rushed. The countless living beings in the universe continuously provide Lin Moyu with the power of faith, allowing him to continue. I don't know how long it took, but finally the power of life and death was exchanged. The immortal avenue is still the immortal avenue, without any changes. The only thing that changed was the area. At this time, the three marks fell into the area ruled by the power of death. Lin Moyu manipulated the avenue to roll up huge waves and swallowed all three marks. The power of death began to corrode the mark. Once the erosion began, it would not stop. The rest was just a matter of time. The corrosion rate is very slow, and it takes about 1.5 years to completely erase it. After all, it was something that existed forever, and Lin Moyu knew that he couldn't rush it. And Yuyin laughed. Master Lin is very kind. He can control the essence of the great Tao before he even achieves enlightenment. I admire him. Lin Moyu felt a little relieved at this time. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. I am helpless. And Yuyin said, I am not being too modest. Being able to do this is enough to prove Lin Daofa's potential. But since the Lord of Curses has already taken action, he will not let fellow Taoist Lin go. Fellow Taoist Lin should be careful. Lin Moyu nodded. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. I will be careful. And Yuyin said, then I wish you good luck, Lin Daoyu. When I need your help in the future, please don't refuse. Lin Moyu said, I will keep my word and will not break it, please rest assured. When the mark is erased, please let me know. Okay. And Yuyin turned off the projection, and the causal seed gradually dimmed its light. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and looked up. The refining of the 10 black blood realms was almost coming to an end. It would take another half a month for the refining to be complete. In fact, he gained a lot this time. He knew how to use the power of faith, thanks to the revelation from the gods. In your own world, there are countless living beings, and the power of faith will also be endless. With the power of faith as a backup, one's combat effectiveness will be raised to a higher level. Now that the issue of the mark has been resolved, we should think about how to deal with the Lord of Curse. After solving his own problem, Lin Moyu began to think about the enemy's information. Know yourself and know your enemy, so that you can better deal with the Lord of Curse when you face him again, otherwise you will be too passive. The Lord of Curse cloned so many black blood realms, it's not just for fun, there must be a reason. There are exactly thousands of these black blood realms, from weak to strong. The weaker the black blood realm, the dirtier it is. As the black blood realm grows stronger, its power becomes purer. Lin Moyu is looking for the similarities and differences in the black blood realm. This is the work of the Lord of Curse. It seems that the Lord of Curse doesn't care about it, but Lin Moyu doesn't think so. The Lord of Curses would not do meaningless things. There must be a deep meaning behind cloning the black blood realm. And this deeper meaning is hidden in these dirty and pure ministers. Lin Moyu still remembers the filthiness of the first black blood realm. This filthiness was no ordinary filthiness. And if we were to ask where the dirtiest place in the world is, it would be where the great ways meet, where impurities abound, and where wild beasts inhabit the great ways. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu's eyes flashed, and he seemed to understand something. That should be the case, it can't be wrong. The Lord of Curse should have gone to the hometown of the great Tao wild beast, the place where the great Tao of heaven and earth intersects and where countless impurities are located. It can also be said to be the dirtiest place between heaven and earth. As for why he went there, the reason was very simple, it was just for his last step. The 8 great ways have existed since the birth of the land of origin. Why did the 8 masters of the oldest great ways remain silent? Isn't it because of the last step? Every lord of the great Tao has his own last step, and the reason why the Lord of Curse goes there must be for his own last step. The wasteland that the Sun Dragon and the Origin continent went to was just the area where the desolate beasts landed in the real world after entering the real world. Compared to the real home of wild beasts, it is not even 1/1000th of it. Even so, the Sun Dragon was affected by the curse and filth carried by the wild beast itself, and eventually fled back in a panic. You can imagine how dirty the real home of wild animals can be. The Lord of Curse went there, but failed to take the last step and came back covered in dirt. He had to remain silent, and after countless years, he finally regained consciousness. Countless years of silence did not help him get rid of all the dirt he had, and it happened that he encountered the Black Blood civilization. The technological path of the Black Blood civilization gave him an idea. So he merged with the Black Blood civilization, became the leader of the Black Blood civilization, and even finally merged with the Black Air civilization. From then on, there was no more Black Blood civilization between heaven and earth. There was only the Lord of Curses, and the Black Blood civilization was just a slave in his hands. Using the cloning technology of the Black Blood civilization, he cloned himself. Of course, the clone would not be his original body, but the fused black blood world. Through repeated cloning, he found a way to make the black blood world bear his own filth and completely eliminate it. He succeeded. The cloned black blood world took away his filth and finally restored him to purity. Purity is very important to a master of the great Tao. Only purity can guarantee great strength. If he is covered in dirt, the power of the Lord of Curse will also be contaminated, and it will be a long time before he can fully recover. Now that the dirt has been removed, the Lord of the Curse can truly be resurrected. When he said that the time was not right, he meant that he had not yet fully recovered. Removing the dirt has its own costs and may slow his recovery. After reviving, he must take one last step, but this last step may require the help of a strong body. Thinking of this, everything suddenly made sense. After refining those black blood realms, why did I feel something was wrong when facing the world crystallization? This is mainly because these things from the wild beasts' homes are extremely dirty, and even the world-burning fire cannot completely refine them. Once the universe absorbs these world crystals, the dirt that has not been refined will enter the universe and become a shackle on the universe. In this way, it will become difficult for me to make further progress. Lin Moyu thought about it and said, the Lord of Curse should not know this. He only knows that I can refine the world and burn the heaven and earth. He thinks I can also refine dirt and tea. He not only has eyes for my body, but also for the origin of my magic in the fire that burns the world. His last step should be related to the wild beast home. He wants to obtain the world-burning fire and use it to go to the wild beast home again. Finally, I figured out the cause and effect, and everything became clear. The Lord of Curse has no physical body. His physical body is actually that sea of blood. Although the blood sea is strong, it is also easily polluted. The palindrome is also the reason for his defeat in the wild beast home. What exactly is in the wild beast's homeland? Why did his last step take place there? Don't worry about it for now. The world-burning fire can indeed refine these impurities, but the current world-burning fire is not strong enough to burn them thoroughly. When the world-burning fire is strong enough, refine all the world crystals obtained this time again, and they should be usable. 1,000 world crystals, no matter their strength, is still a considerable harvest. As long as it can be refined more thoroughly, it will be a great tonic for the world. Lin Moyu smiled. Although he was facing danger again, he also gained a lot. Especially as our understanding of this world deepens, we will realize that everything has its cause and effect, and nothing can happen without cause or reason. As long as he grasps this point, Lin Moyu believes that he can find the answers to all the problems. When he truly understands this world and comprehends all the truths of this world, he may become an omniscient being. Once that day comes, eternity will be just a matter of course. The cause and effect between the origin continent and the black blood world of the gods was completely severed, and it became the cause and effect between him and the god of light and the Lord of Curse. Logically speaking, when he returns to the origin continent, he will be rewarded by heaven. This is the rule, he can accept it calmly. But this kind of reward is meaningless to him, and what he gets can be taken back by the will of the world at any time. The 10 Directions Black Blood Realm was finally refined and turned into a world crystal of good field quality. These 10 crystals also contained dirt that had not been completely refined, and his instinct told him not to absorb it. Lin Moyu trusted his instinct very much and put it directly into the storage space, leaving it there for the time being. The next thing to do is to find a way to replenish enough energy for the gate and reach the highest point possible. It's just that replenishing energy doesn't seem to be easy. In the vast world, the 4th halo is slowly lighting up. It is estimated that in another 30 to 50 years, the 4th halo will be fully charged, followed by the 5th. In order to speed up the energy replenishment process, power of different attributes is required. It is precisely because the world has enough types of power of the Great Tao that it is able to replenish enough energy in such a short period of time. Back then, the Lord of Hell spent tens of thousands of years replenishing his own avenue just to get the 3rd halo. In Lin Moyu's opinion, the Lord of Hell has great patience, which is invincible. Finding more classes of forces requires materials with different properties. Physics Avenue, maybe I can try the power of technology. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of the avenue of physics. This avenue was very powerful. Although it did not have any power that could be mobilized, it could change the rules of other avenues. Li Hao, so how to mobilize the power of the physical avenue? Lin Moyu directly threw this troublesome problem to the scientists of the Celestial Clan. He turned and left, stepping on Fire 3 and rushing into the fog of the world. Based on his connection with the origin continent, he flew towards the origin continent. You need to look for rare avenue materials, but you can't search aimlessly. The best way is to go to the virtual world. In the virtual world, there are spiritual realms and the Jinmu spiritual realm. I had originally not planned to go to the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm again, but now in order to open the door as soon as possible and make the world more perfect, I have to go to my again. Of course, you need to be well prepared before going. Thousands of years is neither long nor short, enough for him to do many things. Unconsciously, Moyu found that he was no longer afraid of the world wool of the origin continent. If it weren't for the true spirit mark in the other party's hand, he would be fully capable of killing the other party. In the virtual world, Lin Moyu left his soul world again. The soul world has come to the edge of the origin continent. Due to the restrictions of the rules of heaven and earth, this place is already the limit. Before transcendence, the soul world cannot leave the scope of this great origin continent. Looking at his own soul world, which was tightly pressed against the world barrier, Lin Moyu felt torn. He once divided the world of rules in his body into 3 parts, with the soul world as the core, the upper layer being the world of rules, and the lower layer being the hell of bones. Today, the world of rules and the hell of bones form a complete universe. They can already exist independently of the soul world, but in some incomprehensible way, they are still surrounding the soul world. The universe can only influence this world in the form of projection, but cannot actually appear in this world. At the same time, the hell of bones, which is clearly a counterpart of the Great Thousand World, can appear in this world. The soul world, the universe, and the hell of bones are interdependent and interconnected, but at the same time they exist in their own independent ways and have their own characteristics. It was this situation that gave Lin Moyu an indescribable sense of tearing. Very interesting. Lin Moyu's mouth corners suddenly lifted slightly, and his soul revealed a smile. This is the path I want to take, different and unique. As long as I can make it to the end, I will definitely surpass the past and the present. 780 Lin Moyu has confidence in his own path, and his determination is indestructible. There are many things to do when entering the virtual world again this time. Looking for treasures, hunting great beasts, and you can also try the Great Beast King this time. At the same time, he refined the Void Soul Pill and went to the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm to find the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm to exchange for some materials. This time, there is no need to do the same as before. Even if the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm has any bad intentions towards me, I can definitely deal with it. There are enough undead servants and hundreds of billions of Tao Lords, which is enough to give those world masters a headache. The only pity is that the statues of the god civilization cannot enter the virtual world. They are products of technology and are incompatible with the virtual world. Lin Moyu feels that perhaps this is also the limitation of scientific and technological civilization, and the physical avenue seems to have little influence on virtual thinking. If you have the chance, you can go to the Tianzhou Tianyu Great Spiritual Realm to take a look, especially the Tianzhou Great Spiritual Realm, and see what the worlds that follow the path of pure technology will be like in the Great Spiritual Realm. In addition to these things, I also have to go find the third ancestor and others. Over the years, Sanzu and others have found one world after another, waiting for them to go and clean them up. I promised the three ancestors that I would help them transcend. According to the previous experience of the Lord of Hell, finding a world to merge into is the best way to transcend. Otherwise, you will lose half your life after transcending. Not only is it dangerous, but you don't know when you will recover. If there is a fusion of worlds, recovery will be not only fast but also safe. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh that plans couldn't keep up with changes. He had planned that after the three ancestors and others completed their transcendence, they could help him in return. As a result, time waits for no one, they can't help at all, and I still have to rely on myself. But the promises made must still be fulfilled, and one cannot just walk away from the other party because the other party cannot help him. Lin Moyu cannot do such a thing. I'm really busy. Lin Moyu said self-deprecatingly, and contacted the little python with a thought. A moment later, the ant broke through the void and came roaring. The little python's voice was filled with excitement. Master, you are finally back. I missed you so much. Lin Moyu laughed. You are thinking about the elixir. As he said this, he threw 2 void soul pills to it. Now the little python has become a first-class soul. If he is given an innate virtual treasure, he can become the king of the small spirit domain. Lin Moyu gave it a choice, and the little python gave up. The little python said that it still wanted to follow Lin Moyu around, and when Lin Moyu stopped leaving one day, it would become the king of the little spiritual realm. Lin Moyu also promised it that if it wanted to transcend one day, he could help it find a world. Detachment is not the best choice, but wanting to experience a new life is also an option. This time, Lin Moyu put trillions of undead servants into the storage space. The storage space was like a bottomless pit and could hold as many of them as needed. Following the skeleton god's induction that I left for Sanzu and others, Lin Moyu went over one by one. Help them clean up the world first, just like Shinchin did, and wait for the opportunity to come and you can accomplish it. The closest one was the third ancestor. The little python traveled through the void and moved forward rapidly in the virtual world. When he was promoted to Taoist master, all the skeleton god generals were transformed into undead servant, and only a few who remained outside were preserved. Now that Lin Moyu has arrived, the skeleton god will perish and be replaced by Lin Moyu's undead servant. Just 5 days later, they arrived in front of the third ancestor, who was sitting cross-legged in the mist, and not far in front of him was a world. The third ancestor slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Moyu. "You have finally become a Taoist master." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Isn't this as it should be? We have been practicing for so long, we can't just stand still." The third ancestor whispered, "Can I understand that you are laughing at me?" Lin Moyu laughed and said, "You are really wronging me. I am only talking about myself and not laughing at anyone else." The third ancestor snorted lightly, and suddenly he frowned and looked at Lin Moyu. He felt that Lin Moyu's aura was a little strange, different from before. Upon closer inspection, he found that Lin Moyu's avenue was gone. "Where's your avenue?" At that time, fellow practitioner Lin Moyu practiced the 6 great ways and was astonished by them. Unexpectedly, they are all gone now. Lin Moyu said, "I only kept 1 avenue, and threw away the other 5. The third ancestor was surprised. "Why did you throw it away?" Lin Moyu said, "Everyone has their own reasons. The most important thing is that those avenues have limitations. Continuing to practice is not only useless, but also restrictive. So just give up." The avenue of time and the avenue of power have both returned to their source, and the masters of the avenues exist forever. No matter how much you practice, the end will be their backs. What's the point then? The avenue of space and the avenue of luck have not reached the place of return to their origin, and cannot achieve eternity, so naturally there is no need to practice them anymore. The Thousand Star Avenue is the most special. Lin Moyu integrated the Thousand Star Avenue into the Great Thousand World. Those who were chosen as Star Lords by the Thousand Star Avenue would enter the Great Thousand World when they achieved the status of Star Lords. They will no longer be the Star Lords of the Origin Continent, but the Star Lords of the universe. The Star Lord is of no help to Lin Moyu now. Even the strongest meteorite sword Star Lord, even if he recovered to his prime, is no better than an undead servant. But existence is reasonable. Lin Moyu feels that the Thousand Star Avenue is not that simple, and he has not yet truly discovered the role of the Thousand Star Avenue. Lin Moyu had his own arrangements for each of the 5 avenues, so he naturally wouldn't tell the third ancestor about these matters in detail, and could probably just find an excuse to get away with it. How could the third ancestor not know Lin Moyu? "It's all right if you know. Are you coming here to help me clean up this world?" Lin Moyu said, "You found this world along the road, right?" The third ancestor hummed, "That's right, my great way of balance is very rare. I thought it would be hard to find, but I found it not far away. But it's a good thing that you told us the method of sorting out the great way, so it's so easy." Lin Moyu said, "Okay, then I'll do it." The third ancestor said, "I need to do it." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw tens of millions of undead servants appear in the void, and each of them was no weaker than himself. For a moment, the corners of the third ancestor's mouth twitched, not knowing how to express his troubled heart. The third ancestor's mind was in a mess, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You don't have to be so surprised. I've always been like this. It has always been like this." The third ancestor's soul twisted, and this sentence was more devastating than before. It took a while for the third ancestor to calm down. "Yes, I can't compare with a pervert like you." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "Pervert, monster, evildoer, you have given me many nicknames." The third ancestor was not polite at all, isn't it? Lin Moyu chuckled, Yes, you can call me whatever you like." Millions of undead servants are just a drop in the bucket for Lin Moyu, but to this unknown world before him, they are a calamity. Having experienced the battle with the god civilization, Lin Moyu no longer takes this kind of childish battle seriously. The power of the god civilization is enough to be compared with any top world. Even the Origin Continent in its heyday, including the world Will, is no match for it. The biggest shortcoming of the divine civilization is that it cannot leave the physical avenue. Once it is far away, their strength will be greatly weakened, or even lose their combat effectiveness. The God of Light probably never imagined that the divine civilization could develop to this point. Lin Moyu even felt that if the celestial civilization was given enough time, they could even fight against the God of Light. Right now, tens of millions of undead servants are charging into the world, not to destroy the world, but to find the Tao Masters in the world and kill them all. As for those below the Tao Master, Lin Moyu did not touch them. In the future, when the third ancestor occupies this world, all living beings in the world will become the foundation for the third ancestor's recovery. Today, Lin Moyu's understanding of the world is far superior to that of most people. Even those top world masters understand the world better than Lin Moyu. This was a crushing battle without any suspense. The Tao Masters in the world were killed one after another by their undead servants. At the same time, the Tao Realm Masters who came with the Tao Masters were also unable to escape and died. Lin Moyu's main point is, now that you are here, don't leave. This day was a natural disaster for the Tao Masters and some Tao realms in the world. But for most ordinary creatures, there is no effect. However, when the Taoist Master passed away, the wails of heaven and earth could shake people's hearts. Some people are panicked, some are afraid, and some feel a chill in their hearts. But everything will eventually pass, and ultimately for ordinary people, nothing will change. Lin Moyu and the third ancestor were chatting outside the world. They were talking and laughing. Lin Moyu talked about some things that happened after the great changes in heaven and earth were completely over. When the third ancestor learned that Lin Moyu had asked the emperor to make the world wool of the origin continent fall asleep again, he was extremely shocked. The third ancestor whispered, "I never thought that he would start offering sacrifices as soon as he revived. No wonder I felt a sense of danger at that time." This is what happened. Lin Moyu said, "He has been waiting for too long, and now he is not willing to wait even one more day. Fortunately, I arranged it in advance, so he has to wait." The third ancestor said, "I now understand that no matter who it is, becoming your opponent is a tragedy, and they will be killed by you sooner or later." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "Don't say that. It's normal to do whatever you can to the enemy. What's more, I didn't do anything. I just wanted to protect myself. Just like the Taoist Master in this world, he has no grudge against us, but we can kill him just for our own benefit. So there is no right or wrong, it's just a matter of how to get what you need. In this process, many things have to be abandoned and many people have to be sacrificed." The third ancestor hummed softly, "Only the fittest survive in the natural selection." These 8 short words reveal the rules of heaven and earth. This world is cruel, and happiness only exists in a small area shrouded in cruelty. The two of them entered the world, and within just half a day, all the Taoist masters in the world had died. Some of those in the Tao realm also died, and the rest have shrunk. Without much effort, Lin Moyu found the core of the world's origin. Summoned the 5 elements giants and used the power of the innate virtual treasure to dispel the fog that shrouds the core of the origin. Looking at the origin core, Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "You have chosen a good world. It is already pregnant with spirits. If you give it a little more time, it may be able to transform." The third ancestor asked, "Is there any impact?" Lin Moyu said, "I'll take care of it, it won't have any impact." A ball of world-burning fire popped out and fell into the core of the world's origin. In the real world, the world-burning fire can directly refine the world, and in the virtual world, it can directly burn the core of the world's origin. There were faint screams coming from the core of the origin, and the soul of the third ancestor felt a chill, as if the whole world was in Yuan-Yu. Amid the screams, a sound like glass breaking was heard, and Lin Moyu retracted the world-burning fire at the same time. Asking for flowers. Well, the soul pregnancy failed. There won't be souls in this world anytime soon. The world's fertile soul is the collection of the wills of all living beings. It takes a long time and certain opportunities for it to appear. Now Lin Moyu used the world-burning fire to directly burn the soul-pregnant state. It would be impossible to conceive a soul a second time within at least 1,000,000 years. This amount of time is enough. By then, either the rebellion will fail or the three ancestors will be sacrificed. Either they can transcend smoothly and the three ancestors can occupy this world. Lin Moyu began to arrange the formation. He wanted to seal off the core of the world's origin. At the same time, he said, just stay here. No one should dare to come looking for you. I'll leave 100 undead servants here just in case. The third patriarch asked, what about the cause and effect if you do this? Killing the Taoist master, burning the core, and leaving the world alone, Lin Moyu has formed a huge cause and effect relationship with this world. Lin Moyu said, it's okay. I will continue this cause and effect for now. When you complete transcendence and become the master of the world in the future, this cause and effect will naturally end. Unless you want to settle accounts with me at that time, then I can only sacrifice my life to accompany the third ancestor. The third ancestor snorted, I am not stupid. Only a ghost would want to settle the cause and effect with you. This is not the way to die. Amidst the laughter, Lin Moyu finished setting up the formation. The formation enveloped the core of the world's origin and suppressed it. At the same time, Lin Moyu also asked the third ancestor to transmit his aura into the formation and inject it into the core of the world's origin through the formation. In this way, the core of the world's origin will be contaminated with the aura of Feng Sanzu, and it will be easier to transcend then. This approach, like boiling a frog in warm water, is what Lin Moyu realized after dealing with so many worlds. After finishing everything, Lin Moyu clapped his hands. Done, I'm going to the next stop. The third ancestor asked, who is the next stop? Lin Moyu sensed it and said, Senior Wendian is relatively close to here and can arrive in about 3 days. The third ancestor said, you go ahead. I will stay here and wait for your good news. There will be good news. Lin Moyu hummed, stepped on the little python, turned and left. Following the direction of the induction, the little python passed through layers of fog and left its own small spiritual realm, a small vacuum zone. Now the little python is no longer afraid. With Lin Moyu around, it seems there is nothing to be afraid of. 2 days later, Lin Moyu's expression suddenly changed. Little python, hurry up and get over there. At Lin Moyu's request, the little python increased its speed to the extreme, and the unique soul power of the virtual beast was surging, bursting out with a powerful aura. Lin Moyu sensed through the skeleton god that Shangguan Wendian was fighting, and the situation was not optimistic. As the distance got closer, Lin Moyu and the skeleton general's sense of each other became clearer and clearer, and they knew what was happening. There are 3 people chasing Shangguan Wendian. All 3 are branch Dao masters. One of them is the Dao master of Purple Thunder Avenue like Shangguan Wendian. He belongs to the gold, fire, and earth system among the 5 elements. The Taoist master of Purple Thunder Avenue did not take action, it was the other 2 who actually took action. The battle for the top of the avenue is restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. Once it starts, outsiders cannot interfere. Obviously, the opponent did not start the Great Dao battle, but wanted his partner to injure Shangguan Wendian first and then start the Great Dao battle. And he should have some means to temporarily prevent Shangguan Wendian from starting the Great Dao contest. The skeleton god's vision is not very clear, and the specific reason will only be known after you arrive. Shangguan Wendian looked a little embarrassed as he was being chased by the 2 Taoist masters, but it seemed that his life was not in danger for the time being. During the origin catastrophe, Shangguan Wendian had experienced battles that were much more brutal than what he was experiencing now. What was happening now was just a small scene. Shangguan Wendian should have no problem saving his life, and Lin Moyu was no longer so anxious after seeing clearly. The little python completed a day's journey in half a day. Lin Moyu flew over and said casually, Brother Wendian, do you need help? Shangguan Wendian said, Brother Lin is here, of course I have to help you kill these 2 guys. The 2 Taoists who were chasing Shangguan Wendian saw Lin Moyu and said in unison, Dao Yu Lei, go deal with this guy. The Taoist fellow Lei they were talking about was the Taoist master of Purple Thunder Avenue. Taoist Purple Thunder Master responded and rushed towards Lin Moyu with great momentum. He was covered in lightning, and a large thundercloud emerged in the virtual world, covering Lin Moyu. Countless purple thunders appeared out of thin air and bombarded Lin Moyu densely. Lin Moyu did not dodge or evade, allowing the thunder to hit him. With a smile on his face, he went into the thundercloud alone and moved forward in it. Taoist Master Zilei's expression changed drastically. In his perception, Moyu felt nothing when facing the thunder. What the hell? Taoist Master Zilei was shocked. Lin Moyu passed through the thundercloud without any injury. It's too weak, not even enough to tickle me. Can you give me some more strength? His words were full of sarcasm, and he didn't take Master Guan seriously at all. Taoist Zixiao's eyes were filled with anger, his body was surrounded by purple light, his soul exploded and turned into a purple thundercloud, releasing a terrifying divine thunder. Lightning exploded, covering a large area, and even Shangguan Wendian and his companions were startled. This kind of fighting style is desperate. Lin Moyu put the little python into the storage space to avoid affecting it, then carried the purple thunder with a smile on his face. It looks a little better. Can it be stronger? Damn it! Everyone had this thought in their mind. Lin Moyu was able to survive this attack unscathed, wasn't he, Daoxing? Although the Purple Thunder Avenue is only a branch avenue, its attack power is no less than that of the Origin Avenue. The happier Lin Moyu laughed, the angrier Taoist Purple Thunder became, and he felt like he was being slapped in the face. But he really didn't have any more means. Turning his soul into lightning was already the limit. This was a virtual world, not the real world. His most powerful magic weapons are useless here. The virtual world has its own rules, and most of it depends on personal strength. Not knowing where Lin Moyu came from, he looked extremely difficult to deal with. He was thinking of retreating, but for the sake of face he gritted his teeth and said, "This Taoist master really can't do anything to you, but you are only a Taoist master. We are now 3-2, and we have the advantage." Lin Moyu smiled, and Shangguan Wendian also smiled. Comparing numbers in front of Lin Moyu is really ridiculous. The three of them obviously didn't know what Lin Moyu and Shangguan Wendian were laughing at, but they didn't feel good. Bang! With a snap of fingers, the thunder was suppressed. In an instant, countless densely packed undead servants appeared as the Minister of the Void. Each of the undead servants exudes the aura of the Taoist Master, and is stronger than them. Lin Moyu said calmly, "Now I have the advantage." Without giving them a chance to react, the undead servants attacked at the same time. Countless attacks came down, and it was impossible for the three of them to block them. No! He didn't even have time to scream as he was drowned in the endless attacks and died in an instant. Shangguan Wendian was also frightened by so many undead servants. "My goodness, Brother Lin, are you going to occupy the entire virtual world?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "That's not the case. There are still many terrifying beings in the virtual world. These alone are not enough." Shangguan Wendian said, "During the Origin catastrophe, if the other side had such a team, we wouldn't have to fight." Lin Moyu said, "It's a pity that they didn't have it, and they won't have it in the future." Shangguan Wendian heard the hidden meaning. "What do you mean, Brother Lin?" He had a vague guess, but he still had to get the answer from Lin Moyu in the end. Lin Moyu said, "Brother Wendian guessed correctly. The Heavenly God realm and the Black Blood realm no longer exist, and this cause and effect has completely ended." Shangguan Wendian showed surprise on his face. "Brother Lin, you found them?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Yes." Lin Moyu did not tell Shangguan Wendian more things. The story behind the two worlds of Heavenly God and Black Blood did not need to be known by too many people. The God of Light and the Lord of Curse, that is their own karma, he can deal with it himself. In his opinion, after helping Shangguan Wendian and the others to transcend, they should stay out of it and not get involved again. The rest is your own business. Even if Shangguan Wendian wants to help, he can't do anything. Some changes have been made to the plan in light of changing circumstances. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and the army of undead marched into a world not far away. Shangguan Wendian will eventually transcend, so there is no need for him to engage in any great struggle. Along the way, Shangguan Wendian told Lin Moyu about his experiences. He didn't want to provoke the other party and had avoided him several times. He had experienced entanglements like this several times before. They were unable to do anything to Shangguan Wendian time and time again, but they were unwilling to give up and went to his house again and again. In that world, above the Purple Thunder Taoist Master, there is another Taoist Master of Thunder Avenue. As the original Tao Master of Purple Thunder Avenue, he enveloped Purple Thunder Avenue with Thunder Avenue, so Dao Bing could reject Shangguan Wendian's Dao confrontation. The senior was the 4.1 Taoist Purple Thunder Master who did not attack Shangguan Wendian, so he had been following behind, hoping that his fellow Taoist could seriously injure Shangguan Wendian so that he could take advantage of the situation. This kind of thing is very normal, but unfortunately Shangguan Wendian is not so easy to deal with. Undead minions rushed into the world, and a war whose outcome was predetermined began. With Lin Moyu's current strength, he has almost no rivals in the virtual world except for the world will at its peak. This is still in the virtual world. If it were in the real world, even if it was the world will at its peak, it would be killed without mercy. Even a strong man like the God of Light was eventually forced to flee. If Lin Moyu was not reluctant to give up his trump card, he would most likely keep him. Shangguan Wendian stood outside the world, but could see what was happening inside the world. Dao lords are falling one after another, and even more are dying in the Dao realm. These strong men are like ants in front of Lin Moyu. He really couldn't help but whispered, "Brother Lin is really a monster." The world chosen by Shangguan Wendian and the world chosen by the third ancestor are not much different in strength. The difference is that the world chosen by the third ancestor is not the human world, while Shangguan Wendian chose the human world. The human race is a large race, and there are many human worlds. Lin Moyu will not show mercy just because it is the human world, nor will he specifically choose the human world to attack. Survival of the fittest. How many worlds have there been where humans destroy their own kind? There have been too many such incidents, and I have become numb to them. Just half a day later, Lin Moyu and Shangguan Wendian flew into the world openly. Undead minions have spread all over the world, destroying all living forces in this world. Under the sweep of the undead servants, no Taoist master could survive. Find the core of the origin and use the old method. Start with the fire of burning the world to burn the budding wool of this world. Finally, it was covered with an array formation and guarded by Shangguan Wendian himself. With the protection of 100 undead servants, Shangguan Wendian's safety is not a problem. After chatting with Shangguan Wendian, Lin Moyu headed to the next stop. The next stop is farther away, and it is the world selected by 13 Mohei. The worlds chosen by Mohei and the Demon King are quite close. According to the speed of the little python, they are only 1 day apart. With worlds so close, conflict is very likely to occur. There is never peace between the worlds, even among the same race. Not to mention the conflicts between different worlds, even people of the same race in the same world also fight against each other. There is no end to the fighting. The little python asked, "Master, after helping those people get ready, where are you going to go?" Lin Moyu said, "Heading towards the Tianyu Tianzhou Great Spiritual Realm, we will hunt the great Dao wild beasts and virtual beasts along the way. This time we will refine a large batch of virtual soul pills." Upon hearing about the soul-depleting pill, the little python couldn't help but stick out its tongue and lick it, looking greedy. Lin Moyu patted the little python's head. "Don't worry, there will definitely be a share for you, but you don't want to become a little spirit realm king now, and your realm has reached the extreme. No matter how much you eat, you can't become stronger." The little python thought for a while, but I think eating the soul-defining pill is still useful. Although my realm has not been improved, I feel that it is not in vain. Is that so? Lin Moyu did not doubt the little python's feelings. While the little python was on its way, he carefully examined it. At first glance, the little python is no different from other imaginary beasts. At most it is just smarter. But since Xiaomong said so, Lin Moyu felt that there might really be some differences. After a careful inspection, he found nothing. Lin Moyu took a few second-level refined soul-eating pills and said, "Eat them one by one." The little python made an O sound and slowly ate the Shuhuan pill. The medicinal power of the Shuhuan pill exploded in its body and was quickly absorbed and refined. Lin Moyu divided his mind into countless strands to track every bit of the medicinal power. After taking a few void soul pills, he finally made some discoveries. About 1/10 of the medicinal power of a second refined soul-eliminating pill disappeared without a trace and vanished directly into the deepest part of the little python's soul. Lin Moyu frowned tightly, ? The deepest part of the soul should be connected to the true spirit. The true spirit is not in the virtual world, but in some mysterious place, such as the origin continent. What is left is only the mark of the true spirit. Therefore, the worlds can kill Lin Moyu, but it cannot really kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was uncertain and summoned the true fire Taoist demon. He asked the little python to endure the pain, and then asked the true fire demon to use the smallest firepower to burn the little python. "Little python, bear with it, I will be very careful." The true fire demon did not dare to use force, for fear that the calendar would burn the little python to death. The little guys have been playing on the python's back for so many years that they have developed feelings for each other. The little python gritted his teeth and put on a tough look. "As long as you can't burn me to death, burn as much as you want, I will scream, ah." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly screamed loudly, which scared the true fire Taoist demon. The true fire Tao demon quickly stopped and said carefully, "I really only used the minimum firepower and burned it for a moment." The little python cried, "I know, but it really hurts." The burning of the true spirit is more painful than the burning of the soul. But generally speaking, people at this level can endure it for a while, but the little python couldn't endure it at all. Lin Moyu said, "Ignore it, burn it a few more times." The true fire demon was very obedient and immediately burned it a few more times. Every time it burned, the little python screamed. Lin Moyu is not worried. How can the true spirit be burned so easily? It is really not easy to destroy the true spirit. After burning it more than 10 times, Lin Moyu called a halt. He was sure that the place where the medicinal effect disappeared was where the true spirit was. 1/10 of the medicinal power of the void soul pill, and the most essential part, was absorbed by the little python's true spirit. This shows that the little python's true spirit is extraordinary. Could this guy be the reincarnation of some powerful being? Lin Moyu thought to himself that this kind of situation was indeed possible when a powerful being was reincarnated. If it wasn't the reincarnation of a great being, then the little python was born with great luck, or it was a magical beast born and raised by nature. No matter which one it is, it shows that the little python is extraordinary. In this case, then feed the little python enough void soul pills. If its true spirit is revived one day, the little python will be able to transform into a powerful being. Lin Moyu felt that he was overthinking, but after thinking about it, it didn't matter. He said to himself, "But anyway, I'm free, so the next step is better than nothing." After hearing this, Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment, and then showed an inexplicable concern. "I don't know when I started to think beyond chess pieces, turned into a chess player, and started playing chess for fun. This is a good thing. How many people in the world can jump out of the chessboard and transform from chess pieces into chess players?" Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't say anything, the little python was afraid that he would burn me again, so he asked cautiously, "Master, are you going to burn me again?" Lin Moyu said, "I have seen it clearly, no need to burn it." The little python was relieved and asked, "What did the master see?" Lin Moyu said, "You don't need to know. You will have a share of the void soul pill in the future, just eat it." The little python forgot the pain just now and shouted happily, "Thank you, great master, the master is the best." The flattery was quick and urgent. Lin Moyu chuckled and ignored him. Burn all the virtual beasts encountered along the way to death, and Chen Cheng's soul crystallization. Now Lin Moyu has become very picky. He lets go of all those below the Tao realm and only kills those in the Tao realm. Although the quantity will be a little less in this way, the quality of the Void Soul pill after being refined can be greatly improved. After flying for 10 days and passing through 2 small spiritual realms, they finally arrived near the world chosen by Mo. Although he only flew for 10 days, that was because he walked in a straight line. When Mo. was looking for the world, he walked along the line of the avenue, which was much slower, and he would go in circles. It's really rare that he could find such a far place. No wonder he was able to come to the Origin continent for so many years after the Origin catastrophe. His patience is unmatched by ordinary people. In the misty void, a huge black whale was faintly visible, flapping its tail gently. It seemed to be sleeping. As Lin Moyu approached, he felt water vapor rising around him, and Mo. had already turned his head to look at him. This is the warning he set up. It is silent and will give an early warning as long as someone approaches. Seeing Lin Moyu, Mo. immediately transformed into a human form and smiled. "Brother Lin, you are finally here. Brother Lin has become a Taoist master, congratulations. How is the situation on the Origin continent going? Has it been dealt with? Tell me quickly, are those little guys in my family still obedient? Have they been bullied?" He was once the king of the sea boundary, and behind Mo. there is a huge family. After he became the Taoist master, although no one dared to cause trouble for him, accidents could happen. Now that he has been away from home for a long time, the first thing Mo. did when he saw Lin Moyu was to ask about the situation at home. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "After the upheaval in the world was completely over, I went to the Heavenly Avenue. The Hell Alliance had been destroyed, but the senior's family was safe and sound at that time. I'm afraid no one would dare to cause trouble for them now." Mo. was not surprised at all that Lin Moyu destroyed the Hell Alliance. In his opinion, as long as Lin Moyu could enter the Heavenly Avenue, that alliance would be shit. Lin Moyu had long been standing at a higher place, looking down at the world. What he saw and heard was simply incomparable to what those ants could see. I heard the smell of great roads colliding in the front, and when I looked up, I saw several Dao masters fighting each other. There are a total of 18 Dao lords, coming from different worlds, fighting fiercely in the void. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It seems that this place is not peaceful." Mo. said, "They fight often, basically once every few years. It's normal. It only comes once every few years, which shows that the two worlds are very close. However, the world chosen by the Demon King is also very close to here." Lin Moyu suddenly found a trace of movement. The skeleton general following the Demon King was still in that world, but the Demon King was not. Where is Senior Demon King? Lin Moyu felt that Mo. might know something. Mo. patted his belly. "That guy is here." Of course it couldn't be that Mo. ate the Demon King. What he meant was that the Demon King was in his body. There is an independent space inside Mo's body that can hold everything. It is a bit similar to Lin Moyu's storage space, but not as magical. What's going on? Lin Moyu realized that something must have happened. Mo. explained, "Hundreds of years ago, that guy suddenly said he wanted to fall asleep, and then I took him in. But that guy also said that he would wake him up when you come. Now I will get him out." As he spoke, Mo. opened his mouth and an exit appeared in the independent space within his body, and the sleeping Demon King was sent out. The Demon King's aura was stable, and he didn't seem to have any abnormalities. Then Mo. sprayed a stream of clear water onto the Demon King. The water contained the aura of the Great Tao and was cold enough to wake the sleeping Demon King with a start. Seeing Lin Moyu, the Demon King was shocked again. "He seems to know, I didn't say anything." Lin Moyu frowned slightly, seeming to understand the meaning of the Demon King's words. Mo. didn't understand and muttered, "What do you mean?" Lin Moyu said, "No hurry, let Senior Demon King continue." The Demon King immediately shook his head. "No, it's too late. If I wake up now, my clone will wake up with me. That guy is waiting for me." Lin Moyu did not hesitate to point his finger lightly and shouted, "Don't resist." The Demon King completely trusted Lin Moyu and let Lin Moyu point his finger at his head. With a muffled groan, the Emperor fell asleep again. Mo. Still didn't understand. What happened? Lin Moyu shook his head. I'll tell you later. He closed his eyes slightly, and after a moment he began to draw talismans and set up formations. In such a short time, he had already thought of a formation. Countless divine symbols flew out and intertwined into a small but very complex formation. This formation is like a cage, sealing off all aura and forming a completely independent space. Mo. Was in the formation and felt that he had lost contact with this world and could not even sense where his real body was. Then the Space Taoist demon appeared, and at Lin Moyu's signal, the Space Taoist demon isolated the surrounding space again. Under the double isolation, the connection was completely cut off, and even the avenue could not be displayed. Lin Moyu pointed his finger at the Demon King's soul again, and the Demon King slowly woke up. There was still anxiety in his eyes. Before he could speak, Lin Moyu said, "Don't worry, your clone won't wake up." The Demon King seemed to feel that he was in an independent world, and he felt relieved. Mo. said, "Now you can tell me what happened." The Demon King said, "Hundreds of years ago, a guy came to me and said he was the messenger of the world's wool and came to ask me some questions." Mo. asked, "What's the problem?" Lin Moyu waved his hand and said, "Let Senior Demon King finish speaking first, there is no rush." The Demon King nodded and looked at Lin Moyu. "All the questions he asked were about you, and it was strange that I couldn't lie or resist in front of him. He is a Taoist master, but he is different from us. He is ridiculously strong. When facing him, my strength was suppressed and I could hardly resist. I naturally don't want to say it, but I can't explode my clone myself, because that would be equivalent to giving the other party the answer. Fortunately, my clone doesn't have the memories of my original body. It only knows some things about you before the drastic changes in the world. But he actually used the clone to search my original body's memories. I reacted quickly enough and put my main body into a deep sleep immediately. I also asked Lao Hei to keep my soul for me until you come back." After listening to it, Lin Moyu thought about it for a while and roughly knew what was going on. The guy who came to find the Demon King's clone claimed to be the messenger of the world's will. Needless to say, he must be the survivor of the previous two eras. These people have now become the subordinates of the world's will. These people usually don't go out, but now they come out to find the Demon King and ask about their own affairs. It is obvious that they are acting in accordance with the will of the world. Obviously, the world will has begun to doubt itself. Perhaps his growth was too strange, his combat power was too strong, or there might be some other reason. The world will basically knows everything he does in the origin continent. In fact, what he wants to know is the things that are not done in the origin continent. And through the records of the origin continent, he knew that he had a special relationship with the Demon King, so he came to ask the Demon King. Faced with the messenger of the world's will, the Demon King will naturally be suppressed and will not have any power to resist. Just like the former Lord of Hell, even though he was known as the strongest man in the world, he was the same when facing the will of the world. Not only is he unable to fight against the Demon King in terms of strength, but also in terms of thoughts. Not only can the opponent make the Demon King speak the truth, but he can also use the connection between his clone and his original body, Zhao de Zhao, to go directly to the Demon King's real body. Fortunately, the Demon King reacted quickly enough and put himself to sleep to avoid the situation. Fortunately, the Demon King's soul entered the virtual world and was very far away, otherwise the people of the world would definitely be able to find and capture the Demon King. The Demon King whispered, "What should we do?" Lin Moyu said, "It's normal to be suspicious, but he can't do anything to me for now. He just woke up and was beaten into a deep sleep by the people I found. He will have to sleep for at least a few thousand more years. In a few thousand years, I should be able to accomplish everything I want, and then I won't have to be afraid of him anymore." The Demon King was delighted. "Brother Lin, have you found what you need?" Lin Moyu said, "I have done a lot of things over the years, and the gate has been found. It is replenishing energy and can be opened at any time. But I hope it can grow bigger and yield more, but it will take some time. I have helped Sanzu and Brother Wen Tian solve the world's problems before. Now that I have finished this, I will travel far away. The two worlds chosen by Mohe and the Demon King had not yet fought each other to their heart's content, but Lin Moyu had already intervened. The undead army intervened in an extremely unreasonable manner, splitting into two groups and attacking both worlds at the same time. The corners of Mohe's mouth twitched as he watched this scene. He opened and closed his mouth again and again, but couldn't utter a word. He was in the formation and could not feel how strong the undead army was, but it was an indisputable fact that those Taoist masters were killed by the undead army like cutting vegetables with a machete. From this, it can also be inferred that the strength of the undead servants will not be weaker than that of the Taoist master. And Lin Moyu has countless such undead servants. It can be imagined that the two worlds would have no chance of winning under the impact of the undead army. Just half a day later, the world war chosen by Mohe ended. Lin Moyu did the same thing as usual. He found the origin core, roasted it with the world-burning fire, and then set up the formation and let Mohe guard it. After doing this kind of work several times, Lin Moyu has become very skilled at it, and it basically does not take any effort at all. The next step is to go to the world chosen by the Demon King. The same operation is performed. The difference is that the Demon King continues to sleep. Lin Moyu uses a formation to protect the Demon King and makes him the eye of the formation. He then diverts some of his power and injects it into the core of the world's origin. At the same time, 1,000 undead servants were left outside the formation to guard. If the Demon King was still awake, 103 the 100 undead servants would be enough. Now that they have been increased tenfold, it will be equally foolproof. In this inconspicuous world, basically no one would come to visit. The battle between the two worlds has come to an end, the world's pattern has changed dramatically, and a new era is about to begin. If Lin Moyu's plan succeeds, these worlds will become different. As for whether the three ancestors and others will step into eternity in the future and whether they will sacrifice the living beings in the world, that is not my business. He just opened a door for Sanzu and others, and they had to walk the future path on their own. After leaving the world, Lin Moyu flew towards the Tianyu Great Spiritual Realm. After flying a distance, the little python couldn't help asking, "Master, the world will begin to doubt you. Why didn't he beat you but just killed you?" Lin Moyu laughed. "Of course I want to kill you, but I'm not that easy to kill." The little python asked curiously, "Isn't your true spirit seal in his hand?" "It won't be difficult to kill you with the true spirit seal. It has been with Lin Moyu for a long time and knows that Lin Moyu doesn't care about these small details, so it speaks more freely." Lin Moyu said, "If he wanted to kill me, it would be much easier, but he is sleeping now. He also couldn't possibly give the ability to manipulate the true spirit to his subordinates. He wouldn't trust anyone else. I suspect that he sensed something was wrong before he fell asleep, and he only had time to issue one order, which was to investigate me, so his men went to find the Demon King, that's all. In this situation, even though he knows there's something wrong with me, he can't do anything to me. Let him sleep well. When he wakes up, the weather will be better." The little python also laughed loudly and said, "That's right, if he dares to be the enemy of the master, kill him." Lin Moyu smiled and said nothing. This battle was going on all the time. He would do anything for eternity. And he would do the same for survival. There is no possibility of peace talks between the two sides, they can only fight to the end to see who can outlast the other. The little python cursed the world wolf for a while, and then asked, "Master, why do we have to go to the Tianyu Great Spirit Realm? The journey from here to the Tianyu Great Spirit Realm is long and may take 200 or 300 years. This is assuming everything goes well along the way. If there are further delays, it will take longer." Lin Moyu said, "I went there in the real world and saw the civilization there. It was quite interesting, so I want to go and see it." Civilization? The little python obviously didn't understand what civilization meant. Lin Moyu said, "Civilization is actually a world. In the worlds of those two areas, one part cannot be cultivated, and they developed something called technology. The other part combines cultivation and technology together. Their powers are not the same as cultivation, and their souls are not strong. I guess they have never entered the virtual world. The little python suddenly understood. If that's the case, then there must be some major virtual beasts in these two great spiritual realms. No one enters the virtual world, and no one hunts virtual beasts, so over time, the number of virtual beasts will naturally increase. The virtual beast is just one of the reasons. Another point is that Lin Moyu is really curious. In addition to affecting the real world, will the physical avenue also have an impact on the virtual world? Don't the two emperors in the Great Spirit Realm have any reaction? The emperor has the ability to kill the real with the virtual. They can temporarily break the boundary between the virtual and the real and affect the real world. If they really want to do something, they can do it. At least no one in these civilizations can stop them. The little python transformed into a big claw with 9 fingers on it. It counted them one by one: Golden Pan Jinmu, Redstone Shagwang, Morning Bell and Evening Drum, Sky and Universe. Wow, we have been to 8 great spiritual realms. Not to mention virtual beasts, even the king of a small spiritual realm would basically not leave the large spiritual realm where he is. The vacuum zone between the big spiritual realms is quite dangerous for the king of the small spiritual realm. Only the emperor has the ability to travel safely through the 9 spiritual realms. Now the little python has followed Lin Moyu and has traveled through the 8 spiritual realms. The little python feels a little excited just thinking about it. Lin Moyu said, "Yes, when we go to Tianyu Tianzhou, only Su Kunlun Great Spiritual Realm will be left. I heard that Su Kunlun Great Spiritual Realm is the core of the 9 spiritual realms, and the Kunlun Emperor inside is also the strongest among the emperors." The little python tilted its head, and it was obvious that it didn't know. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I have only heard about it. If I have the chance, I can go there and take a look." The little python's eyes lit up. Great, then the 9 spiritual realms are complete. If there is a chance to find the hidden great spiritual realm, the python body will be perfect. Lin Moyu laughed and said, "That's just a legend, it doesn't necessarily exist." The little python nodded vigorously. "I know, but as long as you can go to the 9 spiritual realms, it is worth bragging about for a lifetime." I don't know who the little python is going to brag to. Virtual beasts don't communicate with each other unless he goes to find those little spirit domain kings. As long as he is not afraid of being killed by the king of Little Spirit Realm, Moyu will not stop him. In terms of intelligence, most of the Little Spirit Realm kings are not as good as the little python, and those like the Soul Heart King are really a minority. After flying for dozens of days, they finally left the Jinluo Great Spiritual Realm. Seeing the boundless beast abyss hovering outside the Jinluo Great Spiritual Realm, Lin Moyu had a new feeling. Now that his realm has been elevated, his sense of heaven and earth has become clearer, and he can feel the terrifying power emanating from the depths of the beast abyss. Lin Moyu asked the little python to stop and stare at the beast abyss for several days. From time to time, he murmured to himself, "It seems that the beast abyss is not as simple as I thought before. It is not only the place of reincarnation between the virtual and real worlds, but it may also be a passage to go there." The little python asked, "What channel?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Maybe I'm overthinking it." He did not answer Xiaomong directly. Everything was just speculation. If he had the opportunity to go in the future, he might go and take a look. The vacuum zone is completely empty, and one can occasionally encounter a virtual or real spiritual realm, but Lin Moyu does not expect this. After entering the vacuum zone, the little python became much more active than before, laughing, "Great Tao Wild Beast, your grandfather is here." Lin Moyu was speechless. When did this guy become so arrogant? He even called me your grandpa. I don't know where he learned this. He patted the little python's head, signaling him to go faster, and looked around. The road was bright and dazzling. In addition to hunting wild beasts along the way, they also have to look for virtual and real spiritual realms, hoping to obtain precious materials from them. Using precious materials can attract wild beasts from the Great Tao, which can greatly improve the efficiency of hunting, and it may also attract the Great Tao Wild Beast King. I have done this before, but I was too weak at the time. When I saw the great wild beast king, I could only run away. Later, I didn't dare to use precious materials to lure monsters. Now, you can give it a try. A large number of undead servants flew out, scattered hundreds of miles apart from each other, occupying an area of tens of millions of miles. In this way, there is a high probability that you will not miss the virtual or real spiritual realm. Of course, it can only be a high probability. Some virtual and real spiritual realms are very strange. They are only a small dot and cannot be discovered at all if they are not very close. In response to this, Lin Moyu could only say that everything depends on fate. In Lin Moyu's sight, dense and swarming avenue powers burst out brilliantly. These avenue powers were invisible and intangible. Although they were everywhere, they would not cause any impact on the soul body in the vacuum zone. Before they knew it, Lin Moyu and his huge team had been flying in the vacuum zone for more than a month, far away from the Jinluo Great Spiritual Realm. Along the way, we encountered no wild beasts or virtual or real spiritual realms. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. Whether it was a wild beast from the Great Tao or a virtual or real spiritual realm, they were all extremely rare. The wild beasts of the Great Tao are relatively easier to find, but the virtual and real spiritual realms are too difficult to find, and it is normal not to be found for hundreds of years. Lin Moyu set up a tea table on the little python's back, drank tea slowly, and felt the power of the avenue in the vacuum zone. The power of the Tao is not only dazzling, but can also be felt carefully, from which one can comprehend some of the Tao's wisdom. Lin Moyu did not try to comprehend the Tao, but that did not prevent him from feeling the true meaning of the Tao. The avenues collided with each other, bursting out brilliant light in the virtual world. These lights contained great secrets, constantly explaining to the world how the avenues merged, how they complemented and restrained each other, how you are in me, and how water and fire cannot coexist. Lin Moyu was so fascinated by what he saw that he even forgot about his original purpose. 3 months later, an undead servant suddenly disappeared without a sound. Lin Moyu woke up with a start, and a red line popped up. Follow the red line and fly. Okay, master, sit tight. The little python roared excitedly and immediately followed the red line to fly over. Of course it knew what it had encountered. After so many years, it already had experience. Either you find the virtual or real spiritual realm, or you discover the great beast. As they approached the spot where the undead servant disappeared, the little python in the distance called out, "Master, it's the virtual and real spiritual realm." Lin Moyu also saw that among the thousands of bright lights, a sphere with a diameter of about 100 meters was floating there. The power of the avenue around it was somewhat distorted, and some of it was absorbed by it. Just now, the undead servant passed by and was sucked in by it, and was discovered by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu locked his eyes on it as it approached quickly. The little python became more and more excited. Suddenly, the ball in front of him became smaller and was moving away. Want to escape, the little python screamed and chased after it at full speed. But the harder it pushes, the faster it leaves. Lin Moyu also looked strange at this time, stopped for a moment. The little python was very obedient and stopped immediately. Once it stopped, the ball stopped moving too. The little python exclaimed, "Not running away anymore?" Lin Moyu said, "It didn't escape in the first place, we were the ones retreating." "That's impossible." The little python felt that it was unlikely, and he didn't feel like he was retreating. Lin Moyu slowly flew out and stood next to the little python. "Try again." The little python made an O sound and rushed towards the ball again. After a while, the ball started to move away again. Then the little python discovered that not only the ball was moving away from him, but Lin Moyu was also moving away from him. And judging from Lin Moyu's appearance, he didn't move. The little python was not stupid. It immediately stopped and flew over slowly. So it was really me who was moving away. What on earth is going on? Lin Moyu said, "If I am not mistaken, there should be a very special avenue in this virtual and real spiritual realm. To be precise, there should be the innate origin treasure of that avenue." There was a hint of smile in his eyes. This avenue did not exist in the universe. If he could obtain it, he could not only summon a new elemental lich to make the universe more perfect, but he could also use the treasure to seduce the wild beasts of the avenue. The little python asked, "What avenue?" Lin Moyu said, "It should be the positive and negative path." The avenue of positive and negative? Never heard of it. It looks very rare and should be very interesting. The little python obviously had never heard of this avenue. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lin Moyu said, "It is indeed a very rare avenue. I have only heard of it but have never seen it. This avenue does not exist in the worlds that have been refined." The little python asked, "But we can't get close, how can we get in?" Lin Moyu chuckled, "This is easy. Summon the Space Taoist demon and convey the thought. The Space Taoist demon will open the space channel without saying a word and go straight to the sphere." Lin Moyu stepped on the little python into the space channel and instantly arrived in front of the sphere. The positive and negative avenues suddenly started to move, and an invisible force fell on the body. Just as the little python was about to rush in, Lin Moyu took the initiative and began to retreat. Positive is negative, negative is positive, retreat is equal to progress. As soon as Lin Moyu stepped back, he rushed forward instantly and entered the virtual and real spiritual realm. Lin Moyu stood in the virtual and real spiritual realm, looking around, with the earth above his head and the sky under his feet. The tree of the evolution of the great Tao grows in midair and grows downwards. All the stones here have opposite tops and bottoms, with a pointed bottom and a wide top, like an inverted triangle. This is the avenue of positive and negative. Positive becomes negative, negative becomes positive. It's really interesting. The little python looked around curiously. He felt that although this avenue was not very powerful, it was very interesting. Such interesting avenues were rare. Lin Moyu shook his head gently. "Not dangerous?" "No, this road is extremely dangerous. If you stay here for a day, you will die." "Ah?" The little python was frightened. There was clearly no danger around, so why would it die after staying there for just one day? Lin Moyu said, "Just like you didn't feel yourself retreating just now, the peculiarity of this avenue is that both the positive and negative directions are natural and imperceptible. As for why you died, it's very simple, because your soul is leaking out. Everything is the opposite. In the virtual world, virtual beasts will naturally absorb the chaotic fog in the virtual world, and after refining, their aura will become stronger and stronger. In the vacuum zone, although the virtual beast cannot absorb the chaotic fog, it can at least keep the soul in its current state, and can even absorb up to 10 points of soul power. However, in the virtual and real spiritual realm of the positive and negative paths, the soul began to overflow and could no longer maintain the status quo. Moreover, this overflow happens naturally and cannot be detected at all. By the time it is discovered, it is already too late. With the level of the little python, it only takes one day here for him to lose his memory. The little python was so scared that it trembled. "Master, what should I do? It has not lived enough, so why would it think about dying?" The excitement it had just felt when it entered the virtual and real spiritual realm was completely gone, and now it just wanted to live a good life. "Let me put you away first." Hearing Lin Moyu say this, the little python nodded hurriedly. Okay. But it asked again, "Master, what about you?" Lin Moyu said, "I'm fine, it won't kill me unless it sucks me." As he spoke, a magic talisman flew out and collected the little python. Fortunately, this has not been affected and the effect of the talisman has not been reversed. Lin Moyu's soul was also dispersing, but his soul was much stronger than the little python's and could last for a year or so. And if it really doesn't work, he will take the initiative to explode his soul, and a new soul will appear. Therefore, the danger here is equivalent to nothing for Lin Moyu. A large number of undead 053 servants were released, and the undead servants began to spread out in all directions to find the core of the spiritual realm. But their movements were very strange, each of them was flying backwards. All forward movements here become backwards, everything is done in reverse. However, the undead servants adapted quickly, and after just a few minutes, all of them had gotten used to it. Lin Moyu simply released the 4 elemental liches and let them play here. Such a fun place is rare indeed. Indeed, as soon as the little guys came out, they started to play so much that they flew around everywhere without trying to correct themselves or adapt. The more they did this, the more fun it was. The little ones played a game of chase and escape, one chasing the other, and in this situation, it was difficult to catch up. The laughter continued in his ears, and Lin Moyu also smiled. But in the blink of an eye, he couldn't smile anymore. He found that his smile had turned into an ugly expression, and the corners of his mouth, which were clearly pointing upwards, now turned downwards. His laughter turned into tears, and even when he opened his mouth, he sounded sobbing. My mood is getting worse and worse. The happier I was before, the unhappier I am now. The influence of both positive and negative avenues is seeping in and beginning to change minds. Lin Moyu suddenly felt that he should not go to the Tianyu Tianzhou great spiritual realm, should not look for a way to completely open the door, should not look for a way to transcend, and should not return to the origin continent, and then stay quietly and wait for death. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Lin Moyu wiped it out. The power of the Tao heart enveloped his whole body, blocking the temptation of the Tao. Underestimating the impact of the avenue. Lin Moyu sighed softly, realizing that he had underestimated the influence of the avenue. The positive and negative paths not only affect behaviors, but also thoughts and minds. The more you want to do something, the less you will want to do it under the influence of the Tao. Just like the faster you get closer, the faster you will move away. Fortunately, my faith in Taoism was strong enough that I discovered this in time and immediately killed the thought. The undead servants were not affected. They had nothing to do. Lin Moyu's orders were their instincts and could not be changed. The same is true for the 4 elemental wizards. Their thoughts belong to Lin Moyu and cannot be changed. Lin Moyu waited quietly. The undead servants were exploring, and the situation in the spiritual realm gradually became clear. There is really nothing else here except the positive and negative roads. As long as we can block the silent invasion of the avenue, there will be no danger. Just 2 days later, the undead servant found the innate treasure. The piece of innate origin treasure was the size of a fist, with sharp flesh at both ends and a round shape between the palms. Lin Moyu still did not move, but asked the undead servants to bring back the innate origin treasure. The undead servant tried to grab the innate treasure, but when he was about to get close, he suddenly withdrew his hand. The way of positive and negative came into play again. The undead servant stretched out his hand, but in fact he wanted to take it back. When you pull your hand back, it will turn into extending your hand. But when getting close to the innate treasure, the path suddenly reversed, and stopping became a real stop. Moreover, this reversal is very limited, targeting all those who rely on precious materials. Interesting. Lin Moyu sent more undead servants over to grab the innate origin treasures from all directions without leaving any gaps. But without exception, all failed. After a period of fruitless attempts, Lin Moyu came up with an idea. Since he couldn't catch it by reaching out, he should just give up. The undead servants began to gather together, you next to me, I next to you, forming an airtight encirclement, and not just 1 layer, but more than 10 layers. The undead servants outside pushed against those inside, constantly pushing inward. They no longer used their hands, but instead used direct physical contact. In this way, even if the undead servants in the innermost layer are affected and changed by the avenue, they will not be able to retreat because of the undead servants in the following layers. Just like that, they pushed forward layer by layer, and finally the undead servants inside touched the innate origin treasure with their bodies. The moment it touched the treasure, it vibrated violently, as if it was trying to resist. However, the undead servants have the combat power of the Tao Lord level, and they are not afraid of a mere piece of precious material in terms of strength. They used their own strength to support the ball, and the ball formed by the field layer encirclement did not move at all. After a while, the vibration of the treasure weakened, and the surrounding ball did not disperse, but began to move, carrying the treasure back. They didn't fly very fast and had to constantly adjust their direction. This way of flying was unprecedented. The return journey was slow, and after flying for 5 full days, the deceased wife and her servants finally returned to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu lightly tapped his finger, and a ball of fire that could burn the world flew out. The burning world fire that had just flown out was about to fly backwards. Lin Moyu asked it to move forward, but it was affected by the avenue and began to move backwards. But the backward flight only lasted for a second, and the fire of burning the world suddenly vibrated with a buzzing sound, followed by a fragmented sound, and it burned the surrounding positive and negative roads. The fire that burns the world descended with great force and landed on the precious material. A scream suddenly came from the treasure, and Lin Moyu could see that this treasure already had a hint of spirituality. It is not yet intelligent, but has some instincts. It does not want to be obtained or refined by anyone, which is completely understandable. But it is understandable that Lin Moyu can only obtain it by burning away the weak spirituality with the fire of the burning world. Neither side is wrong, it is the rules of this world that are wrong. Without spirituality, the treasure no longer vibrates, and the power of heaven becomes smooth. Letting the undead servants leave, Lin Moyu forced himself to retreat, and then came directly in front of the treasure. The mind began to retract the hand, but when it moved, the hand stretched out 5.9 and grabbed the precious material. The power of the Great Tao surged, directly blocking the Great Tao from emanating from the treasure. Then he swung the scepter of calamity and smashed it over without any hesitation. All the opposite feelings are just novelties, and once the novelty wears off, they are no longer interesting. After 3 consecutive hits, the precious material finally broke. At the same time, the undying fire ignited, and Lin Moyu was not polite at all and directly began to summon the elemental lich. The other half was kept so that he could seduce the wild beasts on the road when he got out. Without the precious material, the virtual and real spiritual realms collapsed in the vibration, and everything turned into nothingness. All the rubble on the earth was born because of the Tao, and died because of the Tao. Release the little python, okay, it's okay. The little python flattered him, Master, you are awesome. Lin Moyu was already used to flattery, so he suddenly turned around and whispered, You came so soon? The virtual and real spiritual realm had just collapsed, and the treasure had not yet summoned the elemental lich, but some wild beasts had already smelled the scent of the treasure. This means there should be a great wild beast nearby. This time, not only can we obtain a rare innate treasure, but also a group of wild beast essence. It will be much easier to obtain the essence of wild beasts next time. The innate essence treasure has a natural attraction to the great wild beasts. As long as you reach a certain range, the great wild beasts will actively come to you. He doesn't have to search for them one by one, and his efficiency is greatly improved. But these are all secondary. The most important thing is to use the innate original treasures, which has a chance to attract the Great Tao Wild Beast King. In the past, when facing the Great Tao Wild Beast King, one could only run away, but now he can try to fight against the Great Tao Wild Beast King. Soon, a wild beast rushed into the big net formed by the undead servants and could not get close to Lin Moyu at all. He was surrounded and killed by the undead servants. There is no need to mobilize the 5 elements giants, nor is there any need for any extra means. Only 10 undead servants are needed to deal with the Great Tao Beast. The Great Tao Wild Beast roared and fought back frantically during the siege, but it only lasted less than 2 minutes before it was beaten to pieces, leaving behind 14 groups of wild beast essence in the void. The whole process was so easy that Lin Moyu didn't even have time to eat the melon, it was so fast. The little python muttered, I feel that the master can now attack the wild beast's hometown. Lin Moyu smiled and said, If you want to die, go by yourself. I won't accompany you. The little python shook his head. Wherever the master is, the little python will be there. Attack the wild beast's home? Lin Moyu never thought about it. The Great Tao Wild Beast King was an eternal being, a guy on the same level as the Emperor and the human Emperor. How could he be considered as such? I don't know about the future, but at least I can't afford to offend you now. Collect the essence of the wild beast and continue on the journey to the Tianyu Great Spiritual Realm. The innate original treasure gradually melted. Although the positive and negative avenues were strange, their levels were not too high. They were just branch avenues. The treasure material it creates is of the same level, and it melts faster. In addition, Lin Moyu's realm has been elevated, and his magic is even stronger. In just over 10 days, this piece of precious original material had completely melted and turned into a brand new elemental lich. A black cloud suddenly appeared in the void, with thunder leaping and electric snakes dancing wildly in the black cloud. After many years, the great calamity and punishment came again. The elemental lich flew into the black cloud to receive the baptism of punishment, while Lin Moyu and the little python stayed away from it. After several experiences, Lin Moyu knew very well that the great calamity punishment was just a formality. The elemental lich born from the innate original treasure was not afraid of these things at all. The huge eye appeared in the void again. The cold eyes looked at the little fellow who was suffering punishment in the thundercloud, showing a hint of surprise, and then immediately turned to Lin Moyu. There was a clear change of emotion in his eyes, with 3 parts of disgust, 3 parts of impatience, and 3 parts of anger, as if saying, "Why are you here again?" Lin Moyu laughed. "It's been so many years, don't be angry." His eyes clearly understood what Lin Moyu said, and his expression became somewhat complicated, as if conveying a message. How many years have passed? Come to think of it, for an existence like this, hundreds or thousands of years are too short, maybe not even enough for it to take a nap. Maybe in the whole universe, there may not be a great catastrophe once in a million years, and that person is one of them. It is really annoying that they bring it upon you at any time. Lin Moyu was very shameless. "Don't worry too much. I will summon something from time to time. Otherwise, you just don't sleep for the next few years." He stared at Lin Moyu, giving him a warning and signaling him not to go too far. Lin Moyu smiled and pretended not to hear. "As long as I can get the innate origin treasure, I will definitely summon the elemental lich, and the owner of this pair of eyes must be present at that time." But Lin Moyu was not afraid of him. The other party obviously could not hurt him. There was some rule restricting him. His eyes no longer paid attention to Lin Moyu, but continued to perform his duties, looking at the thunderclouds and the elemental lich inside. Lin Moyu now basically understood what this pair of eyes was for. Their existence was actually for supervision, to see if anyone violated certain rules of the world. After all, there are not many things that can trigger the punishment of the great Tao. They are all extreme things, and we are afraid that someone will cheat and do something involved. Lin Moyu guessed that this was also one of the bottom lines of heaven and earth. The great calamity punishment continued in rounds, thunder, wind, and fire, all coming one after another, just like before. After the punishment was over, he glared at Lin Moyu fiercely, then suddenly closed his eyes. The sky and the earth were spinning, the universe was dark, a world more empty than a vacuum descended, and all the great ways disappeared. Now Lin Moyu's realm has been greatly improved compared to before. When he fell into this magical state, Lin Moyu suddenly found that his immortal path could still be used. When all the great ways disappear, the great way of immortality will still exist. This feeling lasted for a few seconds and then faded away. Everything returned to normal. Lin Moyu said to himself, "The immortal path is indeed special. The Lord of Curses wants my body, not only to go to the wild beast's hometown to take his last step, but also probably for his own immortal path." The immortal avenue descended upon the land of origin, breaking the 20 upper limits of the land of origin. How powerful it is! If I am really the reincarnation of the immortal Lord, then what kind of existence was my previous life? Was it higher than eternity? If that's true, then the green-robed old man's attitude towards me can be explained. I guess in my previous life, I was at the same level as him. Maybe we knew each other. Just as he was thinking about it, the new elemental lich had already flown to his side, looking at him with bright eyes and a bright smile on his little face. Lin Moyu held him in his palm and said, "Little guy, tell me about your ability." The elemental lich held his head high and said proudly, "I can reverse the world." 810 reverse the world. Lin Moyu laughed and said, "That's a bit exaggerated. Can all the great ways be reversed?" As he said this, 4 little guys including Sword Dao Yao appeared beside him, looking at him with a smile, as if to say, "Can you reverse us?" The little guy's expression suddenly fell, and he looked like he was about to cry. It's just a way of saying it, because some parts can be reversed. After his explanation, Lin Moyu basically understood his abilities. Like several other little guys, he copied the avenue of positive and negative, and indeed has the ability to reverse most things and can also influence other people's thinking. This alone is enough to defy fate. Under his influence, the will to fight will fade, actions will change direction, combat power will be directly damaged or even lost. Moreover, this influence is silent and even the Taoist master cannot be immune to it. If used well, it can be like cheating. The avenue of positive and negative is an extremely rare avenue that some people have never even heard of. It comes suddenly and is extremely dangerous and deadly. The Tao is very powerful, the key is how to use it. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Then from now on you will be called the Anti-Tao Demon." The little fellow shouted happily, "From now on I will be called the Nidao Monster." He happily accepted the name given by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's main purpose of naming is to make it simple and clear. It doesn't matter whether it sounds good or not. After summoning the rebellious demon, Lin Moyu took out the remaining half of the innate origin treasure. The innate treasure material became the best bait, which constantly attracted the wild beasts nearby. On the way to the Tanyu Great Spiritual Realm, every month or so a great wild beast would come over to smell the scent and obediently offer its wild beast essence. It felt like a wild dog that smelled the fragrance and wanted to come over to snatch the delicious food, but ended up being waited for by someone. Lin Moyu was multitasking, with part of his mind continuing to watch the avenues constantly colliding in the vacuum zone, and through observation, he comprehended the various phenomena of the avenue. The other part of his mind was studying the innate origin treasures. He wanted to know why the innate origin treasures could attract the great beasts. Neither is easy. Before he knew it, a year had passed, and Lin Moyu gradually made some discoveries. He did not find out why the innate origin treasures attracted the great beasts, but he discovered something else. The effects of the innate origin treasures can be superimposed. In the past year, 10 great Dao wild beasts have been killed, but no great Dao wild beast king has appeared. This can be attributed to issues such as luck and probability, but it may also be a problem with the innate origin of the treasure. When I attracted the great Dao wild beast king that time, I used 3 pieces of innate origin treasures. Although the 3 innate original treasures belong to different avenues, their effects are obviously superimposed together, which greatly enhances the effect. Not only can it attract a wider range of great beasts, but it also has the chance to attract the great beast king. However, this is just Lin Moyu's own guess. Perhaps the avenue needs some other conditions to attract the avenue wild beast king. But after studying it so far, Moyu feels that the main problem does not lie in the quantity of precious materials. Why can the innate origin treasure attract the great beasts? The elemental lich summoned by it can replicate the Tao itself, which means it should originate from the Tao itself, and it also contains the purest essence of the Tao. If, as I speculated, the effects of different treasures can be superimposed on each other, then it means that they must have something in common. But there are very few different avenues that can truly merge with each other. Even if most of them do not conflict, they are clearly distinct from each other. Only a few avenues can. Lin Moyu suddenly discovered that when he was observing the avenues, he had discovered several times that the avenues were merging with each other. This happens rarely, but it does happen. In some special cases, avenues may merge after colliding. It was not an ordinary fusion. After 2 completely different forces of the great Tao collided with each other, they merged and annihilated each other. At the same time, an indescribable aura was born. This breath is so weak that it is inaudible and will disappear without a trace in an instant. It will only appear for a moment when the fusion of the great ways is most intense. In the past year, Lin Moyu has observed this situation 3 times in total. The probability of it happening is indeed not high, but it does exist. Furthermore, the aura of those 3 births was exactly the same, without any difference. The avenues of those three collisions were not the same. The breath generated instantly when the avenues merged gave Lin Moyu inspiration. He instinctively thought that this was the most fundamental breath generated after the avenues collided, and it seemed to represent some kind of origin of the avenues. It is also the deepest essence of the Tao. Lin Moyu is a special product, named the origin of the Great Tao. Right or wrong, that's what he called it. Lin Moyu felt that there were not many people in the world who could discover the origin of the Great Tao. Even those eternal beings may not be able to discover the original energy of the Great Tao. The aura emitted by the innate original treasure is exactly this kind of original energy of the Great Way. It's just that the avenue origin energy that appears when the avenues collide is more intense and can be clearly sensed, while the avenue origin energy emitted by the innate origin treasure is too soft and difficult to be sensed. The wild beasts of the Great Tao are the product of the intersection of the impurities of the Great Tao. They are extremely sensitive to the original energy of the Great Tao. They can sense the original energy of the Great Tao from a distance and will come here to find it. As for the Great Tao wild beast kings, they have higher requirements for the Great Tao origin chi. A mere small amount of Great Tao origin chi from a precious material cannot attract them. As for the Great Tao wild beast king, the requirements are probably even higher. This is in line with the habits of those unintelligent beasts in nature. After some analysis, Lin Moyu determined that there was nothing wrong with his idea. In this case, let's continue to study in depth what the original energy of the Great Tao is like, and what other functions it has besides attracting Great Tao beasts. The Di Ting beast needs an innate treasure of origin. What it wants is the treasure itself, or the origin of the Tao within the treasure. If one day, I can imitate the origin of the Great Tao, of course it is impossible to really imitate it. Lin Moyu is just thinking about whether he can create a similar aura to replace the innate origin treasure to seduce the Great Tao beast. In this way, your efficiency can be greatly improved. Request flowers 0. Lin Moyu knows this is difficult, but one must always have ideals, and the ideals should be as full as possible. As for whether the reality will be too skinny, that's another matter. And Lin Moyu has another idea. If he can truly comprehend the origin of the Great Tao, it may be of great benefit to his own world. He continued to observe the changes brought about by the collision of the avenues, keeping in mind billions of different results, analyzing and looking forward to the arrival of that magical fusion. At the same time, he continued to sense the innate origin treasure and feel the aura it exuded. Although it was difficult to sense, it was better than nothing. 10 years passed by unknowingly. With the innate origin treasure, the efficiency of hunting undead servants was greatly improved. Almost every 1 or 2 months, a Great Tao wild beast would come. On average, 7 Great Tao wild beasts could be hunted every year. In the past 10 years, more than 70 Great Tao wild beasts had been hunted. There is already a lot of essence from the wild beasts, and it would take a long time just to absorb it from the world. 10 years later, Lin Mo's research still yielded no results. Over the years, that kind of miraculous event of the fusion of the great ways has occurred several times. But maybe I was not lucky enough. I saw him 3 times in the first year, and only 6 times in the next 10 years. The frequency of sightings became lower and lower, and Lin Mo's research became more and more difficult. He was not discouraged. To study such things, 10 years was nothing. Let alone 10 years, even 100 years or 1,000 years are nothing. The Taoist master would take tens of thousands of years to do anything. What I have done is nothing. Lin Moyu paused, letting his thoughts slow down, taking a break before starting over. Brew some Taoist tea, sip it slowly, and let the fragrance of the tea penetrate into your soul, making it refreshed. With a flick of his finger, a stream of tea flew out and fell into the little python's mouth. The little python yawned as he enjoyed the beauty of the Taoist tea. Master, do you think this great beast came from that ancestral land? Lin Moyu said, it should be. The little python continued, I heard that the Great Tao wild beast is more powerful in the real world. Is that true? Lin Moyu said, it should be. There was once an eternal being who entered the lair of the wild beast, and then fled back in a panic, causing it to remain silent for countless years. The little python was even more curious. Is there an eternal existence like the human emperor? Lin Moyu said, that guy may be stronger than the human emperor. Suddenly he raised his head and looked forward, his voice slightly deep. There is a great wild beast king in front. Lin Moyu was surprised to meet the great wild beast king here. But then he felt something was wrong. The great Tao wild beast king rarely appeared here, and one might not appear in 100,000 years. The most recent great wild beast king should be the one I got at that time. Lin Moyu looked a little weird. Is this guy the same one I got back then? The little python shook his head. How can such a coincidence happen in the world? This place is very far away from the Jinmu great spiritual realm. Lin Moyu looked down at his causal lines and found that there was indeed a causal line pointing to the great Tao wild beast king in front of him. He said in surprise, it really is that one. The little python exclaimed, what a coincidence. How did it get here? Lin Moyu said, back then, several realm masters in the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm were ordered to hunt down the great Tao Wild Beast King, but they probably failed to kill it in the end, and instead fled here. The little python said, it can really escape. Lin Moyu said, I don't know what happened back then, but the fact that it was able to escape here despite being hunted down by the realm master shows that it is quite powerful. I originally wanted to find a great wild beast king. By chance, I met him here. It's a good opportunity to end this cause and effect. The little python suddenly trembled and felt cold all over. Master, that feeling came again. It seems that it has discovered us. Lin Moyu moved his mind and wrapped the little python with his soul power. The great wild beast king is too powerful and has a natural restraint on the little python. He can easily freeze the little python to death even without taking any action. Lin Moyu used his soul power to protect the little python, and it immediately got much better. This was not possible before, but it is possible now. Millions of undead servants flew out and scattered in all directions. Since this guy was able to escape here while being hunted by the Realm Lord, it means he has a very strong ability to protect his life. In this case, let's use our numerical advantage to surround and kill him. This method is always effective and can be used against the God of Light. It can eventually force the God of Light to escape to his ancestral land. 5 elemental liches came out in response. It was not convenient to deal with the great Tao Wild Beast King and the Sword Tao monster, but the newly joined anti-Tao monster could give it a try. If we don't attack directly, will it be considered as violating the rules of heaven and earth? We can give it a try first. Lin Moyu planned to use the great Tao Wild Beast King to test the ability of the anti-Tao demon to see if it would bring punishment. The other elemental liches are for emergency use and are not necessarily required. The great Tao Wild Beast King was extremely fast and came into sight in the blink of an eye. Close the net. The undead army quickly retracted the net and surrounded the great Tao Wild Beast King. The great Wild Beast King roared and rushed over frantically. It seemed to recognize Lin Moyu. There was obvious anger in its eyes and it was a little excited. It can be seen that it has not had a good life in recent years and must have been hunted down severely by several world masters. Now he was attracted by the original energy of the treasure and happened to see Lin Moyu again. All his anger burst out at this moment. It rushed forward madly, and the undead servants reacted extremely quickly, driving the thick earth avenue at the same time. Countless huge mountains appeared in the void, blocking the avenue Wild Beast King. Circles of ripples emanated from the body of the great Tao Wild Beast King, just like the ripples caused by a stone falling into the water, and the space was distorted in the ripples. The ripples covered the area of the great Tao Lu Fongli. Boom! The huge mountain was smashed to pieces, and countless undead servants were knocked away. Most of them were injured, and a few were crushed to pieces. The encirclement formed by the undead servants was broken through in an instant, and the momentum of the great Tao Wild Beast King did not decrease at all. This kind of impact force is not stronger than the God of Light. Lin Moyu was surprised by the impact displayed by the great Tao Wild Beast King. At this time, the anti-Tao demon received Lin Moyu's order and drove 40% of the power of the great Tao to attack. The wild beast king who was moving forward on the road suddenly stopped and his speed dropped sharply. But it was strange that although the speed decreased, the impact force did not change, and all the undead servants in front of it were still knocked away. It works. Lin Moyu looked at the world and saw nothing unusual. Increase your strength. The anti-Dao demon increased his strength to 60%, and the speed of the great Dao wild beast king dropped again. This time, the speed was several times slower than before. But it didn't feel anything. Perhaps in its perception, Lin Moyu was also running away, so the speed at which the distance between the two sides was shortened slowed down. This is the terrifying thing about the positive and negative paths. It will silently influence others and make them think that everything is normal. There was no problem with 60% of the strength. The demon of the opposite way continued to increase his strength and raised it to Kaiching in one breath. The heaven and earth still did not react, and Lin Moyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't attack the other party directly, he would not incur punishment from the heaven and earth. Under the full force of the anti-Dao demon, the great Dao wild beast king began to retreat backwards. We were about to break out of the encirclement, but now we have retreated again. The undead servants took the opportunity to surround it and trapped it tightly again, but they could not get too close. The area of thousands of miles seemed to have become a restricted area. As the great Dao wild beast king retreated, he also killed a large number of undead servants. The rebellious demon only changed its direction but could not change anything else. Lin Moyu asked, "Can the direction of its power be changed?" The Nidao demon shook his head. "No, it's too strong. The great Dao wild beast king is stronger than the Dao master, only slightly weaker than the great Dao lord, and is about the same as those top realm masters. The lord of the wood-killing realm once said that even the lords of their realms would have to join forces to deal with the great Dao wild beast king. Moreover, the soul of the great Dao wild beast king is also protected by the great Dao. To deal with such an opponent, the anti-Dao demon can influence the direction of its actions, which is already very good." Lin Moyu didn't ask for too much, and his undead servants launched a crazy attack. The golden sword reappeared, turning into a rain of swords that slashed from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy blows was incessant. In the vacuum, endless golden swords stirred up a storm of the great Dao, shattering the ripples of the great Dao wild beast king and striking him directly. The great Dao wild beast king was beaten by the golden sword and screamed in agony. Every attack of the undead servant was like a full-strength attack from the Dao master. Even it could not ignore the attacks of the undead servant. The rebellious demon controlled the great Dao wild beast king, making it difficult for him to distinguish left from right, and he was caught in a dilemma, unable to move forward or backward. Whenever it makes any movement, the anti-Dao demon will control it, and as a result, it will be unable to move, like a sitting target. Lin Moyu could feel that the soul of the great Dao wild beast king had been injured, but it had the characteristic of rapid recovery. If it could not be killed, it would recover in a short time. In the eyes of the undead, the soul flame of the great Dao wild beast king is still strong. These injuries are nothing to it and are far from being serious injuries. What is this, Zhao Zhao? A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the soul flame. Lin Moyu realized something was wrong and instinctively retreated with the little python. When you encounter something unknown, the best way is to stay away from it. A faint light exploded in the soul, and the great Dao wild beast king shone brilliantly, and then the light became brighter, covering the void for tens of millions of miles. In an instant, tens of millions of undead servants in the void died at the same time. What a powerful attack! Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. The Dao master couldn't block this attack at all. Maybe the realm master could still block one or two Han. Fortunately, it retreated quickly, otherwise I would have died as well. Then it smiled, but it was no use. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint light appeared in the vacuum zone, and the undead servants who had clearly died were resurrected on the spot, as if they had never died. The next second, densely packed golden swords fell again. The situation instantly returned to its previous state, as the attack of the Dao Wang Beast King became useless. Lin Moyu waved his hand and the world-burning fire flew out, ready to refine his soul. The great Tao Wild Beast King was obviously stunned. It obviously didn't understand why the undead servants were resurrected all of a sudden after it had clearly killed them. Why was I staying in the same place no matter how I moved? It was as if I was restrained by some invisible force. The great Tao Wild Beast King is not without wisdom, he is just not very smart. These questions are enough for it to think about for a very long time. However, its fighting instinct is extremely strong, and it can quickly find a way to deal with it. A raging flame rose from its soul, and the soul fire began to burn. The soul of the great Tao Wild Beast King was suddenly surrounded by flames. The world-burning fire just flew towards it, and the great Tao Wild Beast King suddenly roared, and terrifying power burst out, blowing the world-burning fire back like a raging storm. The Nidao demon exclaimed, "Master, there is no way to interfere with it." Lin Moyu asked, "Is there no interference at all?" The Nidao demon thought for a moment and said, "If I go all out, I can only interfere with the direction at best, and it won't last long." Lin Moyu said, "That's enough. Wait until he tries to escape before you do anything. Now just watch." The rebellious demon followed orders, staring at the great beast king with a pair of bright eyes, ready to attack at any time. Lin Moyu waved his hand casually, and this time 420 he was serious. Hundreds of billions of undead servants flew together, densely packed, filling the void. The army of undead blocked Lin Moyu firmly behind him, and the great wild beast king surrounded him tightly. The great wild beast king roared and rushed towards Lin Moyu again, spewing black and red flames from his mouth. This was its soul flame, which was extremely powerful. The undead servants turned into ashes at the touch of a single blow. It used fire to clear a path and rushed towards Lin Moyu again. The undead servants drove the great way of water, and countless shadows of the great way emerged in the void. Water vapor filled the sky and rushed down to block the soul flame of the great way wild beast king. Suddenly, water vapor rose and spread over billions of miles, and foreign objects appeared in the vacuum zone for the first time. Lin Moyu hid himself in the water vapor and quickly drew a formation to cover himself, isolating himself from all his breath. He could stare at the other party with the eye of the undead, but the great Tao Wild Beast King couldn't find Lin Moyu for a while. The space demon waved his hands and shouted, "Go, go!" The little guy directly opened the space channel and sent a large number of undead servants to the great Tao Wild Beast King. Boom! A self-destructive attack was launched, using the same methods used against the God of Light to deal with the great Tao Wild Beast King. The power of the undead servant's self-destruction is much greater than a full-strength attack. After repeated attacks, the defense of the great Tao Wild Beast King was shaken again. But through the soul flame Lin Moyu saw that it was still only slightly injured. Such an injury was nothing to the great Tao Wild Beast King. The pain caused by the injury may be the real reason for its anger. It roared continuously, looking for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was hiding in the water vapor at this time, and at the same time he used a formation to isolate his own breath, so the heavenly Tao Wild Beast King could not find Lin Moyu with his eyes. It scanned a few times, then suddenly stopped and locked onto Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was surprised and realized that it was the origin of the avenue emitted by the treasure in his hand that betrayed him. He immediately put away the treasure, but it was too late, because the Tao Wang Beast King rushed over. It turned into a rocket again and smashed the undead servants that stood in its way. The encirclement formed by hundreds of billions of undead servants was hit and a huge gap was created, and millions of undead servants were killed or injured in an instant. Lin Moyu was surprised that even the God of Light couldn't do it, but the Tao Wild Beast King actually did it. "Go back!" The demon of the opposite way shouted, and the positive and negative ways were urged with all their strength. The Wild Beast King of the Way immediately returned the same way he came. This impact lasted for less than a second, but 1 second was enough time for the great Tao Wild Beast King to return to its original position. The anti-Tao demon whispered, "I can only do this much. I find that it seems to be immune to my Tao." Lin Moyu frowned. Surprisingly, he was immune. This great Wild Beast King is simply too rebellious. This kind of creature should be punished by heaven and earth and taken away. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the god of Ming is more difficult to deal with. The Wild Beast King is already so powerful, so how powerful should the eternal Wild Beast Emperor be? The battle did not stop, and the undead servants took the opportunity to surround them again. The space demon once again teleported a large number of undead servants over to self-destruct. This time, more people were teleported over, with thousands of people being teleported, and the power of the self-explosion became even stronger. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and a strange aura emanated from his body. Original magic, strong soldiers. The power of the undead army increased significantly, and the power of its self-explosion increased tenfold. For a moment, the great Dao Wild Beast King was unable to stabilize his body and fell off his horse. The soul of the great Dao Wild Beast King was even more seriously injured. This time it was no longer a flesh wound, but a real bone injury. Roaring continuously, the great Dao Wild Beast King seemed to have fallen into a state of madness, with red light in his eyes, and the flame of his soul exploded and ignited the vacuum. A large number of undead servants were just teleported over, but before they could explode they were burned to ashes. Flames shot up into the sky, transforming into countless sharp blades that swept into the void. In a short period of time, billions of undead servants died and tens of billions of undead servants were seriously injured. "Master, be careful." The sword demon shouted softly, and the sword of his body blocked in front of Lin Moyu. With several bangs, the sword demon was hit by the flames and kept shaking. The water vapor mist was dispersed, and Lin Moyu was revealed. The great Dao Wild Beast King quickly locked onto Lin Moyu and turned into a rocket and rushed over again. After the fire swept through just now, a huge hole appeared in the encirclement, and there were not many undead servants who could stand in front of the great Dao Wild Beast King. But even if the encirclement is intact, it is estimated that it will not be able to stop this perverted guy. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the great Dao Wild Beast King is a pervert, and his fighting ability is even greater than that of the God of Light. It's not that its power is so strong. If a fight really breaks out, the God of Light, who is the Lord of the Avenue, can easily kill him. It would only take some effort at most. But its various abilities are just right for dealing with the undead army. The great Dao Wild Beast King is the kind of person who is no match for those who are stronger than himself. But when facing someone weaker than himself, he can slaughter them brutally, even ignoring the difference in numbers. The previous idea of using the undead army to kill the great Beast King failed to come true. Lin Moyu's original aura became stronger, and he whispered softly, "It's indeed a bit perverted, but you will die this time." Original magic, focus. It has been a long time since I last used this magic. I thought the army of undead was enough to defeat all enemies, and I would rarely have the opportunity to use this magic again. Even when facing the God of Light, he never thought of using this magic. Unexpectedly, he encountered a great Wild Beast King who could restrain him, so he had to take action himself. Lin Moyu's aura began to rise sharply, and his power became stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu whispered, "I don't know how far my realm can reach." The power of trillions of undead servants gathered together, making Lin Moyu's aura instantly so powerful that it was unpredictable. There was a swelling and painful feeling in the soul, as if it had reached its limit. Endless power surged from the depths of the soul, as if the soul would explode if it was any stronger. But Lin Moyu didn't want to stop at all. The feeling of increasing strength was too good. "I feel like I've reached a plateau, and if I just go up a little bit. Break it for me." Boom! Lin Moyu seemed to have broken through a certain barrier and entered a new realm. As tremendous power continued to rise, Lin Moyu felt as if he had merged into this world, and he could control all the avenues in the vacuum zone. He went from being a bystander to being in control, and the change in his identity surprised Lin Moyu. Is this eternity? An idea popped up in my mind, but immediately a clearer idea emerged from the depths of my soul, shattering the previous idea. He whispered to himself, "No, this is not eternity." The great Wild Beast King came in front of him, and Lin Moyu punched out without thinking. thousands of avenues rang out at once, and the thousands of bright and shining avenues in the vacuum zone exploded with this punch. The power of the great Tao gathered together to form an extremely terrifying fist, the size of which was unprecedented. Thousands of miles? Billions of miles? Much more than that. It was at least tens of billions of miles in size, and this punch came out with a bang, as if it could kill everything in an instant. The 163 Great Tao Wild Beast King looked so dismayed when facing this punch. The powerful Great Tao Wild Beast King collapsed under this punch, and his soul turned into powder and disappeared into smoke. Then, he punched across the vacuum and flew into the distance. Wherever the fist passed, the road roared and the vacuum vibrated, as if cheering. Wherever the fist passed, all the undead servants died. With one punch, hundreds of billions of undead servants were killed, not a single one was left. Lin Moyu was also stunned by his own punch. He couldn't describe it in words. Everything was touched by his punch. This is definitely not forever. This thought popped up again from the depths of his soul, and then his soul shattered. His soul could not withstand the backlash from this punch and quickly turned into smoke and dust, floating into the vacuum. The purple light flashed, pulling back all the smoke and dust. Lin Moyu's soul was reborn in the purple light. But just as the rebirth was completed, the soul shattered again. The residual force of backlash still exists and has not disappeared. The new life continued to be launched, one after another, and after 5 cycles, it finally completely eliminated the backlash. After coming back to life, Lin Moyu immediately took out a few spiritual flowers. The little python under him was dying now, with most of its body broken into pieces, and it was only hanging on to its last breath. It did not sustain the force of the punch, but was only slightly touched by the aftermath. It was lucky to survive. Ling Hua Xingqiang wrapped it up and began to treat it. Lin Moyu was speechless at this moment. His army of hundreds of billions of undead had all died just like that. Undead minions can be resurrected, but they fail to be resurrected after being hit by this punch. That one punch completely wiped them out, leaving them no chance, and also made the magic lose its intended effect. Of the 900 billion undead troops brought this time, 1,000 were lost in one fell swoop, a full 1/9. Lin Moyu felt distressed, but also a little excited. What realm was that just now? How could that punch be so powerful? The Great Tao Wild Beast King, who is comparable to the Great Tao Master, was killed instantly. That being said, even a being like the God of Light could be killed instantly. I'm afraid it would be difficult for an eternal being like the human emperor to block that punch. The realm just now was not eternal, so what realm was it? If it's not eternity, then what is it? Yongheng is actually still the Taoist master and the pinnacle of Taoists. If it is not eternity, then it is higher than eternity, that is, the level of taking the last step that eternal existence has always been pursuing. But think about it, it seems impossible. Lin Moyu recalled the experience just now, feeling it carefully, not missing any details. Just now, he gathered the power of all the undead servants and elemental liches. Not only that, there was also a force coming from a distant place, instantly crossing time and space and descending. That was the power from the many great ways in the universe. The original magic of gathering power can not only gather summoned creatures, but also gather the universe. It regards the universe as its own. Lin Moyu felt that the reason for this might be related to the fact that many great ways in the universe were integrated with the elemental lich. The 3 forces came together and pushed their own strength to the extreme. When I reached the bottleneck, it really seemed like I had broken through some barriers, and everything became different. It was at that moment that I completed the transformation from a bystander to a controller. At that time, I could clearly feel the roar of the avenue, as if it was celebrating for me. But the barrier was not really broken. Looking back now, Lin Moyu can clearly feel that he only broke half of it. I haven't completely broken down the barriers, if that counts. Lin Moyu had a rough answer. At that time, he was in the same state as the owner of the Dewey boat. On the road to the last step, take half a step. According to the Deting beast, among all the eternal beings in the world, he was the only one who had taken half a step on the road to the last step. The rest either stagnated or ended in failure. The human emperor has wasted countless years, working hard, but in fact he has never taken even half a step forward. The Lord of Curse tried, but failed, and eventually remained silent for countless years, trying to make a comeback. The last step is extremely difficult, but with the help of an original technique, I can take that half step. Although his soul eventually collapsed because he couldn't bear it, at least he could see the scenery half a step away. This kind of realization is extremely rare, and once you have it the first time, you will have it the second time. A bold idea popped up in Lin Moyu's mind. He wanted to see the scenery at that level again and enjoy the wonderful feeling of having all the sounds of the universe and being under control. The power and magic of the origin technique, it seems that I have only used the tip of the iceberg. Original magic can not only be used for attack, but also for other purposes. If I'm right, this should be an opportunity that no one else can get. If I could have several times more undead servants and the universe could be stronger, then I could break through the barrier and enter that level in an instant and unleash the power of that currency. Theoretically, it can be done. Although it is very likely that you can only step in for a moment, just like just now, you can only strike once. But that was enough. That strike might be able to kill those eternal beings. It is said that eternal existence will never die, it will only become silent. Lin Moyu once thought so, but now he has another idea. If I have the ability to enter the land of return 3.9 and destroy the great Tao therein, then would the eternal existence also die? There is nothing absolute between heaven and earth. As long as your power is strong enough, you can turn the impossible into possible. Isn't that how miracles happen? Lin Moyu smiled and said that although his idea was bold, it was definitely worth a try and maybe it would work. If one can really achieve this, then those eternal existences would be nothing to them. Retract your thoughts and look forward. The empty area where the fist passed was recovering due to the Tao. With that punch just now, all the vacuum of the avenue of billions of miles was completely sucked out, and some of the power of that punch remained, so it would take time for the avenue to recover. In the vacuum, a bright light shines brightly. The great Tao beast, born from the intersection of the impurities of the great Tao, has the dirtiest body and the purest soul. After the death of the great Tao wild beast king, he left behind a group of wonderful wild beast essence. In a state of concentrated force, the power of hundreds of millions of undead servants and the power gathered from all the avenues in the universe descended from nothingness. The storage space can isolate everything, but it does not affect Lin Moyu's use of magic. The 800 billion undead servants in the storage space can also provide power for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's aura rose rapidly, and he soon felt that he had reached a peak. Lin Moyu did not launch an attack to a higher point, but just kept himself in this state. My current state is the peak of the Tao Lord realm, which is the level of the great Tao Lord. It shouldn't be eternity. Eternity is a kind of recognition, a recognition from heaven and earth and the place of origin, not a specific realm. The realm of the eternal being and the Lord of the great Tao should not be too different, but there is a gap in actual combat power. The perspective of the great Tao Master on the world is much clearer than that of an ordinary great Tao Master. It is estimated that those powerful world masters, with the help of the power of the world, can also achieve similar effects. 1. Lin Moyu analyzed them one by one, analyzing the differences between the Tao Lord, Realm Lord, Great Tao Lord, and Eternity. It is not simply a difference in strength, but an analysis from the level of the Great Way. Through analysis, we can better understand the differences in each level of realm. He estimated that few people would do such a thing, but he believed that it was necessary to do so. Only by fully mastering the secrets of one realm can one enter the next level without any flaws. After analyzing it, Lin Moyu has roughly understood the difference between each level. At the same time, he also stayed in this stage for a long time, and under the drive of concentrated force, his soul power had been almost consumed. Lin Moyu was not polite either. He directly shattered his soul and then completed his rebirth in the purple light. After rebirth, the soul is full of power and restored to its original state. New life doesn't have to be used only on the battlefield, it can also be used in normal times, and Moyu has always done so. After figuring out what eternity is, there is another level. He said to himself, after eternity, there is a path to go, which is called the last step. The last step of each eternal being is different. Not quite the same, not completely different, there may be some overlap, there may be some conflict. Except for people like Emperor Zun, all cultivators achieve eternity step by step. The process is full of hardships and dangers. How could they be willing to be stuck at the last step? Therefore, most of those people will try it. But no matter how I look at it, this last step is like a mission given by heaven and earth. If you complete the mission, you will be promoted successfully. If you fail, you will go back to silence. Anyway, I won't die in eternity. At most, I can sleep for hundreds of millions of years. Hundreds of millions of years may not be too long for the world. While Lin Moyu was thinking, he used his concentrated strength again, his aura continued to increase, and he quickly reached the peak of the Tao Lord realm. This time he did not stop, but instead broke through the bottleneck with unstoppable force. The enormous force surged like a huge wave, smashing bottlenecks and breaking barriers. Along with the sound of breaking, Lin Moyu felt that he had entered another dimension, and the world in front of him had changed dramatically. The previous splendid and dazzling world disappeared, replaced by avenues like streams. The avenues became extremely clear and no longer so chaotic. I could see them clearly and even control them, change their direction, and even manipulate the angle, position, strength, etc. of their collision. It seems that I can make all the changes I can think of. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand almost instinctively, as if possessed by a ghost. His hand evolved in the void and turned into a terrifying giant hand. The Great Way occupies an area of billions of miles, like the hand of heaven and earth, and also like the fire of creation, because it changes the Great Way. But as soon as this hand appeared, it immediately caused chaos on the avenue. Lin Moyu wanted to control it, but found that his soul power was dissipating at an alarming speed. In less than 2 seconds, his soul power was exhausted, and then his soul was shattered. Purple light flashes, and the soul is reborn. The newly born soul shattered again, and the aftereffects of controlling the avenue remained. Reborn again, broken again, this cycle repeats 3 times before the sequelae are eliminated. After recovering, Lin Moyu fell into deep thought, thinking about the state just now. He realized that at his current level, if he forced himself into that state, he could only maintain it for less than 2 seconds. Moreover, he was too weak to withstand the backlash brought by that realm. His soul power would be immediately drained and then he would die. Even rebirth requires 3 times to wipe out the backlash brought by the avenue. 2 seconds may seem very short, but if repeated again and again, 2 seconds will become infinitely long. He can keep looking until he sees what he wants. As for the collapse of his soul, he was not worried. He was used to dying. What was the difference between dying 100 times and 10,000 times? The only thing to note is the cooldown reset time of rebirth, which can be triggered 10 times within 20 seconds. If he continued to use his concentrated power to spy on that realm, he would most likely exceed the limit of the number of rebirths. And you should also leave a few opportunities for new students in case of emergency. To be on the safe side, Lin Moyu planned to use his concentration twice in a row, which would take less than 10 seconds and generate 6 new powers. Then wait 10 seconds before conducting a second round of observation. In this way, 4 new opportunities will be reserved in each round. 4 opportunities in 10 seconds is enough. After Lin Moyu finished his calculations, he began to proceed according to the plan. The original aura fluctuated continuously, and Lin Moyu kept using his concentrated strength to impact that realm, treating life and death as nothing. At the same time, he did not forget to take out the original treasures. He wanted to observe the Great Tao and the Great Tao beasts. Not only that, his servants were still searching for the real and virtual spiritual realms outside. He also wants the innate treasure. Even Lin Moyu himself felt a little greedy, but there was nothing wrong with being a little greedy. If people were not greedy, then what was the point of practicing? The little python didn't know what its master was doing. It only knew that the original aura was continuously emanating, and from time to time an extremely terrifying aura flowed out. This breath made the little python feel frightened and trembling, but for some reason, it felt as if it had seen this breath somewhere before, a sense of déjà vu. It didn't ask, knowing that even if it asked, it might not get an answer. Lin Moyu is very easy to talk to, but there are some things that he shouldn't know, and he will never say them. Decades have passed, and Lin Moyu has repeatedly rushed into that unknown realm, always just half a step away from a real conflict. Lin Moyu has tried, but he really can't get through. In the state of being half a step away, he kept observing the avenue. Although each time is only 2 seconds, small amounts add up to a lot, and over time, your understanding of the Tao becomes more profound and clear. Gradually, he understood how the original energy of the great Tao was produced and what conditions were required. He also tried to manipulate the power of the avenue, but failed every time because he couldn't control the power well. This is a side effect of focusing force. The control over force is greatly reduced, and it is impossible to achieve meticulous results. It's a good thing to have some gains, and Lin Moyu doesn't expect too much. Over the past few decades, the wild beasts from the Great Tao have come one after another, and the essence of the wild beasts in his hands has reached 4 levels. It's a pity that I never encountered the virtual and real spiritual realm again, and no new great beast king appeared. 70 or 80 years have passed since leaving the Jinluo Great Spiritual Realm and entering the Vacuum Zone, and Lin Moyu did not calculate the exact time. A large spiritual area appeared before their eyes, and they approached the large spiritual area without realizing it. The little python said, "Master, it is the Red Stone Great Spirit Realm." Lin Moyu nodded, "Since we are here, let's go inside." Thinking of Wang Yin, he once wanted to ask Wang Yin and others to become his helpers to deal with the whirlpool of the origin continent. But as things developed later, we no longer thought about it and they were no longer of any use to us. However, I once promised Wang Yin that I would find a way to help him get the secret method of the human emperor, which is the soul-stealing technique. This is possible. Lin Moyu always keeps his promises. I wouldn't come here on purpose, but now that I'm here, maybe it's fate and I can go take a trip. Wang Yin still remembers where he was at that time. Besides that, maybe he can ask the Red Stone Emperor for some precious materials. Of course, this will cost a price. It's a business deal, so we can talk about it. After entering the Great Spirit Realm, Lin Moyu once again used his concentrated power to forcibly raise his realm to that mysterious level. He wanted to see what the avenue in the Great Spiritual Realm, shrouded in the fog of chaos, looked like. 507 Finally, he saw clearly. The avenue in the Great Spiritual Realm was wrapped in a layer of outer shell. The fog of chaos was like sugar coating, sticking to the road. Sure enough, it's not the same. 2 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Moyu's soul shattered 3 times before he recovered. He immediately continued to break through the realm without stopping. This time he gathered his strength and tried to touch the thin line of the avenue. In addition to looking, you also need to touch it, so that you can feel the difference between the two more clearly. Since the fog of chaos envelopes the avenue, there must be a reason for its existence. A terrifying giant hand appeared and dispersed the chaotic fog, but it had no effect on the chaotic fog that enveloped the avenue. When Lin Moyu touched the avenue, he felt the heaviness. The heaviness comes from the chaotic fog, which means that the power of the avenue here is not so easy to drive. When the strength is the same, the attack power that can be exerted is much weaker. He couldn't throw the same punch he had before, and his power was only half of what it was before. After the chaotic fog was dispersed, it quickly pressed back with great force, squeezing the hand that touched the avenue and Lin Moyu himself at the same time. Lin Moyu felt a hint of danger. The fog of chaos did not welcome him. I had a similar feeling last time, but not as strong as it is now. When the 2 seconds are up, the soul collapses, the purple light continues to flash, and the collapsed soul is reborn. Lin Moyu pondered, the chaos fog should be one of the foundations of the virtual world. Just like the fog in the real world, it has existed since the birth of this world. Its existence is older than the Great Tao, and perhaps more advanced. The Chaos Fog has no effect on the Taoist master, and naturally it will not affect the eternal existence, but as long as you take that half step, even if it's just half a step, the Chaos Fog will show problems. After my realm was upgraded just now, I could clearly feel the chaotic fog pressing in from all directions. I need to fight against it, otherwise it will be dangerous. He really felt the danger at that time, which made Lin Moyu clearly realize that once he took that half step, it would no longer be suitable to stay here. If not here, where else should I go? It's the same in the virtual world, and probably in the real world as well. The De Ting Beast said that the Emperor also wanted to take that last step, but no one has ever succeeded. But some emperors disappeared in the long river of time. Could it be that after they took the birth step, they left here and went to a world where even 10 listening beasts could not monitor? The De Ting Beast has a great talent, but Lin Moyu doesn't think it can really hear all sounds. At least he couldn't hear what other people were thinking. Some great Tao masters or eternal beings also had the ability to block him. Most importantly, he couldn't hear people like the old man in green robe. It seems that the missing emperor is not necessarily silent, but may have left here after taking half a step. Once, an emperor entered the beast abyss and disappeared. Could he have gone there? The owner of the boat took half a step and didn't seem to be driven away. Could it be related to the boat? The Red Stone Emperor seems to know more about the deliverance boat. What does it know? The old man in green robe and the senior in white robe, are they the ones who will take the last step? Is this really the case with me, the reincarnation of the so-called Immortal Lord? Lin Moyu felt that he was getting closer and closer to the foundation of heaven and earth, and everything was gradually becoming clear. Maybe when I take that last step, everything will become clear. With a thought, he sensed a large amount of aura coming from all directions, including a lot of virtual beasts. Soon the little python also felt it, grinning and shouting, "Master, there are so many virtual beasts coming." It was very excited. In its eyes, the virtual beast was the virtual soul pill, which was the ultimate delicacy and its favorite thing. Lin Moyu was not surprised. The original aura would attract virtual beasts, and the virtual soul pills and the soul refining furnace could do the same. These two things have great attraction to virtual beasts, just like the original energy of the Great Tao has a strong attraction to the wild beasts of the Great Tao. It is the same truth. However, Lin Moyu was not satisfied with the level of the virtual beasts that came over. The virtual beasts attracted by this method were of varying quality, and there were not many truly powerful ones. This is the disadvantage of the original energy. It would be much better if we used the Void Soul Pill. The Soul Refining Furnace and the Void Soul Pill have a strong appeal to the King of the Small Spirit Realm, and the King of the Small Spirit Realm will send his subordinates over, and their subordinates are at least at the Tao realm. The undead servants took action to clear out some of the weak virtual beasts, and Lin Moyu refined the slightly stronger ones into soul crystals, waiting to make the elixir together. Using the spirit realm disc to identify the direction, a red line pointed to the world where Wangshi was, and the little python immediately flew over. With Lin Moyu's current strength, he no longer needs to worry as much as before. As long as the Red Stone Emperor does not take action, he can walk sideways in the Great Spirit Realm. Even if there is a Lord of the Great Tao in a certain world, I can deal with him just like I deal with the God of Light. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could beat him and make him flee. If he really used the original magic and entered that magical level, he could even kill the other party. Before eternity, the Lord of the Tao will die, and the Lord of the Tao is also afraid of death. While heading to the world where Wangshi was, Lin Moyu did not put away the innate origin treasure, but also took out the soul refining furnace and started to refine the elixir. The aura of the soul refining furnace immediately spread to more distant places, and the kings of several small spiritual realms nearby would definitely be attracted by the aura of the soul refining furnace. Even if they don't come here themselves, they will send their subordinates over. Those virtual beasts in the Tao realm are Lin Moyu's target. If a reckless little spirit realm king came over, he wouldn't mind killing him and getting a few innate virtual treasures. The little python knew what Lin Moyu was doing and laughed. Some idiots are going to be in trouble. Lin Moyu whispered, "Your kind is in trouble. Why are you so happy?" The little python shook his head. "I don't have such a stupid fellow." Lin Moyu laughed. The little python was indeed quite different from ordinary virtual beasts and could be considered an outlier among virtual beasts. In its mind, it didn't consider other virtual beasts as its own kind. The little python completely became a traitor among the virtual beasts. A large number of virtual beasts followed the breath of the soul refining furnace, and what awaited them was the fire that burned the world. Lin Moyu felt nothing as he watched the Tao realm virtual beasts transform into soul crystals. He knew that these virtual beasts were not truly dead. They did not have much wisdom and memory. After death, their true spirits would reincarnate again. They would not necessarily become virtual beasts in the next life. It is very likely to become a living being in the real world. What I am doing is just helping them complete reincarnation in advance. After all, most virtual beasts, when they reach the first-class soul, also have to go to Xingyuan to wait for reincarnation. This can be seen from the cause and effect. After killing so many virtual beasts, no cause and effect occurred, which shows that the heaven and earth think so too. Lin Moyu is now very clear about how to truly conform to the will of heaven and earth and not be involved in cause and effect. There is no cause and effect for imaginary beasts. It is because heaven and earth believe that imaginary beasts are not real living beings. It is not that simple. Sometimes, the truth is simple, and there is no need to think of the world as too complicated. Lin Moyu suddenly felt emotional. The world appears in a complex form, but its core is the simplest one. All things ultimately return to one. When heaven and earth originated, it was three. The same is true of the universe, which all came from one. I am now walking towards one, taking the most complicated and difficult path, and will eventually return to one. When I reach one, I will obtain the truth. Lin Moyu has his own understanding of heaven and earth. The lesser spirit realm kings did not show up. Perhaps because they saw that none of the virtual beasts they sent out came back, these lesser spirit realm kings became cautious. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh that the little spirit realm king was still smarter than most virtual beasts. At least he knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm. For Lin Moyu, killing the virtual beast was enough, and it didn't matter whether the king of the unspiritual realm came or not. The unusual movements of the virtual beasts attracted the attention of all parties in the world. Through their methods, the Alien Alliance learned about some of the things that happened in the Great Spirit Realm. They had their own means of investigation and knew that a human had come in and was slaughtering virtual beasts. And I know that Lin Moyu has a rare treasure, and it is that rare treasure that attracts a large number of virtual beasts. After learning the news, the Inhuman Alliance began to take action. They also want to get this rare treasure. If it can attract so many virtual beasts, it must be a good thing. What's more, Lin Moyu is a human. A human dares to be so unscrupulous in their territory, which simply means he doesn't take them seriously. The Inhuman Alliance has human blood and attaches great importance to face. The world-burning fire had just gone out, and a batch of soul crystals were taken away by Lin Moyu, who continued to refine the Void Soul Pill, and the one he refined was the third-level Void Soul Pill, each of which was of top quality. The little python became the biggest beneficiary of the Void Soul Pill, and it had been eating the Void Soul Pill like candy beans. Although the realm has not been improved, the power of the little python is getting stronger. Lin Moyu knew that part of the medicinal power of the Void Soul Pill was absorbed by the True Spirit, and it was the True Spirit that brought changes to the little python. This change was all round, not just an increase in strength. For living beings, the True Spirit is their oneness and foundation. As long as the True Spirit is immortal, it can be reincarnated and even resurrected. The little python asked, "Master, I felt like someone was spying on us." After eating enough Void Soul Pills, the little python's perception became sharper. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Yes, a Taoist master came and followed us for several days." The little python asked curiously, "Master, won't you kill him?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "No need, I want to wait for the big fish." I am a human, they are the alien alliance. The Emperor may have concerns and cannot take action, but I don't have such concerns. The little python was even more puzzled, but that would have serious consequences. Lin Moyu said, yes, so let them take the first step. Xiao Meng finally understood that Lin Moyu did not care about cause and effect. If the other party had taken action first, then Lin Moyu could take action later to sever the cause and effect, which was a natural thing. Because he is just a small human Taoist leader. If the human emperor comes here, the people of the alien alliance will not dare to move at all. If the human emperor takes the initiative to attack them, he will be affected by cause and effect. So it is important who starts first. Lin Moyu is now the bait, waiting for the big fish to take the bait. He continued to fly towards Wangshi's world at a leisurely pace. At the current speed, it would take at least a month to arrive, which gave the Inhuman Alliance enough time. He passed through small spiritual realms one after another, and each time there would be a large number of virtual beasts looking for the soul refining furnace, becoming the raw materials for the virtual soul pill. Half a month later, the team from the Inhuman Alliance finally arrived. Lin Moyu looked at the void in the distance, and at the hundreds of Dao Masters flying out from the chaotic fog. A hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. Only 100. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. The little python shouted, "This is too disrespectful. How come there are only 100 of them?" In its opinion, at least 100,000 Dao Lords are needed. Now that only 100 people have come, it is simply an insult. The Dao Lords of the Alien Alliance didn't think so. To deal with a human Dao Lord, they outnumbered him 100 times and didn't give Lin Moyu any chance to escape. The reason why so many Dao Masters were dispatched was mainly because the flame controlled by Lin Moyu was too strange, otherwise 2 or 3 Dao Masters would be enough. They all stared at the soul refining furnace on the little python's back. The soul refining furnace was currently refining pills with great effort. The fragrance of the elixir penetrated deep into the soul. Not to mention the virtual beasts, even the Taoist masters wanted to have some. The Taoist masters all showed fiery looks in their eyes, and the leader waved his hand and quickly surrounded them. An alien Taoist master took the initiative to act, and the avenue of space rolled and moved, quickly blocking the space. The avenue of space has not entered the place of origin, and is not available everywhere in the virtual world. It drives the space avenue without any attenuation, which means there should be a world nearby, and the space avenue exists in this world. The avenue of space in the world radiates out, allowing him to drive it freely. After the space was blocked, Lin Moyu's possibility of escape was cut off, and those alien Taoist masters came over as quickly as possible and surrounded Lin Moyu. The leader of the alien sect shouted in a low voice, "Hand over the alchemy furnace, and I will let you die happily." The looks of the hundreds of Dao Lords were similar. They had already decided that Lin Moyu was in their grasp. Lin Moyu sneered, "If I have to die if I hand over the furnace, I might as well detonate it." As he was about to take action, the Taoist leader of the Alien Alliance changed his expression and said, "Stop." They shouted in unison, and hundreds of attacks came down at the same time. Lin Moyu took it without dodging or evading, but the attack from the Taoist master level had no effect on him. However, the cause and effect have already appeared, and all the causal lines point directly to everyone. It's okay. The alien Taoist leaders were stunned and couldn't understand. Lin Moyu's lips curled up slightly. The cause and effect is established. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and 100 undead servants appeared in the void and started to attack without saying a word. Undead servants are different from these alien masters. They possess the attributes of chaos and can freely wield the power of various avenues in the universe, as well as various avenues in the virtual world. The sudden appearance of the undead servants and the sudden attack made hundreds of alien Taoist masters panic. The undead servants attacked ferociously, and the great ways they used were directed at each of their Dao masters. For a moment, the void was shaken and the blade area was affected. The fog of chaos was dispersed, and one world was revealed. Most importantly, there was a cause and effect relationship between him and the other party. The undead servants fought fiercely with the alien Taoist masters. After all, they were Taoist masters, so they reacted quickly and turned the situation around immediately. The alien master's combat power is quite good. He seems to be evenly matched with the undead servants and is gradually beginning to gain the upper hand. The alien Taoist masters took out their magic weapons and used them to enhance their combat power. Lin Moyu never looked down on them, but in his eyes, these Taoist masters were still a little inferior to the undead servants. At least the undead servants were not afraid of death, but they were. In terms of individual combat power, they were also a level weaker than the undead servant. The reason why they were evenly matched was mainly because Lin Moyu made the undead servant hold back, and even showed a slight lag. The alien masters became more and more confident as the fight went on. They began to suppress the undead servants. The undead servants had more and more wounds on their bodies, and the situation seemed to be not good. Lin Moyu didn't care about the battle at all, he was just looking at the world that had just appeared. Just as he judged, it was because 063 borrowed this world that the Lord of Space was able to use the Avenue of Space to block the void. This was also the reason why the Alien Alliance chose to take action here. That Space Master should come from this world. As the battle continues, the causal relationship between him and this world is getting stronger. This is why Lin Moyu asked the undead servants to hold back their attacks. After the cause and effect is established, it is not possible to improve all at once. It also requires a gradual process. The battles between Tao Lords have deeper causes and effects, and are easier to accumulate. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry at all. He just watched the show and waited for the cause and effect to reach a certain level. The battle lasted for a while, and finally an undead servant was killed, and one of the causal lines was suddenly greatly strengthened. The Taoist master killed the undead servant, but before he could be happy for even a second, the undead servant was resurrected again and the battle continued. Damn it, they can be resurrected. The Taoist master was horrified and a second war broke out. More undead servants were killed, and the cause and effect was strengthened again. The resurrected undead servants are like new ones and can continue to accumulate previous causes and effects. Through this battle, Lin Moyu felt the changes in cause and effect and confirmed his own guess. In this way, as long as the undead servants are killed again and again, the cause and effect will continue to accumulate and will soon reach its peak. When I go to those worlds to settle the cause and effect, I can have nothing to worry about. The main point is that you provoked me first, and not only did you kill my people, but you did it so many times. I'm sorry, but I'm going to destroy your world in return. Lin Moyu has no good feelings towards the people from the Inhuman Alliance. According to Wang Yin, in the Red Stone Spirit Realm, many human worlds were destroyed by the Alien Alliance. If the human race had not united later, I am afraid that the human world and the Great Spirit Stone would have been wiped out. Even so, the human race is still treading on thin ice, which is in stark contrast to the prosperity of the human race in the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm. Therefore, a blood feud has long been formed between the Inhuman Alliance and the human race. As a member of the human race, Lin Moyu can easily find an alliance to settle accounts with others as long as he is shameless. It just so happened that the fire that burned the world also needed nutrients, so Lin Moyu was no longer polite. Lin Moyu also knew that no matter what, it was all for his own benefit. But this is how the world is, only the fittest survive, it's cruel and cold. The undead servants died several times and kept resurrecting, and the cause and effect were constantly accumulating. More than a dozen Tao Lords rushed out from that world and joined the battlefield. The strength of the Alien Alliance is not weak, and there are many Taoists in any world. Lin Moyu glanced at the number, then summoned the same number of undead minions to deal with them. It's still one-on-one, and the stalemate continues. The undead servants appear to be a little weaker than these Tao Masters, but their weakness is limited, and those Tao Masters dare not take it lightly. Why does he still have a puppet? An alien Taoist master shouted. Something's wrong. Since he has so many puppets, why didn't he take them out at the beginning? His puppets are so weird, they can be resurrected over and over again. I have never seen such puppets before. No, how about we retreat first? It's no use fighting like this, we can't even touch him. After some discussion, the alien Taoist leaders decided to retreat first. But how could Lin Moyu allow them to retreat? The undead servants rushed forward desperately and continued to entangle, and the power they burst out was stronger than before, giving the Taoist master of the Alien Alliance a headache. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "Since we are here, why should we leave? Let's play for a while longer. There is no such cheap thing in the world. You can come and go as you please." Those Taoist masters seemed determined to retreat. No matter how the undead servants harassed them, they could not stop them from moving forward. The actions are unified. Lin Moyu clearly felt that these Taoist masters were acting in a unified manner, like a military style. With the Taoist masters as their army, the Alien Alliance has done a good job. With a thought, he called back these undead servants. Each of them has died several times. If they continue to die, they will really die. Now the world is not following them, and it will be difficult to replace them after they die. After they were recalled, a new batch was replaced. In the eyes of others, it was impossible to tell that the undead servants had been replaced, because the appearance of the undead servants was exactly the same anyway. The new undead servants no longer chased those Taoist masters, but turned their headlines to that world. Lin Moyu's idea is very simple. Since you are unwilling to fight the undead servants, I will force you to fight them. If you don't take action, I will destroy the world. Sure enough, when those Taoist masters saw the undead servants charging into the world, they immediately became magnanimous. Oh no, he has gone into the world. Stop him now. Among the more than 100 alien Taoist masters, more than 20 of them come from this world. Now that their own world is under attack, they are the most anxious. They immediately return to their own world to stop the undead servants. The other Tao lords could only go over to help. Another 5 Tao lords said in unison, "Let's go kill him." They thought the undead servants were puppets, and as long as they killed Lin Moyu, the puppets would naturally become ineffective. But they seemed to have forgotten that Lin Moyu was safe and sound in their first wave of joint attack, and it would not be so easy to kill Lin Moyu. 5 Taoist masters came to kill them, Lin Moyu chuckled, and 5 more undead servants flew out to block them. Why is there more? The 5 people screamed strangely, with distorted expressions. The alien masters still possess a lot of human characteristics, and their expressions can tell their emotions. Lin Moyu could see that they were very surprised and angry, but they could do nothing about it. Faced with undead servants with strength similar to 5.9, they had no choice but to fight back. However, they have also seen that Lin Moyu wants to force them to fight against the undead servants, but they can't guess why he wants to do this. Although they are Taoist masters, their understanding of heaven and earth is far inferior to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's current level of understanding is probably beyond the reach of ordinary Tao masters. After a brief pause, the battle broke out again, and the undead servants began to move forward calmly. Time and again, cause and effect are accumulating rapidly. These alien Taoist masters became more and more bizarre as they fought, and it seemed that there would be no end to the fight. When these undead servants had died almost as many times, Lin Moyu took them back. When the alien leader thought that the battle was finally over, a new batch of undead servants came to kill him. They have to fight even if they don't want to. If you don't fight, I will destroy the world. You have no choice but to fight. Round after round, the undead servants were replaced batch after batch, and Lin Moyu continued to accumulate cause and effect and carry out its fancy operations. The alien Taoist master felt that he was being driven crazy. How could there be such a way of fighting? This guy is playing with us. The alien Taoist masters had similar thoughts in their minds and were extremely angry, with their souls trembling with anger. Although they knew that Lin Moyu was playing tricks on them, they could do nothing about it. They really couldn't stop. If they stopped, these undead servants would inevitably cause huge damage to the entire world. If they took a gamble and went straight to kill Lin Moyu regardless of the world, they might not be able to kill him. What if that guy takes out another batch of puppets? How should I deal with it? Now they are in a dilemma and cannot stop even if they want to. The fight lasted a whole day and night, and Lin Moyu had already changed dozens of undead servants. During this time, the human lord cursed Lin Moyu's ancestors for 18 generations. Although fighting for a whole day is nothing for the Taoist master, he still feels very frustrated. Lin Moyu's voice slowly rang out, "Everyone, did you enjoy the fight?" "Have fun," the alien Taoist master shouted angrily. One person took the lead, and the others immediately followed. They didn't care about the leader's identity and spit out all the dirty words they could think of. Lin Moyu smiled. The words of the Taoist master were not spoken casually. To a certain extent, they would trigger the avenue and even have a certain heavenly effect. While they were scolding themselves, cause and effect were also rapidly accelerating. When they had almost finished scolding, Lin Moyu slowly spoke, "I'm sure you all are wondering why I did this." Hearing this, these alien Taoist masters pricked up their ears, and they also wanted to know why. Lin Moyu chuckled, "There is a reason for doing this. I won't tell you why. You may not understand even if I tell you. But I can tell you the final result. It's to kill you." As soon as these words came out, the Yiren Dao master's face changed slightly, and he snorted coldly, "Kill us? What right do you have to kill us? Just with these puppets?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You don't think that they only have this much combat power, do you?" The undead servants suddenly burst out with all their strength, and their combat power increased sharply. The slight advantage of the alien master disappeared in an instant. Even if they had magic weapons, they were still suppressed by the servants. The pressure on the alien leader increased sharply, and the battle suddenly became difficult. They could only grit their teeth and hold on. The current situation was not good, and they might be killed if they were not careful. Lin Moyu continued, "In addition to combat power, do you think that the number of my puppets is limited?" The alien Taoist leader did not say anything. They indeed thought so and felt that even if Lin Moyu still had some puppets, there would not be too many. After all, these are puppets with the fighting power of the Taoist master. How can there be too many of them? Lin Moyu chuckled. "First of all, let me correct some of your mistakes. This one of mine is not a puppet, but a comrade. Secondly, their number might scare you." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and countless undead servants appeared densely in the void. Their aura and appearance are exactly the same, which makes people's scalp tingle. The souls of those Taoist masters almost exploded on the spot, and someone cried out, "How can there be so many?" Lin Moyu chuckled, "Don't be surprised, I have squeezed out all your value, now please go to die." Lin Moyu said lightly, and billions of undead servants rushed into the world. "Run!" The alien leader yelled, and they didn't care about this world and ran away. The Taoist masters from this world looked desperate. They had no way to escape. The Taoist masters from other worlds can indeed escape. Before life and death, morality is no longer important. After countless years of practice to become Dao masters, they cherished their lives very much. But before they flew far, they suddenly flew back one by one. However, they did not look aware of anything unusual and had no idea that not only did they fail to escape, but they also flew back. The rebellious demon stood on Lin Moyu's shoulder, freely wielding the positive and negative paths, influencing these Taoist masters and reversing their actions. By the time they reacted, they were surrounded by undead servants, and only despair was waiting for them. Lin Moyu's words, "Please go to die," are not just talk. You have to go even if you don't want to. The battle that lasted a whole day ended within 5 minutes after Lin Moyu had used them up. More than 100 Taoist masters were killed by the undead servants, leaving nothing behind. The space demon blocked that area, and no information could be transmitted. No one knows what happened here. Even if some Taoist masters have clones, their clones will die silently. Then came the cleansing of the world, and the undead servants began to sever cause and effect. They wandered freely in the world and quickly found the core of the world's origin. Summoning the 5 elements giants, Xiao Jing controlled the giants and used the innate virtual treasures to blow out gusts of evil winds to disperse the fog on the avenue outside the core of the origin. The fire that burned the world flew out and penetrated into the core of the origin. In an instant, the whole world was engulfed in flames. No matter what the real structure of this world is, whether it is a starry sky world, a piece of continent, or like the origin continent, in front of the world burning fire, it makes no difference. The fire that burns the world points directly to the origin of the world and refines it quickly. In Lin Moyu's opinion, it is a bit more troublesome to refine the world from the virtual world, and one must first find the core of the world's origin. If it were in the real world, it would be much simpler, just set fire to the world. This world is not too weak. The world burning fire burned for more than a month and finally refined it into a world crystal. Lin Moyu looked at the changes in his karma and chuckled, "Very good, karma has been resolved 280, and I can go to the next world." He deeply felt the usefulness of cause and effect. With cause and effect, it would not be difficult for me to enter the next world. Moreover, there was cause and effect, so he was on the defensive and counterattacked, and only needed to bear a little bit of the resentment of all spirits. With the support of the immense power of faith in the universe, Lin Moyu didn't take the Wanling Yuan seriously at all. As soon as the all-spirits resentment fruit appeared, it was dispersed by the power of faith and had no effect at all. Lin Moyu said calmly, "There are still 15 worlds, let's search them one by one." The more than 100 Tao Lords came from 16 worlds. One has been destroyed, leaving 15. Among them, there are several Taoist masters who turn their backs and do not see the existence of the Lord or the world's will. But for Lin Moyu, this is nothing. With the world's will, it would only take a little more effort and a few more days. The little python gloated, "You dare to provoke the master, you are really looking for death." Lin Moyu shook his head. "Actually, I did it on purpose this time, but as long as I follow the rules of heaven and earth, no one can do anything to me." The more you understand the rules of heaven and earth, the more you can use them to your advantage, and you won't have to take responsibility even if you do something out of line. He took out the spirit realm plate and took a look at it, then compared it with the direction of his own causal line. The next world, the gold and silver race, is about 2 days away. "Let's go," the little python shouted excitedly and rushed into the chaotic fog. In the previous rounds of battles, the undead servants used their sacrifice to exchange for a cause and effect large enough to allow Lin Moyu to destroy these worlds without scruples and increase his world-burning fire. He does things in accordance with the will of heaven and earth, and the Tao has no control over him. Soon, the world of the gold and silver people was found by Lin Moyu. The undead servants rushed in, quickly eliminated the living forces, and found the origin core. Lin Yu has become very skilled at this job. No one knows what race the gold and silver people were born from the combination of humans in them. They are covered in gold and silver, and they look about 70% similar to humans, but they look weird no matter how you look at them. The Inhuman Alliance is full of strange-looking guys. Their existence makes the world more diverse, but not more brilliant. For some reason, they are naturally hostile to humans, which is also what Lin Moyu took advantage of. A month later, the world of the gold and silver race completely disappeared, and this race disappeared from the virtual world from then on. Lin Moyu continued to attract virtual beasts, refine the world, and refine soul crystals, which did not conflict with each other. Lin Moyu cleared the way along the causal line, and the third and fourth worlds were found. After several worlds were destroyed, Lin Moyu's deeds were finally known to people. Once the world is refined, even people in other worlds, no matter what their cultivation level is, will die instantly. Because the world carries their spiritual world, if the spiritual world is gone, they will die. The top leaders of the Inhuman Alliance were shocked, and a strong murderous intent arose from the Inhuman Alliance headquarters. 2 powerful auras rose up, dispersing the chaotic fog, and a huge figure emerged in the void. There is a great road surrounding both figures. When these great ways appeared, billions of miles of void were shaking. In the human race in the Redstone spirit realm, a powerful being slowly opened his eyes. He looked into the distance. "Old man from the Inhuman Alliance, what are you going to do? Did something happen in the Great Spirit Realm? Investigate." An order was issued and someone immediately took the order and left. In the center of the Redstone spirit realm, a pair of giant eyes suddenly appeared on a huge stone. The stone glowed red and disappeared into the void, instantly sweeping across the entire red stone spiritual realm. A deep voice came from the big stone. It turns out he is here. Only the red stone emperor could hear this sound. The red light became stronger and stronger. The red stone emperor walked out of the red light and disappeared. Lin Moyu didn't know what big noise he had made. He could vaguely feel a huge aura coming from afar. There was a hint of murderous intent in the aura, which was spreading throughout the great spiritual realm, passing through an infinite distance and being sensed by him. Lord of the Great Tao. Feeling the powerful aura, Lin Moyu smiled. The world did not take action, and the male protagonist did not take action either, but Dao Zhifei could not sit still first. It would be fun if the Lord of the Great Tao died here. But those guys will run away if they see something wrong, so it's not easy to kill them. The lords of the Great Tao can escape back to their ancestral land at any time, so it is difficult to kill them. The Alien Alliance does have certain capital. Although there is no human emperor, there are actually 2 lords of the Great Tao. Under such circumstances, the human forces in the Red Stone Spirit Realm can still hold on, which means that there must be a master of the Great Tao among the human race. The Lord of the Great Tao is not the Lord of Tao. That is a rare existence, and there are not many of them in the world. The Lord of the Great Tao is even stronger than the top realm masters like Musha. They do not rely on the power of the world, but can burn the sky and destroy the world with their own strength. Even if a real fight breaks out, the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm has the world behind him, and the worlds will in the formative stage to fight side by side, so his combat power will not be much weaker than that of the Lord of the Great Tao. But in Lin Moyu's opinion, in this world, the Lord of the Great Tao is the relatively correct path. After feeling the murderous intent of the Lord of the Great Tao, Lin Moyu didn't care and continued to look for the next world. Now there are 16 worlds, and he has destroyed 5 of them, and there is only 1 left. These 11 people have already been sentenced to death. There is no possibility of them escaping. Otherwise, why would they have gone to so much trouble to figure out the cause and effect? Not to mention the 2 Tao Lords, even if the Eternal Being came. Lin Moyu thought about it and decided to just forget it. At the moment, he was no match for the Eternal Being. If an Eternal Being really showed up, he should just let them go. At least the Lord of the Avenue is useless. In the Redstone spiritual realm, as long as the Redstone Emperor does not take action, he does not have to worry about anything. Thinking of the Redstone Emperor, Lin Moyu thought of a possibility. Perhaps the human emperor did not come here because of the Redstone Emperor. Suddenly, Lin Moyu had an idea, looked to the left, and said loudly, "Since the emperor is here, please show yourself." Haha, fellow Taoist Lin has made great progress in cultivation. That's cause for celebration. Along with a deep and hoarse voice, the Redstone Emperor appeared. This time it was an incarnation that came. The Redstone Emperor transformed into a human form and became an old man. When Lin Moyu saw him, his soul was shaken and his brows were deeply furrowed. "Senior, you look like this." Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Redstone Emperor also noticed Lin Moyu's abnormality. "Is there any problem?" Lin Moyu said, "You look very similar to an old man I met before." Redstone Emperor couldn't help but be moved. "Have you seen him?" Lin Moyu knew that he had guessed correctly. "I met him once before." He was wearing a white robe and had a large gourd with countless holes in it, and ancestral water was dripping from the gourd. At this moment, the Redstone Emperor looked about 80% similar to the old man in white robe. Not only the appearance, but also the temperament is the same. With Lin Moyu's memory, he would not be wrong. It is obvious that the Redstone Emperor is imitating the other party. The Redstone Emperor trembled slightly. Fellow Taoist Lin can actually see that existence. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he tried to ask, "If I'm not mistaken, that person should have taken the last step." The Redstone Emperor did not answer immediately. It seemed to be thinking for a while before saying, "Maybe." This answer surprised Lin Moyu a little. The Redstone Emperor didn't even know. Redstone Emperor continued, "In fact, we don't know what realm we will reach after taking the last step. Because no one has ever done it, and it is only, good Zhao, half a step. But this half-step has already made him different. He should know something, but he didn't tell us. Lin Moyu continued to ask, the one who took half a step should be the owner of the deliverance boat. Redstone Emperor nodded, it is him, for sure, but it is hard to say whether he is the master of the deliverance boat. Things seem to be getting more and more complicated. Mou asked, do you also want to go to the Dewey boat? Redstone Emperor said, yes and no. I want to go to the Despair boat to ask him what he knew after taking that half step and why the change was so great. I also know that the boat cannot go up. Only those who take that half step have a chance to go up. I just don't want to give up. Lin Moyu thought about it and said, perhaps he is not the only one who has taken a half step. Perhaps several missing emperors in history have taken a half step. The Redstone Emperor's expression suddenly changed. What did you say? The Redstone Emperor looked at Lin Moyu in shock. Its incarnation became distorted, as if it would collapse at any time. It can be seen how much trouble Lin Moyu's words stirred up in his heart. The emperors who exist today all know their last step, but no one has ever taken it. According to what the Ting Beast said, the emperors are not sure and are not willing to try. It is good to be an eternal emperor and there is no need to take risks. The reason for this is that in history there have been emperors who tried to reach that step, some failed and fell into silence, some disappeared and never appeared again, and even the position of emperor was replaced by someone else. This forced the other emperors to wonder whether the eternal existence would really only become silent, and whether it would also fall under certain specific circumstances. Otherwise, how could those disappearances and the subsequent change of the throne of the emperor happen? The Redstone Emperor also thought so, and it had become deeply rooted. As far as it knows, only one person has successfully taken that half step. But that guy's temperament changed drastically, and no one knew what he saw or heard. They were once good friends and confidants, but from that moment on, everything changed. After taking half a step, it boarded the Dewey boat and never communicated with anyone since then. All those who entered the Dewey boat never came back. Over countless years, the Redstone Emperor also tried to board the 777 disaster boat, but each time ended in failure. The Redstone Emperor really wanted to ask why and what was going on. Now Lin Moyu entered the boat and returned safely, and also talked with that person. That's why it placed its hopes on Lin Moyu, perhaps it could get the answer from him. But Lin Moyu's words shook its mind. If all the emperors who disappeared in history had taken that half step, then what was the point of wasting so many years? Am I a coward who is afraid of death? I dare not take that half step. Lin Moyu keenly sensed the complex emotions of the Redstone Emperor and continued, you don't have to be so excited. This is just my guess. Redstone Emperor shook his head. I don't know why you said that, but since you said it, there must be a reason. I believe you won't speak nonsense. Can you tell me why you say that? The Redstone Emperor was still so excited that he even changed his address. Lin Moyu looked at the Redstone Emperor. Do you really want to know? Redstone Emperor nodded. Yes, I really want to know. If fellow Taoist Lin is willing, feel free to cook. Lin Moyu smiled and said, no conditions, since you want to know so much, then take a look. BHBD, the aura of the origin emanated, and the expression of the Redstone Emperor changed slightly, and he uttered a low cry, original magic. There are too many people who know the origin of magic. Almost every Taoist master can recognize it. It is normal for the Redstone Emperor to know it. Lin Moyu was once curious about why such an advanced thing as the origin technique seemed to be known by all the powerful people in the world. But no one possesses the original magic, at least he has not seen it so far. Normally, if no one owns it, it means that no one uses it. If no one uses it, why do so many people recognize it, as if they were born knowing it? He also asked the Ting Beast, but did not get an answer. This problem seems to have no solution. Later, Lin Moyu put the matter aside and left it for the future. With the help of the concentration technique, Lin Moyu's aura began to rise rapidly, becoming stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, his power reached the peak of the Tao Lord realm. At this moment, purely in terms of realm, he is no weaker than those eternal beings, nor worse than the Emperor. The Red Stone Emperor was shocked again. He did not expect that Lin Mapu could use the origin water method to raise his realm to the same level as himself. The original magic is indeed magical. The Red Stone Emperor couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, his face changed drastically and his soul almost shattered on the spot. A strange aura rose from Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu's aura changed again, as if entering an indescribable level. Redstone Emperor forced himself to control his emotions, stabilized his avatar, gritted his teeth, and said in a low voice, "I actually broke through." The Redstone Emperor immediately discovered the abnormality. Lin Moyu seemed to be out of tune with this world. At this time, Lin Moyu's existence was very strange. He was clearly right in front of him, but the Redstone Emperor felt that the world could no longer accommodate Lin Moyu, and even wanted to expel Lin Moyu. Under the gaze of the Redstone Emperor, just 2 seconds later, Lin Moyu's soul shattered and turned into smoke and dust. The next second, Lin Moyu was reborn in the purple light, and the rebirth cycle ended 3 times. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You see it clearly." The Redstone Emperor said solemnly, "Fellow Taoist Lin means that those emperors who successfully took half a step did not die, but were not tolerated by the heaven and earth and left here." Lin Moyu nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be like this." The Redstone Emperor said, "But if we leave this world, where will we go? What about the deliverance boat?" Lin Moyu said, "I don't know the identity of the person in the Dewey boat, but the reason he can stay here should be because of the Dewey boat." Redstone Emperor naturally understood what Lin Moyu meant. If it is because of the deliverance boat that it can stay here, that does make sense. Lin Moyu was a little curious. Who is he? Redstone Emperor said, "The former Kunlun Emperor." Although the 9 spiritual realms are equal in strength, in legend, Su Kunlun is the center of the 9 spiritual realms, and Emperor Kunlun is the most powerful of the 9 emperors. Lin Moyu said to himself, "I didn't expect that this person would be in the deliverance boat." That makes sense. Is there a new emperor in Su Kunlun now? The Redstone Emperor shook his head. "No, among the 9 of us, only me and the Morning Bell and Evening Drum Emperors are the first generation. There is currently no emperor in the Shaguan Great Spiritual Realm. Emperor Jinmu was trapped in the Beast Abyss by the Human Emperor, and the position of Emperor is temporarily taken over by the Human Emperor. The 3 emperors Tianyu, Tianzhou, and Gu are the second generation of emperors." Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, "You knew what the emperor did, why didn't you stop him?" Redstone Emperor said, "That is Emperor Jinmu's business. We will not interfere in the affairs of other Great Spirit Realm emperors." And the Human Emperor did not kill it, but only trapped it in the Beast Abyss. It was its own fool. Well, what the Redstone Emperor said was quite direct, but it was a bit silly when I think about it. The Redstone Emperor seemed to want to return the favor and continued to talk about some things about the Emperor, which ordinary people would not know. As the first Emperor, Redstone Emperor has lived for countless years and knows a lot about what happened in the Great Spirit Realm. Listening to his story, Lin Moyu finally had a clear understanding of the situation in the 9 spiritual realms. In fact, there is no difference in level or power between the emperors. Each of them is in charge of his own spiritual domain and does not interfere with each other. But there are some differences in strength between them. Emperor Kunlun is indeed the strongest among the 9 emperors. After listening, Lin Moyu asked, "It is said that there is a hidden 10th great spiritual realm. Is it true?" Redstone Emperor shook his head slightly, half true, half false. The 10th one is not a great spiritual realm, but a palace, which we call Tianqiu Palace. Tianqiu Palace? The first thing Lin Moyu thought of was the palace he had seen before. At that time, when I was merging small spiritual realms and harvesting a large number of innate virtual treasures, a certain mechanism was triggered, and I saw a palace. I still remember that there was an explosion in the palace, and many things were blown out of the palace. Unfortunately, the scene was too brief and I couldn't see it clearly. I never saw it again afterwards. Could that palace be the Tianqiu Palace? The Redstone Emperor said, "The existence of Tianqiu Palace is a legend to the entire virtual world, including us. We are not sure whether it really exists, but we believe it does exist. We even believe it is the source of the virtual world. This feeling is very strange. If I am the only one who feels this way, then it is of course inaccurate. But if several of us emperors all think this way, then it is most likely true. Redstone Emperor has no evidence of the existence of Tianchu Palace, but he believes that Tianchu Palace exists and that information about Tianchu Palace comes from the soul. That alone is enough. Lin Moyu pondered for a moment, but didn't get any answer, so he had to give up. There was too little information to warrant further thought, and it would be a sheer waste of time. If it really exists, you will see it one day in the future, so there is no need to rush now. A world appeared in sight, and dozens of Dao Lords were already on full alert outside the world. This world was not weak, and was stronger than the ones that had been destroyed before. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I refined several worlds. Do you think it's inappropriate, Senior? Redstone Emperor said softly, whatever you want. The existence of the Emperor is for the stability of the great spiritual realm. As long as they do not interfere with the stable operation of the great spiritual realm, they generally will not care. It doesn't matter how many worlds exist in the great spiritual realm. The Emperor will never interfere with the birth and death of the world. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and the army of undead rushed in like a natural disaster. The Redstone Emperor didn't even bother to take a look. A battle of this magnitude was nothing in his eyes. Compared to these, it would rather talk to Lin Moyu. The realm displayed by Lin Moyu has completely made it identify with Lin Moyu and changed some of its previous ideas. The Redstone Emperor asked, fellow Taoist Lin, what brings you back to the Redstone Great Spiritual Realm this time? Lin Moyu smiled and said, one of my magic skills needs to be refined in the world to be enhanced. Since the Alien Alliance is the enemy of the human race, I will use them to cultivate my magic skills. The Redstone Emperor hummed, it is an honor for these ants to be stepping stones for fellow Taoist Lin. But fellow Taoist Lin should also be careful of the entanglement of cause and effect and the evil consequences of all spirits. The rules of heaven and earth can be quite troublesome sometimes. The Redstone Emperor treats all living things in the world as ants, but he does have the qualifications. Lin Moyu had expected this answer. I have been prepared. The cause and effect cannot be blamed on me. To be honest, Senior, I came to the Redstone Great Spiritual Realm this time. Junior also wants to ask you for some red craftsmanship. The Redstone Emperor said, although the redstone is precious, I can still take out 1 or 2 pieces. If fellow Taoist Lin is not in a hurry, you can come to the center of the great spiritual domain to find me after the matter is settled. Lin Moyu said, don't worry, let's deal with things one by one. I'll come over after I finish this. The Redstone Emperor said, the 2 great Tao Masters in the Alien Alliance have set their sights on fellow Taoist Lin. Fellow Taoist Lin, do you need me to take action to deal with them? Lin Moyu smiled and shook his head, no need, they are just the masters of the avenue. Although it is not easy for me to kill them, it is not a problem to drive them away. Seeing Lin Moyu was so confident, Redstone Emperor said no more. It continued to chat with Lin Moyu about the affairs of heaven and earth, that is, about that realm. It was very clear that Lin Moyu had entered that realm more than once or twice, and must have spied something from it. Lin Moyu did not hide anything and told him what he had learned. The Redstone Emperor also analyzed what Lin Moyu said and came up with some more subtle insights that Lin Moyu had never thought of. Although the Redstone Emperor is not a cultivator, his life over the years has not been in vain. He has his own understanding of the great principles of heaven and earth. Similarly, the Redstone Emperor can also obtain some unknown information from Lin Moyu, which is also very important to it. The 2 sides are mutually beneficial and complement each other, so the result is naturally a win-win situation. It seemed absurd to others that a mere Taoist master could sit and discuss Taoism with the Emperor, but now Lin Moyu did just that. During their pleasant discussion, this not-so-weak world was completely shattered. Lin Moyu entered the world to refine, but the Redstone Emperor did not come in. The Redstone Emperor explained the reason. It cannot enter the world. Once it forces its way in, it will cause the world to collapse and it will be punished. In that case, it would be better for it to destroy the world directly, and the punishment would be smaller. Such interesting rules of heaven and earth also make Lin Moyu laugh. The same result will be treated differently. Please give me flowers. The world was gradually refined by the fire of burning world. Although the Rich Stone Emperor did not enter the world, he felt the extraordinary nature of the fire of burning world. When Lin Moyu returned from the world, Red Stone Emperor said in a slightly solemn tone, "I also feel a little threatened by fellow Taoist Lin's magic. If it can be stronger, I am afraid that even I can be burned to death." Lin Moyu joked, "You are the Emperor, you can't die easily, at most you will be in silence." Red Stone Emperor shook his head, "This is what I feel. Fellow Taoist Lin's fire might really be able to burn me to death." Lin Moyu couldn't help but frown. If the world-burning fire could really burn the Emperor to death, then does that mean it could also burn to death an eternal being like the human Emperor? Even if they can't be burned to death, they will be kept silent. Could the fire that burns the world be so strong? Who is the mysterious master of that big world? Why did he leave such a powerful fire for himself? Looking back now, it seems that no one has ever truly recognized the world-burning fire, which shows that it is extremely rare, so rare that it may be as rare as the Great Way of Immortality, with only 10 copies in the world. The Avenue of Immortality, the fire of burning the world, the scepter of natural disasters, from the avenue to the strange fire to the magical weapon, all the unique things in the world are in his possession. Lin Moyu also had an unexplainable weird feeling. The world-burning fire burned for more than a month, and Lin Moyu also discussed Taoism with the Red Stone Emperor for more than a month. The discussion between the two ended just as the world was completely refined. The Red Stone Emperor said goodbye and left, and gave Lin Moyu a small stone, which could be used to find its location. Its main body is temporarily unable to leave due to some matters. If you want the Red Stone, you can only ask Lin Moyu to find it. After the Red Stone Emperor left, Lin Moyu chuckled, "The Emperor is gone, how long are you going to hide?" Lin Moyu's voice spread in all directions, echoing in the void, and could be heard thousands of miles away. After a few breaths, a dark shadow appeared in the void. "For the sake of Red Stone Emperor, if you stop now, I won't care about what happened before." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "It's impossible to stop unless you kill me." The shadow fell silent, and after a moment he whispered, "I will give you one last chance. If you don't stop, I will kill you." After he finished speaking, the black shadow disappeared without a trace. Lin Moyu chuckled, his voice full of teasing. Lin Moyu didn't know what basis this Lord of the Great Tao had to threaten him. When the Red Stone Emperor was here, he didn't even dare to show his face. He didn't dare to come here until the Red Stone Emperor left. If he had negotiated with me directly in front of the Red Stone Emperor, I might have looked up to him and respected him as a master of the Great Way. But no matter what, those worlds must be destroyed, no room for negotiation. The only difference is whether to stop after destroying these worlds, or to continue destroying the world of the Inhuman Alliance. In fact, this depends on the situation of the burning world fire. If the burning world fire is not growing enough, Lin Moyu will not be polite and find an excuse to continue. Continuing according to the previous plan, the little python moved forward in the direction indicated by the red line, while Lin Moyu digested the information he had gained from the discussion with the Red Stone Emperor. Although this discussion was short, it took some time to digest because of the high level and huge amount of information. 1, 5, 3 During the discussion, Lin Moyu understood the unique advantage of Emperor Zun. The emperors did not attain enlightenment through practice, they were born with enlightenment. When they became conscious, they already knew that they would inevitably become the emperors. But they don't know exactly why this happens, and can only explain it by the rules of heaven and earth. They can naturally master their own innate origin virtual treasures without the need for refining. Relying on his own strength and the power of the innate origin virtual treasure, he can even suppress eternal beings like humans in his own spiritual realm. Those powerful people who have gained eternity are invincible in the real world, but not in the virtual world. Of course, this only applies to a certain emperor in a certain great spiritual domain. As long as the emperor leaves his own great spiritual domain, his strength will be greatly weakened. Although the rich stone emperor does not practice cultivation, he still has a deep understanding of the great Tao. The long years give them enough time to comprehend the great principles of the virtual world. However, Lin Moyu also discovered a problem. The rich stone emperor's understanding of the great Tao was a little one-sided. What they understood was only the virtual side of the great Tao, and they knew very little about the real side. The Great Way has both real and unreal sides. It is not enough to comprehend only one side. This is the advantage of practitioners, but also the disadvantage of emperors. Lin Moyu digested the insights into the Tao he had gained from the Red Stone Emperor and combined them with his own understanding. He felt that he had a deeper understanding of the essence of the Tao. This change is subtle and you may not see the difference at first, but with time, there will naturally be a difference. Lin Moyu did not envy the emperors. Although they were born powerful, they were limited to this and lost infinite possibilities. The little python slowly stopped, and the chaotic fog in front was dispelled. A world appeared in sight, and outside the world, a tall and majestic figure stood in the void. He is the Lord of the Great Tao, emitting a terrifying aura that shrouds the void. The little python with a first-class soul trembled under his pressure, but as Lin Moyu's mount, the little python had to force itself to stand there. Although it was terrified, its expression was not weak at all, and it even showed a ferocious look. Behind the Lord of the Great Tao stood hundreds of Tao Lords. They all looked different and had human features, but none of them were human. These Tao Masters come from different worlds and have been carefully selected. The Tao they possess is very compatible with the world behind them, so they can give full play to their strengths here. A Lord of the Great Tao, with hundreds of Tao Lords, is powerful enough to sweep across most of the world. Even in its heyday, the Origin continent might not have been able to win against such a lineup. The Lord of the Great Tao alone is able to fight against the world will of the Origin continent, not to mention other worlds. Lin Moyu glanced over. Do you think this can stop me? The Lord of the Great Tao snorted coldly. Although you have countless puppets, you are only a Tao Lord after all. I advise you to retreat obediently. I will not care about the previous things. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. That's a bit old-fashioned. Lin Moyu said with a hint of contempt. You want me to retreat and give up just because of this sentence? Let me ask, who do you think you are? The Lord of the Great Tao's expression suddenly changed. I am the Lord of the Great Tao, and you are just a Tao Lord. He was interrupted by Lin Moyu before he finished speaking, and Lin Moyu whispered, Which avenue are you the master of? The Lord of the Great Tao is a little proud. I am a person born in the Great Tao of Darkness. The Avenue of Darkness is also one of the original avenues and is opposite to the Avenue of Light. Lin Moyu said, I know, you can go now. If you don't, you might be the first Lord of the Great Tao that I kill. Originally, the first Lord of the Avenue to be killed should have been the God of Light, but that guy escaped very quickly. Up to this point, Lin Moyu still had no good way to stop the Lord of the Great Tao from escaping into the ancestral land of origin. I guess this guy will be in much the same situation later on. It is difficult to kill, and in the process, it may cause heavy casualties to the spirit army. Now that we are in the virtual world and the vast universe is not around, it is difficult to replenish the undead army, so every bit of money saved counts. Otherwise, Lin Moyu would not be so easy to talk to and would have rushed up to do it long ago. The Lord of Darkness was completely enraged. He suppressed his anger and tried to remain reasonable. How dare you disrespect me? Lin Moyu chuckled. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like I haven't fought with the Lord of the Great Tao before. If those guys hadn't escaped quickly, you would have had to go to the back. Why didn't you come out when the Red Stone Emperor was here? Are you afraid of the Red Stone Emperor? But you are also right. You are not yet at the level of the human emperor. You are just a master of the Great Tao. Once you die, you are dead. It is not eternal. Lin Moyu's words were full of sarcasm, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable, but they could not refute it. The Dark Lord was so angry that his soul was twisted, but he still did not take action. He was indeed afraid of Lin Moyu. Before it was because of the Redstone Emperor, and now it has to do with what Lin Moyu said. Lin Moyu also saw that although this guy was the master of the Great Tao, he was extremely cautious, which was in line with his Great Tao. Lin Moyu said calmly, "Since you are unwilling to do it, then I will do it." With a snap of his fingers, dense swarms of undead servants flew out. Because of the existence of the Lord of the Great Tao, this time Lin Moyu directly mobilized hundreds of billions of undead servants. The Tao Lord's face changed, and so did the hundreds of Tao Lords that followed. They had thought that Lin Moyu would have a lot of puppets, but they had never thought that there would be so many. A few hundred against hundreds of billions, they can't even make a wave, how can we fight? Just surrender directly on 4.2. The undead servants didn't care what these people thought and launched an attack from thousands of miles away. Countless golden swords cut through the void, illuminating the world. Darkness devours. The Lord of Darkness roared, and a huge black hole evolved in front of him. The black hole created a terrifying suction force that covered a large area and sucked Tai Jinchuang into it. But there were so many golden swords that even if only 1% of the hundreds of billions of golden swords were not sucked away, it would be a terrifying number. Each sword was like a full-strength attack from the Taoist master, and hundreds of Taoist masters brought by the Lord of Darkness suffered immediately. They tried every possible means to defend themselves, but faced with attacks that were countless times more powerful, their methods were as fragile as a piece of rot. After a wave of attacks, only 1 in 10 of the hundreds of Taoist masters survived, and more than 90% were killed or injured. The Lord of Darkness roared, "A****hole, I will kill you."